championship. Yes!
Will he get the shot? Yes, he does.
What a shot. How about that? That ball is crushed.
This is Turner Sports.
After falling earlier last week to G2. Are you kidding me?
That was an insane performance. G2 will carry through.
In the E-League Friday final, Ninjas in Pajamas bounced back to dominate G2 and win Group B.
Knight just running up, spots him and assassinates Screams.
NIP, they utterly destroy the French team. Who could have seen this coming?
At the start of week 3, 4 new teams enter into the E-League arena. One of North America's top squads, CLG, SK Gaming, looking for their breakout moment. The talented yet untested NRG, led by Gob B, and the favorites Astralis, with their newest member Kierbai. This is E-League Week 3.
Yes, indeed. There on your screen is the legendary in-game leader, Gob B, leading his new-look NRG team here. Only 8 days of practice will experience tell. And they're going to be going up against Astralis, whose in-game leader isn't here. Doesn't really matter, though. They have a plethora of talent on the books. That man there, Device, one of the best players in the world. It's going to be a great game. Who's going to win? Let's find out today on Week 3 of E-League. Yes, welcome to another week of E-League. I am your desk host, Richard Lewis, and joining me on the desk, as always, bringing you slices of analysis like my man Kimbo. It is, of course, Moses and Mo. How are you boys doing? I got to give them a shout out.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace. How are you doing?
Way to start the day on a positive note, boys.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that.
Good things.
We're doing great. We were doing great.
Yeah, doing excellent.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You weren't doing great until...
Everything was all well and good.
All right, fine, right, get out of here. And try and be classy in this business, that's what it gets you. Anyway, why don't you tell us who you think's going to win this week? Join us on social media. Go to Twitter @EL, use the hashtag E-League, or go to facebook.com/E-League Gaming, and you can tell us all about it. And let's have a look at the schedule as well. We've got some amazing games today. You can see we're going to start with Astralis versus NRG. Lots of storylines in this group. Then we move through to CLG versus SK Gaming. We close out the day. The battle of the big ones, CLG versus Astralis. And then on Wednesday, it just keeps coming. CLG versus NRG, then a Danish derby in the middle, Astralis versus SK Gaming, and then we end with NRG versus SK Gaming. And of course, those are just the group stage games. That's only going to decide seedings. No one will go home today or tomorrow.
I think, Astralis has got to be pretty happy about that. I don't think they're too worried about their matches, but just the fact that, they don't have to worry until Kerrigan hopefully gets some time.
It's not like it's going to be a problem for them. Not having him for this group.
It could be initially. They're going to get better as the day goes on.
We'll find out in just a bit. But look, there have been a few changes. I'm saying joining us every week as always. We've changed our casters. Anderson Semler get a break, and instead we're bringing you the best of British. It is James Bardolph and DDK. Oi, oi.
Savaloy.
How you doing, guys?
Doing really, really well, actually. It's pretty hot here compared to London, but getting used to it.
That's so British. Like, talk about the weather, Dan.
That's how you're going to open it up.
Why not? Why not? Handsome men have arrived, Richard. Also important to note. Thanks to the makeup girl, of course. So, and Atlanta looks nice. Went to the aquarium yesterday, saw some scary sharks. I'm hoping to swim with them before our tenure here is over.
I like it. I like you guys. And looking forward to the games, I hope, as well.
Yeah, Counter-Strike's always good, yeah. Looking forward to watching them just a bit more than playing a bit later on, if I can.
No worries. Well, look, guys, you're going to have plenty of time to talk a little bit later on. So this is what I think they call establishment or something in the business. So bye.
Ciao for now.
Toodles. Have a good one. Anyway, if you want to come in the studio and meet stars like James Bardolph and DDK, you can. Go to e-league.com/attendee. We've got loads of tickets available, free of charge. You can come in. Trust me, it's awesome. You'll get to see all the pros in action, which is what we're going to do very soon, guys.
Yeah, I'm actually pumped to see.
Did you say we're going to get some action?
Are you real? I'm throwing this to a break before you say something you're going to regret. Anyway, when we come back after the break, we're going to talk some more about Astralis versus NRG. Make sure you join us. So welcome back, guys. I got to say, I love those little teasers and bumps that we do. The finger guns. I'm always a big fan of finger guns.
He did.
I don't know if I ever told you that.
We love our guns here in the States.
Yeah, absolutely. They're fitting right in, the NRG boys. And they're going to have to. They're going to have to hit the ground running here. New look team. They've changed 2 players. Brought in. They've had 8 days to prep, as I said at the top of the show. Coming into ELEAGUE in a group like this where anybody can beat anybody, it's a real tall order. But I guess the good news is they're not facing top strength opposition right now. Astralis with their own problems.
I mean, all the other teams have had roster changes too. Astralis has 2 new players essentially as well. CLG even using their coach as well. So not going up against anyone, like you said, at full strength. So that's got to be good.
If NRG is going to do anything against any of these teams, this is the time right now because they have everything's in their favor right now. They're the only actual team that's prepped this long with it. 8 days for them is longer than these guys have had with their current rosters.
Absolutely.
So,
and of course, it is important. You know, we said no one's going home today, but the seedings could be vitally important just because.
If they upset them here, yeah.
Nah.
You don't think so?
Not for Astralis.
Well, you don't.
I think if Astralis gets Kerrigan, it doesn't.
You think Kerrigan's
they could come in at 4th seed and wipe everyone off of the map.
I agree with him. It's more of they're hoping to not play them in playoffs.
Yeah, but that's
early on.
That's what I'm saying. It could work out.
It means a lot more to NRG than it does for Astralis. I agree with Moses on that point.
Yeah, well, look, let's take a look at this NRG roster. I know the NRG boys quite well. I actually spent some time in their team house. So you can tell us about them, though. I talk too much.
Peter, Fudley, Dobby, Tapson, Lydia. 2 new players in Fudley and Tapson. Tapson, it wasn't a surprise after his insane performance for them at Counterpit. He became their 4th, and now Fudley's their 5th.
And here's their op at PTR. And just for the people at home that maybe haven't followed it, he had a very weird injury. He broke his leg on an aeroplane.
Let's not embarrass him.
Right? No, but here's the thing. I've been calling him P-turbulence as a result of that.
The ultimate land dodge. The thing about Peter right now is, before his injury, his leg injury, he was after playing maybe. He was probably the top operator in North America before the injury, just in terms of how well he was playing online, at least. I don't want to say this online because he hasn't been to a tournament with this team yet, but online he was their best player. He performed really well, and I feel like if he could get back to that form, he's the key factor to them doing really well.
Yeah, he was vitally important to the team, and they built a lot of strats around him, getting those entries, especially on those T sides.
You could see it in Austin. They based everything they did off him. They gave him plenty of time to try and find an opening for him, plenty of time to find a pick. So he's going to be critical to if they want to have any success, especially considering they just bring in players. They can't. I mean, they just brought in 2 new ones. They can't switch things up quite so quickly. So he's still going to be a main focal.
And obviously, a little bit of a story about Tabson there is he did play as a stand-in when they went to the Counterpit finals in Croatia, and he was their best player.
He went 75 and 65 in that series against
Helped them with that great upset win on Envious, which really put this team on the map. So it's not like Tabson's brand new in that sense. Gobby's played with him in the past. He knows him very well. He knows how to utilize him. Interesting as well how they're sitting. Gobby was telling me he's got the 2 new players directly opposite him. So when Gobby dies first, he says that's how he likes to play the round. If he goes first, it's better because then he can call for everybody, so he can be in their ears. So I think that's interesting.
I think NRG is like one of those like alien horror movies. Like they come in and they have this team, and then all of a sudden slowly they're transplanted with more and more European players just coming in.
Invasion of the Yanks matches, right?
I mean, Peter's the only remaining.
Peter looks up. Peter and Fuggy look up, and they're like, "Oh, we're no longer an American
I will
team."
say that these 2 new players are a big upgrade from their former 2. Nothing against those guys, but these guys bring experience. They bring, I think, better skill as well, and I think they make their lineup a lot more complete now. They were talking to me about like the addition of Fudley, which he's been kind of team hopping for the past 6 months or so, and I was talking. I don't want to mention who I was talking to, but the player said that playing with Fudley now is so good for them and so relaxing because they don't have to tell him what to do. He has the experience. He knows exactly what to do in his part, and then he just listens to the strat later on in the round, which some players you have to kind of micromanage through that whole thing. So that's the good thing, and it helps them.
Gobby said he's been frustrated in the past, young and experienced players having to micromanage them. It is a tall order. It is difficult when you've got to concentrate on your own game. Let's talk about a team that is a complete team, in my opinion, when they're at full strength. Astralis.
Yeah, look at Zonic in there. Look how happy he looks to be here. He is.
Man, he looks like
he looks
dormant.
so mad.
Yeah, he's like.
But obviously,
why am I here?
I mean, we could talk all we want about any of these players. Device, the big superstar for this team. you know, this transition that he's had into the main opping role is going to be big now because he's had a couple months with it, and they're going to start, you know, really using him as a focal point. We just mentioned NRG using Peter as their focal point, the opper. Device is in the same kind of situation where they want to build tactics around him, and he's going to be much, much more reliable for Astralis. You know what you're going to get out of him, and just such a beast of a player. Also coming in, even without Kerrigan, I mean, the reason why we say that this team is going to be fine without their in-game leader, guys like KRB, the new addition, just so much talent, very, very young, Dupree and Device, really good duo that's been playing together for so long. I mean, there's so much talent on this squad that they're going to be able to overcome anything they lose in terms of tactics.
In terms of coming into ELEAGUE, where do we feel Device is? Because at the end of 2015, there was a real feeling that he was overtaking Olafmeister as kind of the #1 player in the world. And then just before we hit 2016 and early 2016, he hits this kind of drop-off period. And people say he's back to his old ways where he's choking, he's not turning up in the big games. People were even saying he needs a sports psychologist to come in and help him because this has been a problem persistently in his career. Device even said, yeah, it's actually a problem. I am going to work with it. So, have they fixed the problems? Is this the world-class Device coming into ELEAGUE?
They haven't fixed the problem as a team, but I will say I don't think Device as an individual has been choking so much. They obviously had a very bad pro league in London. That was exciting. They had a very bad pro league in London, but you know, Device on his own, I think, is still a very big star player, and I think he performs very, very well in those pressure matches as well. He's been doing a good job of that. So I haven't seen much of Device personally choking. The team still has an issue moving on, but they shouldn't have any problems with this group they're in.
Anything to add, Mo?
No, I agree with him on most parts. I think with the new addition that it takes a little weight off Device to be the superstar now, because now he has a young and upcoming player that can maybe overtake him one day, you know what I mean?
And this is a great initiation for KRB because they're going to come in, they're not going to have any of these tactics that he has to try and conform to. They can just say, play free, play yourself, Kerrigan's not here, just go do whatever and just use your skill and you know, test the waters with this team.
And I interviewed Kierbai, by the way, as he says yesterday, and he said nobody is going to call tactics for the first until Kerrigan.
Yeah, it's all
so they are
going to be
just play loose.
It's all going to be puggy.
Let's see what maps they're going to play on. Have they got plug-style maps? Well, it's Cash and Train. Interesting bans. Astralis bit the bullet and took Nuke out. You can see they've also banned Cobblestone there. NRG banned out Dust to a Mirage. NRG have been playing a lot of Train. Astralis had a super high win rate on Train, but then they stopped wanting to play it. I heard a rumor that might have been emanating from KGB, who obviously isn't with the team anymore now.
It's a map that they've always said they don't mind playing it, but they never want to pick it. If it pops up on its own, then they're comfortable with it. I think the big thing with Cobblestone and Nuke being taken out by Astralis, I think that just says, you know, maybe they're working on these maps and they don't want to give anything away in these matchups. They feel they should be able to beat them on the standard maps.
So first map's going to be Cash. The players are ready, so let's do some quick predictions. How do we see this one going?
Astralis.
I think Astralis will take Cash.
Yeah, okay. We'll be back to talk about it in just a bit, but now we're going to have our Arby's map fly through. It is, of course, on Cash, and you can take it away for the first time in ELEAGUE. James and DDK.
Cash is actually my best map, Dan. You know,
Really?
yeah, Zipex, well, he wanted me to be the 5th for Astralis today, but apparently I can only assume that Kerrigan vetoed it, but you know, it could have been beautiful, Dan, but alas, it was not to be.
We had the next best thing, Zonic. I mean, Zonic, obviously being such an integral part of the team as a coach, is going to have a lot of insight into exactly how these guys play. And already it was noted that this lineup has an immense amount of skill. So I don't think they're going to have too much in the way of issues here. And as Moses said, they're going to keep it simple. They won't have to use anything special. That's at least how they're going to go into this against NRG.
All right, so we've got most of the T forces moving over towards the A site. We can often find just the one CT over towards A, and indeed we are going to see Fugly there, but he's going to have an aggressive position, looking for that early information here. He's willing to take the peaks as well. His USP pistol will be superior in range to the stock Glock for the Astralis side, so he can take those engagements. They are favorable for him. But indeed, he will not realize that there are many players headed towards the squeaky door as well. We've got a second player joining him now in Tabson, and it seems that NRG might have a read to this situation as they are starting to stream upwards towards A.
Yeah, this is really interesting, the way Astralis is taking this really slow, trying to weed out any early aggression before going for that hit onto the bomb site. And there are two players there for NRG to defend initially. Let's see if Kirby's leading the entries here, can do the job. He gets the first kill there. Zonic with the second one onto Fugly, and that's going to be the bomb site taken over by Astralis. Now NRG, they have a 3 versus 5 situation to go in for. They've got a kit and 1 flashbang. That's not a lot to work with, but they're going to try to get it done. Peter and Legia coming in with 2 frags, and already it's looking much better here. 3 versus 3 now.
Yeah, there is a kiss on Legia as well, so they've got time to play with, but not the numbers as they're all falling down. Legia, last man standing now, takes down Kiabi, but he needs to pick up another pistol. Can't do it. There's a war cry coming out from Astralis, which they are known for. That is a good first round from them.
Yeah, really nice, again, really nice entry to that that pistol round. I really liked how they just took it really slow. Typically, you'll see a lot of teams sort of on the T side, the aggressive side, just saying, you know, we're going to just enforce our will onto the opponents. We're just going to go for the hard hit onto the B or the A side, maybe, you know, mid-control take. But they actually played a little bit reactively to begin with. They wanted to see what NRG were doing before they made a call. And that's really nice to see from Astralis. And now, going into this next round, NRG, they decide not to buy anything. They're going for an economic choice here, just very, very light on the investment, but they'll be, because of that, on a huge disadvantage in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, I want to say that NRG are one of the teams who are more conservative on their economical rounds. Often on the second round, you'll see people forcing the action up. Peter gets taken down by Device. Again, they should be cut to ribbons here, the CT side, because they don't have any Kevlar. There's nothing to protect them from these bullets, and there are many bullets flying in their directions. Effects on the Galil there. It's got an extra 5 bullets in the magazine compared to the AK. And there's a nice clean round from Astralis, good for their economy going forward. And it's a non-round basically here for NRG. They are stocking up their money for round number 4, which will come after this one, where they will get their big guns out. That will be their next important round here for the CTs.
Yeah, it's pretty much just a formality until that point. And you know, one thing to note with Astralis is that they're very disciplined and very coordinated when they attack these rounds, when they have a really big advantage, because they want to take all the edges possible. There are some teams that play them a little bit more loosely and give up some frags to the opposing side when they just have, you know, mere pistols. But that said, this round, NRG, despite not really investing in much, they've actually chosen to get 4 HE grenades. And if they can land those all in one place, they might actually be able to get a kill here. But you can see Device is going to be taking a quick frag there as he peeks in from A main into the A bomb site. And those nades not doing anything, James.
Not doing anything at all. I always like actually a smoke grenade on an eco round on this particular map, as it can help you close the distance somewhat, although time is on the side of Astralis. So Gobby's managing to get a pistol kill here, actually. Zipex is a bit tagged, so is Device, but it's a 4 versus 1, so they won't be too concerned. With Peter's taking down Zipex as well, but he's nowhere near a gun to help his situation. Indeed, he will get taken down. So the formalities are over with, and now the pleasantries will go out the window. We'll be into the big buy round for the CTs, the important round. If they lose this round, then Astralis will have a great opportunity to have a very strong start to the first half here. You can see Peter, of course, picking up the AWP. Kiabi's been pretty monstrous, actually, recently.
Oh, absolutely. And even when his teams have not been doing well, he's been showing star carry potential, which is one of the reasons why he's been chosen by Astralis. Probably the hottest upcoming talent out of Denmark is Kiabi. And I can see Device looking for that boost there on that truck. He can't quite find the kill, and his position will be given up initially. So Astralis just going for a very, very slow start to things, playing quite passively, looking for that opening pick, using Device, as it was highlighted previously in that main role as a sniper with the AWP.
We have to really have a look at Godby's position here, because he has moved into a very aggressive position towards the B area, which means that NRG can concentrate the forces over towards A, because he's been booted up as well. That's a very unlikely position, so he's got an off angle, and his height will be tricky as well. Legia is going to get Molotov. He's going to be forced from his position, but Molotov's gone into a smoke, so he's able to stand there and waste the time of Astralis, but surely he's going to go down. We've got 2 people in mid just waiting for him at the moment. There is another Molotov on the T side as well, and indeed Legia will be dispatched off by Device.
Again, really patient play coming out here from Astralis, trying to bait those reactions, and they find them. Although the trade coming back in from Tabson onto Dupree, putting it back to a 4 versus 4. So now Astralis are going to have to make that call. Which bomb site do they go for? They're looking to go towards A, but Peter with a nice aggressive angle there is going to pick off Device, and they really needed Device there. Device had to open up the A site. He's not going to do it. NRG actually holding so far. This is actually absolutely crucial right now. Fugly and Tabson in with frags as well, just leaving Zonic. The push has not even made its way into the bomb site before NRG are on top of these players of Astralis. So this is looking fantastic here. They made the right guess, did NRG, and Astralis will have to dip into their reserves, James.
Yeah, there was a really important moment in that round where I think Kiabi was up highway. He was up short to Peter's right here, basically. And Peter was exposed behind the box. And he had basically nowhere to move, but there was a player who came in behind Kiabi and took him down just in time. If Kiabi doesn't get taken down there, then that round could flip entirely on its head. But there we go. The CTs get their first round on the board here. That is a very important round indeed. But this round is just as important because Astralis still have the money to buy. If they can take this round from NRG, then NRG's loss bonus goes down to the minimum. They get $1,400 if they lose this round, which means they will be poor, Dan. They will be in poverty, and that is not good when you're trying to defend 2 bomb sites.
No, absolutely not. Well, let's see if they can avoid that situation from happening. Again, it does look like there's a lot of focus here from Astralis onto Device and allowing him to try to open up the round. We just saw him move towards B to get something done there, and it looks like because of that, NRG have responded with a quick push here coming in, and this is not going to be expected at all. Goldbeast's going to shut down this round by himself. He spotted Device. He looks to see if he can get somebody else. Plays it patiently. There's the first frag. Can't quite get the second, but the information, the damage has been done, and a quick response here from Astralis as they try to push up middle. They know they have to do something, and despite being a man up, they are weak right now. 2 players critically wounded. Peter still holding down middle, and Astralis, they're really going to have to try to make an intelligent call here, but it's so hard to do with this situation.
You know, that push actually caused NRG tons of problems here. If Godby takes 1 player down and then gets taken down, that's advantage for Astralis. They've got time on their side, and it's the defenses that weaken for the CT side here. Down to 3 versus 2 now. CLB trying to tap Tabson in mid, but he will not win that duel. Now we've got both CTs with no control over either site. The bomb will get planted. This corner allows the bomb to be defended by the Ts from the checkers area around the vents, but with a nice read, the Molotov will take Sonic down before he can escape.
Now it's clutch time here for Zipex. 1 versus 2 with that bomb down. In comes Buckley. Great guess there and positioning from Zipex to catch him off guard. Giving himself that 1 versus 1 against Tabson. Zipex looking for that frag, just playing with his opponent right now. Knows Tabson has to go for the committed play pretty soon as that bomb is starting to get very ticked. And oh, there it is. Tabson able to just face there. And he actually manages to get the headshot straight away. Zipex goes down. And there's just enough time for Tabson to defuse the bomb. He didn't have a kit, which does reduce the time that you need to defuse by half. But yeah, really crazy round there. I love the aggressive play coming out of NRG, showing that level of proactiveness and the fact that they don't have any fear either. Going up against the giants that are Astralis is a really good sign early on in this matchup.
That was a money Molotov, but let's not forget how important that round was for NRG. They survived with only 1 player, but Astralis, knowing that, are going to go for the force buy, which means they don't have enough to get an ideal buy, but they're going to do it anyway because they realize that if they win this round, then they will indeed break NRG. But even if they don't, they can keep the economical pressure up. So if they manage to win a round from NRG a bit later on, then indeed that can just ruin the economy of NRG. So we've got massive trades coming in here towards the A site very early on. And Device has made his way onto the site, but soon dispatched of by ELEAGUE. Down to a 3 versus 3 very early on. Still 1.5 minutes. Astralis can choose to slow this down if they wish to. But with only 3 players, they could be getting flanked. They've got to push here. ELEAGUE, he's going to take the advantage, but Godby will go down as well as ELEAGUE. All of a sudden, it's down to 1 versus 1. This has been a war of attrition here. Now Dupree, with all of 11 hit points, is going to try and rescue the bomb. He's in an awkward position. I'm not sure if he can do anything about this. Peter smartly picking up a rifle. Could have taken him down with a pistol, unbeknownst to him. Now Dupree will make his way onto the site, goes for the plant. So worst case scenario is being ticked off from Astralis. Again, this is crucial for both teams now. Whoever loses this round is going to be in serious trouble.
Yeah, absolutely possible here for Dupree. That AK-47 is a 1-bullet kill if you connect the head. So Peter, despite having that health advantage, it might not mean much. We'll have to see as he is searching right now for Dupree. This is always going to be up to the gambles here. You've got to try to predict where your opponent will go. And Peter is going to swing around the side there and catch Dupree off guard with that pace. And he'll have enough time to get the defuse in. But massive damage incurred economically by both sides. So just as James mentioned previously, NRG, despite winning this round, they are going to be low on money. So they won't have an ideal buyout there. And Astralis, because they got an extra bit of cash there, the bomb plant does give you a bonus. They are definitely, well, I think it's very likely they're going to go for the force here again, because if they win this round, NRG are going to have no money, and it's very easy for Astralis to then take that one as well.
NRG are stringing some rounds together, but they are hanging on by a thread. 1 person surviving in both rounds, that is a problem. And we're on round 7 now, but going back to round 5, that was such a crucial round. Again, Godby only getting 1 frag at the beginning ends up being a problem for the CTs, but here we go. As I said, they are hanging on, so Astralis now maybe looking for a fast play here. 2 flashbangs and a smoke. And considering the Tech 9s here, the Tech 9 pistol is good. It's got very good moving accuracy, far better than any other pistol in the game. We'll see. So we've got Dupree coming up on his own, and that's the AK lost now. Astralis will have to try and boost somebody back up there to rescue it. They're going to try and get some more damage on. Again, he's on red health here, which is a problem for him. But he's playing the mind games against Astralis now, and it's working out.
Yeah, really smart there from ELEAGUE. You don't usually expect them, CTs, to get too aggressive in that position when they have an advantage. So just trying to play on that on that fact, and he's going to be able to pick up more damage, almost a kill, just keeping tabs on where the opponents are going, because he will be able to hear Astralis running around if they are to make any sound there. And it's surprising that they haven't gone to rescue that AK indeed that was lost on dupreeh.
Well, they were about to, but smartly, we had a Molotov go up there. So they had no choice but to back off. They don't have the HP to even challenge in that position. tabseN coming up highway is going to drop the bomb now. That's a problem for Astralis. It means that NRG can hold angles on the bomb because Astralis need the bomb to win the round here. Nobody down for NRG just yet. And they are just getting, it's a bit of a shooting gallery over towards A main there through the opening. And that's the round that NRG needed. They won the round with all the players surviving. Astralis were 1.5 buy here, so they'll be able to buy again because their loss bonus now is so high from the consecutive rounds that NRG have won. But that is a very important round pass for NRG.
Yeah, and so often Astralis will win rounds like that because dupreeh, as we saw, they gave him the AK-47. The reason is because he's the entry master for the team. He's the guy that is able to really thrive in chaotic situations, really fast-paced. He's going to move in first and get the kills. This time it didn't work out. It was very well defended and good discipline from NRG not to lose very much. And we still have a buy here indeed for Astralis. It's looking pretty solid. We've got Device on the AWP. Now, will Astralis go for a change of the approach? They've relied on Device quite heavily previously, and it's going to actually pay off this time. He's going to take down Peter. That key player there for NRG is dead towards the B area. So now Astralis with a lot of pressure towards the B side of things. They might start to cause a bit of a rotation for the defensive setup of NRG. And usually a T side will try to capitalize on this, maybe catch a player as he's moving out of position.
So a bit more of a Ninjas in Pajamas approach over towards B now. Obviously, they were caught unaware, where Astralis on previous rounds towards B. You saw they initially took a more passive approach in this particular round, but they put more bodies over there as well to stop the CTs from taking that aggressive control and shutting off that third of the map. dupreeh gets picked by tabseN, and Device is unable to respond in time. I think tabseN was hiding in the vents there, but he has since disappeared. Now we have to pay attention to the time. There's almost 40 seconds on the clock, and that's a big problem for Astralis because they still need to execute into a site. And the CTs have a read that it's going to be the A bomb site where they have 3 players. And again, Astralis, they don't really have time here. They do have a player flanking them in Kiabi, so there might be problems. Fugly with 2 kills towards A main though will shut down this round. Kiabi completely out of position now. The bomb is down in A main. He has to run through the site to try and retrieve it, or kill all these players. 2 more to find. He sees one coming in from the back, and he doesn't need to peek here. There isn't enough time for Kiabi to do anything here, and you can see the frustration, knifing the wall, and he will get taken down. That was just a huge 2-man from Fugly in A main here, as you can see, taking the bomb down, taking Zipex down as well. Wow. There goes Device, no less. 3K.
Massive. Yeah, that's so huge. And that's so cool as well because, again, NRG is showing such good presence of mind. And they're not just sitting there and waiting for Astralis to do stuff. When action is happening on the map, they're responding. They're creating a reaction and being proactive, looking for the information. The quick flashbang in there, they go for the information play. Fugly is in a position to get 3 kills. That's a massive play from NRG. And that is quality stuff that we haven't been used to seeing out of a lot of the North American teams lately. So this definitely seems very, very cool so far. I'm quite impressed.
Yeah, and you have to, they're not allowing Astralis to impose their will. Astralis now, a side who have gone for another economical buy, just pistols and Kevlar for them, looking for a fast play into the A bomb site. They will need smokes to make their way, to make the cross, but they need flashbangs to go for the smokes as well. ELEAGUE with 2 frags so far. Fugly tabseN coming in, and again, it's a perfect round from NRG. They struggled early on, but now they are winning rounds, and that means they're winning money because they're not losing players. If a player goes down, it's going to cost them about $5,000 to $6,000 to buy all their gear again. So if they survive, that's the second round they've survived with all their players intact, which means that they can continue to mount strong defenses even if they have troubles later on.
Yeah, and usually one of the difficult things when you're up against a team like Astralis is actually on the rounds which you should win, like that previous one. Because they're Astralis, the Danes, their aim is so good, they're consistently going to get damage in. And NRG have avoided that, which is really, really going to help them if they start losing rounds later on. They're going to have more money overall, and looks like we'll get a quick opener there from dupreeh. Actually picking up the AWP because he had a very good spawn to get the fastest possible timing for that quick little shot there. And look at this again, the aggression coming in from NRG, but this time Zonic, he was waiting for it, and he almost gets himself a 2-man. NRG are basically out of this round at this point. It's a 5 versus 2 situation that they have to contend with. They have no idea where the bomb's going. And it's just all they can do to survive at this point.
Well, ELEAGUE is flanking dupreeh over towards B, but dupreeh's just running distraction now because the bomb's being planted towards A, and the CTs are nowhere near that area. I'm going to have a quick check and see how much money the CTs have. So I wouldn't say their money's spectacular. I don't think they can, if you're swimming in money as the CTs in this situation with 9 rounds in the hole already, you could just try and force your way into the side, even if you don't expect to win the round, just to have more economical impact on your opponent than yourself. But I don't think Kiabi saw the barrel of the gun there, actually, but sound has been made. ELEAGUE will come in, and indeed he'll run distraction and make the save for his teammate. Close range with an AWP, not really ideal if you're a sniper. So Astralis going to get back to winning ways. But again, they've won one round. If they lose this round, then their loss bonus will be back to 1,400. They've managed to get so many buys out because they've lost so many rounds in a row. So they get more money for higher consecutive round losses. So if they lose this round, then we could see an 11-4 half at NRG, potentially.
Yeah, it's looking really good right now. And oftentimes you're going to see Astralis having a really strong T side. I mean, they're a team that they're very well-rounded these days, which is very great if you look at their history. But NRG, they're starting off this series as underdogs for sure, and they are really doing quite well. And Train, I would say, which is the second map, is going to be the better map for them. So here we go. We've got a quick aggression into B storage. It looks like NRG really don't like giving up B storage here to Astralis.
Yeah, they're playing it like Inferno, one of the older maps, which was recently removed from the map pool, where you often like to choke off the B bomb site to make it a lot easier to just defend the site in general. But now we've got Peter actually is going to be AWPing towards the B bomb site, as opposed to Godby holding a more aggressive position. So they're trying to stop themselves from being countered by Astralis by trying to keep them guessing. So Device is going to throw a smoke towards the connector position, which is quite strong for the CTs. That will limit what they can do here. But again, the counter-terrors have just one person over towards B, so mid and A are the bolstered areas for the time being. ELEAGUE again starting while taking down Kiabi. Will be traded though by Dupree. It's one man down for both sides.
Yes, this is quite strong right now for Astralis. Going 4 versus 4 as the attacking side is very, very beneficial, as they can dictate the pace and attack a bomb site, which is going to be defended by only 1 or 2 players typically. And we can see that this could be a 4 versus 2 situation. And NRG, they have to play for info here. They've actually taken some map control, so they realize that it's probably going to be a B hit at the moment. And they are actually going to respond with 3 players, but they still won't have the best positions ever. Although the best thing for them at the moment is the fact that Astralis don't really have grenades to push them out of position. Peter, he could have a massive hold here. Just has to connect these shots. There's the first one. Incoming, though, more players. There's a second one. It connects the leg. That's not going to kill, and that's going to be 4 seconds left actually for the bomb to go down, just enough time. So Peter didn't quite do enough there to slow them down, and it's going to be Tabson against 2 players now, both very weak, both with AWPs. So this is quite awkward here for Tabson, but in he goes. Baits out the first peek from Device. There is the frag as well. Now it's just Sonic with 15 HP, close range with the AWP, not ideal, and he'll get it anyway. Sonic, great shot there, and just hanging on by the skin of their teeth there, and that's going to be the round. So this is getting really, really close right now. I don't know how to call this either way.
Yeah, Device's positioning. I mean, Device and Sonic were set up for a crossfire. So if the Sonic is in trouble, then Device will have the angle before Tabson gets to him, and vice versa. But Device was just a little bit to his left. I think like his waist was just spotted there. So there was a bit of shimming, a bit of shoulder peeking to try and bait the shot and punish. Almost, but not quite. So 5 to 6. So now we see the money start to run low for the CT side again. Fugly down to a pistol, which is not what you want when the man's getting 3Ks on full buys. Not many grenades for the CT side either, so that might mean we see some more aggression from them later on once their resources start to dwindle. Device looking for the shot, but again, Leg is going to be in that position. Doesn't want to get picked early. In that range, you would say that Device has the advantage. And there's nobody to trade for the CTs either. Again, we've got 1 player over towards B, that's Peter, and he's just pushing on his own. He must be scoped in here. But if you look at Zonic's position, Peter might get taken off guard here.
It feels like they have a read on Astralis to have so much aggression into B storage consistently, and Peter's actually dug into a great position. He finds himself a second kill as well. All of a sudden, the push from NRG on the other side of the map is yielding massive results as well, and they clean house completely. Astralis all dead, and Astralis, who looked to have a good advantage in that round, in fact, quite a significant one, they get nothing, absolutely nothing done.
Nice stuff there by Peter. As the smoke dissipated, he got a second frag as well. So very good stuff. I mean, he's, again, we said he's one of the best AWPers in North America, and you can see his power there. They can allow him to push on his own. In a lot of situations, you want a rifler to provide support for a sniper in case he misses a shot and so on, but they have the faith in Peter to deliver here. Now we look at the Astralis money. NRG obviously winning an important round there, and we see that they don't have much equipment. They've got 2 rifles and 3 pistols and no grenades left. So they have to play duels with only 2 rifles versus 5 on the NRG side. This is a very bad spot for Astralis.
But they have put their rifle in the hands of their star player Device. He's got a bit of a duel here. Godby's going to be able to take a superior angle there. Just playing with Device, picks up the frag, and now Dupree, who is very well known for that deagle of his, so far not going to get anything done. In fact, he'll get taken down, as will the extra rifle on Zipex. So now just 2 deagles here. The hand cannons not going to provide a result. NRG looking strong, going from strength to strength, to be honest, so far in this series, and I did not expect them to be doing so well.
Another problem in that particular round was that normally the Ts will always have helmets because the CT rifles will require 2 shots to the head to take them down, but only 2 of the players had helmets in that situation, which basically turns the M4s into AKs. 2 of the players without helmets got shot straight in the face as well. So significant disadvantages were had. And now Astralis going for the eco, as there are only 2 rounds left here in the first half. They are trailing. How many rounds do you think Astralis need here on the T side?
A lot more.
Fair enough. Well, that's a good start. Device going to take Fugly down with the CTs going for a bit of a fast push here. And that might be a mistake. Astralis are only on pistols. The CTs are allowing them to close the distance. Zipex been launched into space. Only Peter remains now versus 2. Device has got an AK. And Dupree's picked one up as well. Peter needs to get himself a 1 versus 1 situation here. The man advantage, Astralis will try to play. So even if one goes down, the other one can pop out and return the favor before Peter can do anything about it. So Peter will need to try and make an estimate as to where these players should be and position himself accordingly. I think Device just spotted him. Device was peeking there. Goes for a bit of shoulder peek. Peter has a few nades to play with. He's got a smoke to try and cross. Dupree's moving in. I think a double peek may be coming in a few seconds, Dan. Got a bit of baiting going on. Peter's looking to... He's going full shotgun mode. Misses the shot, though, and that is what happens up close range.
But as you said, even if he had connected that shot, we had the second peak going in there, and he would have died whilst reloading the AWP there. So even if he would have picked up a frag, it seems like Astralis did the right thing and made it impossible for him to actually win the round. But 6-8, Astralis, they're going to have another bye going into this last round for the first half, and so far, you know, we're seeing a lot of aggression out of NRG. I wonder if Astralis are going to try to interpret this by just having a really fast round to deny NRG the time to make plays like that, or if they'll actually try to go the opposite way, play very passively, try to defend against any early aggressions. Godby is getting pushed a little bit there in the B storage, but the smoke will go down. Very standard setup here for the CT defense, but actually Godby goes for the full face. Maybe the smoke not quite covering as he expected.
That smoke was pretty poor, to be honest. Oh, Peter, what a snap there. 2 kills over towards B, and that is going to end the campaign towards B, at least for now, for Astralis. Peter, ever reliable with the big green gun. ELEAGUE finishing off Sonic as well. And now there is a significant disadvantage for Astralis. This is a map where we see the T side more and more favored. Oh, that nade's going to be meaty. There's still a man advantage though for NRG. That said, there's a minute on the clock here for Astralis to play with. And 2 sites to defend for the CTs. So again, Device with a bit of an off angle there. He's more likely to get shots in the legs from that position since he's up high. Down goes Fugly. The smoke comes off to choke off the car position. A bit of a gap for Device to play with the AWP. His teammate will plant the bomb in the meantime, but Tabson's already made his way. That's the problem with the smokes on this map. It's like the CT can get close for free. So down to a 2 versus 1 now. Device with a lot of problems on his hand. We've got a hero diffuse coming in there. Tabson will have to let go of it though. Device, they almost lined up for him there, but he couldn't make the shot. Tabson will take the final round of the first half.
So far, I'm
through the smoke.
Definitely quite impressed here. We're seeing some of that star potential out of Peter, and you can also see how so much reliance was put on towards Device in that start AWPing role, but he wasn't able to do too much at the beginning, and it started to get a bit awkward as soon as NRG showed that they were really, really strong at just retaking portions of the map in the middle of the round. I don't think Astralis expected that.
Yeah, NRG won loads of crucial rounds. We'll see if they can do so in the second half as well. We'll see you back here shortly. Hello and welcome back to Atlanta here from the Turner Sports Studio. So we've seen a good half from NRG so far. We've had some nice fragging from some of their players here. They had a lot of difficulty at the start there, but they won the crucial rounds. With only one player surviving, they managed to build from there.
Yeah, considering that this is such a new lineup here from NRG, we can see ELEAGUE and Tabson, the new guy into the lineup, performing incredibly well from an individual perspective. But just the way that they were able to defend against the entire playbook of Astralis in that way, of course, you know, Astralis are playing with Zonic, their coach, instead of their in-game leader. But at the same time, we did see a good breadth of stuff there from Astralis, but NRG responded very well. But now, NRG, is there a chance to close the game? They're on the offensive side, the terrorist side here. So let's see if they can work this advantage, have a strong pistol round, and take a map that no one expected them to take.
Indeed. They... Ooh, sit down, Kirby, goodbye. That's absolutely disgusting. What a way to start the Deagle, no less. The Deagle to start things off, Dan, in a space.
It's good, it's
What
good.
is that? How do you come back from that? I'll just disconnect from the server, Dan.
Well, NRG are going to be going in right now and try to finish the job into the A bomb site. Tabson looking for another Deag. Let's see if he can get something. No one's peeking here from Astralis, but they do actually have 3 players here. Oh, surely not!
You can't do this!
He
This is
gets
wrong!
it as well. Of course he does. Tabson leading the charge there. 2-1 Deags, and that should surely be a wrap. Dupree able to defend, and Zipex actually mounting a defense there in the corner of the bomb site. And Quad, they're actually taking down everyone. They don't care, they don't give a damn about the Deagle display. It's all about Dupree with that USP, and our Device and Zipex are just sitting on that bomb. What is Fugly going to do here? It's a 1 versus 2, it's very doable. But Astralis definitely feeling some of the momentum now in this round. Fugly's been spotted, he gets attacked from 2 sides, and now it's going to be Zipex cleaning it up, and the Deagle is good. James, it was glorious, but not glorious enough.
It was pretty, Dan. It was pretty like a butterfly sailing in the wind, but it was a cold steel, and it went in someone's face. But you know, it was nice. I respect how patient he was. He wasn't like, you know, just trigger happy there. He was very, very patient. I only want to shoot you in the face, and I shall do so. At my leisure, Dan.
Absolutely, but it was all for naught. We will have an eco round from NRG this time. They did not get the bomb down previously, and they haven't actually invested too much. Normally you would see a team spend all their money, but they've actually decided to leave a little bit of cash in the reserves. They got 1 smoke on Gobby, a few more Deagles as well, and they'll try to see if they can get some damage done here. I'm curious where the smoke will end up, but we've got Tabson prowling around there on the boost position into middle.
He's got a Deagle, Dan. Oh, meat shots coming in there. Kiabi's been put on a meat hook in the butchers. Goodbye. Now, the T's can try and get greedy and try and go and retrieve that gun. Obviously, it's a strong gun to be using, but it's in no man's land. They can't really risk that. Need to use the numbers to get onto the site here. And now we've got the trigger-happy Deagle coming in, and it's not going to connect with anything there. Just air. Peter trying to take down Zipex there, but ELEAGUE will do it. Trade's coming in favor of the CTs, though. Bombs down, taps into 2 HP. ELEAGUE is soon to be dispatched of as well. So I think NRG have had their fun for this round. Indeed, Tabson's close to the FAMAS, but at this point, he probably wants to go for the 1 Deag. We will see. 45 seconds left. It's a bit of an awkward situation for him. I don't know if he wants to save because he doesn't have... Oh, actually, he does have armor, so he could go for the save there. Another one. He is just delivering all the presents
That is
today.
sick. That is really sick. I think Tabson is an often overlooked player despite some of his performances here and there, but that is a great individual display. And it's brilliant to see that he picks up the FAMAS. He's like, okay, we could see him moving around there, you know, looking around. He's trying to get a better bearing of where the sound is coming from. So he knows exactly where his opponents are running. And you can see that he was able to hit that Deagle shot in middle, and now he can retreat and save the Deagle and the FAMAS as well into the next round. And they've done so much damage here. NRG are probably just going to get the force in next round, considering that they should have left some money in the bank. So this is actually a really nice position for NRG, because they can actually exert so much pressure on Astralis, and Astralis won't be able to play quite their optimal setups that they're going to be super comfortable with straight away because of NRG doing so well here.
Tabson's got 21 frags already. He is not doing badly. Nice cleanup operation there from Dupree over towards the A site. Ever the reliable man for the Astralis side. So, we're about to move into round 18. Let's look at the makeup of these 2 teams. Tabson is continuing with the FAMAS, but he's given his Deagle to ELEAGUE actually, which is interesting. Although with Tabson's success with the Deagle, I don't know. We'll see what ELEAGUE has to offer. Fugly on a Tech 9. I mean, Fugly, he was just firing us all over the place. So in comparison, much prefer Tabson's shenanigans, but indeed, it is ELEAGUE, the sole man on a deagle in this particular round. We'll see if it brings us more glory, more closed casket funerals.
But Tabson might get a 1v1 here in middle, he will, but Kirby's going to be able to take that one down with the M4 as the rest of NRG try to open up A main a little bit, but it doesn't quite happen. We've got Zipex on the defense there, putting it down to a 5 versus 3 as NRG look to just get some damage in. They just want to get some kills here. The next round, they'll have a lot of money and they'll have a very strong buy. So if they can just soften up Astralis a little bit by getting some kills here, that'd be great. I mean, it could be a spot where, you know, they get a couple kills in this round and maybe Astralis are missing a few bits of utility. They have, you know, maybe not 5 smoke grenades, but maybe 4. You know, that kind of stuff can actually make a difference on this level of play. So looks like it won't go that way, though. Astralis will be able to have a clean round, which is very much needed after the turmoil of those previous rounds where they have been dealing with the Deagle Terror.
9-9, and indeed, both teams will be coming out for the bye. Peter has quite the menacing look on his face, doesn't he? And he's not even on a sniper rifle yet, so we'll see. That smoke being thrown will choke off the connector area in mid for the CTs. That obscures their vision quite considerably and weakens their positions. ELEAGUE are going to pop flash through with the smoke. Sorry, the flash off the wall there. Very nice pop flash indeed. Oh, he spots Device in the vent. Device will be forced from his position. So ELEAGUE with a one-man take of mid at the moment. That's really strong for NRG. That gives them options to split either side. We've got people fighting around smokes at the moment. Tabson goes down after eliminating Dupree. Lots of action here as we've got T's over towards B. And again, this is a very nice position. The flash coming in, Device is stuck. Zonic's being taken out by Fugly as well, so Device is in a lot of trouble. More flashes coming in though, but he can't be saved.
Device needed to do something there. He needed to hold, at least buy some time for his team. But that said, he's not got any teammates left. It's just Zipex who's just going to quickly backpedal and try to save his weapon into the next round as he realizes this is not happening in a 1 versus 4 situation with that bomb down. I mean, the B bomb side as well is much harder to retake than A. But if you're 1 versus 4, I think pretty much every bomb side is going to be a no-go sort of situation. But and the money for Astralis is surely... It must surely be quite poor, actually. You might be able to get a look at that.
Show me the money, not the map.
There it is. Yeah, so their money is actually very poor indeed, and they'll be losing around here with Astralis, meaning that they'll get $1,400 in addition to what they have right now, which means that they won't actually have very much of a buy. But with the save weapon, they can actually scrap together something, but they'll be very low on the kind of utility that they want. We might not see an AWP. I mean, if we do get an AWP, then Device won't have any Kevlar, I don't think. It looks like we will get... is there an AWP out there? It looks
there
like
is indeed.
They can actually scrap together some Kevlar. So it's the nades that really took the damage here.
Nice.
There's very few grenades on Astralis.
So I think Fugly's going to go for the... He's going for the short smoke. So the small white box in mid, there it is. He's going to smoke off that position, and I'm imagining his teammate's going to smoke off connector. That's a bad smoke. It's falling in front of it. The CTs can actually play behind that, and that gives them a slight advantage. That smoke is all over the place, actually. That needs some practice. Peter's been dinked. He's down to 18 HP, or he's been tagged in the leg or something, but he's in trouble either way. Device getting off to a good start there. Tabson gets eliminated. So that's an early advantage here for the Astralis side, and that's what they needed, considering they have a considerable lack of utility. ELEAGUE is positioning himself. The path to his right there can allow his team to split the A site a bit later on, should they choose to go that way, but the vent to his left can do the same towards B, but Device with an off angle. Flusher likes to play that angle as well for Fnatic, not with an AWP though. You think you're safe, you're not safe, and now that's a lot of information for Astralis as well. Look at the position they've got. They had almost 4 people over towards B, maybe expecting a fast response. Not seeing one, they'll start to move players away, but indeed it is going to be B from the remainder of NRG.
Yeah, the NRG kind of been herded towards this B1 site, so Astralis are fully in control of their situation, but they have to hit their shots, and so far, it doesn't look like it's happening. Device, though, with that defense, 2 quick kills there. He's going to be stopping this push before it can really get going onto that bomb plant. Great finishing blows there out of Device with that AWP, getting the ace, and that is going to be a beautiful way for Astralis to get back into this one. We can see Device getting that ace, starting all the way on the A bomb site. James moving into mid, then all the way to B.
That frag onto Tabson in main looks really weird because he's like staring at the wall, bouncing a smoke off with no teammate holding the angle for him. I don't know if that was a communication thing because there was a teammate holding the angle, then he looked away as soon as he started to throw the grenade and he got taken down for free. So unfortunate for NRG, 10-10, and NRG will find themselves lacking No rifles, no Kevlar onto Peter and God B. They have grenades though. They have some smoke grenades, some flashbangs, so that would suggest an execute into a site. Worst case scenario here is for NRG to get the bomb down at the very least, and then best case is to win the round as well. We'll see if they can do that.
Absolutely. Astralis could start to get dangerous if they get control of the match like they could if they were to string a few more rounds together. But we get quite a lot of fire here on middle and a frag out of NRG, but it looks like they will be contained and eliminated. Just Tabson left, he'll get popped off by that USP of Dupree, and that's going to be 11-10. An expected round picked up by Astralis. Acceptable losses as well, losing only a single player, and now moving into round 22. It's going to be interesting to see if NRG can fight back, because this really is a point where we can start to see Astralis running away with it.
Dupree's another player who's really good with the deagle. Maybe we will see that later on.
The entry fragger for the team.
Indeed. So, Astralis take the lead once again. Got full utility this time, loads of grenades in the bag. Again, NRG is struggling somewhat. You can see Legia's got a submachine gun as opposed to a rifle there, the UMP, which is in front of your eyes right now. And the range is going to suck. The damage fall off is going to be a lot larger than it will be on the rifles, for example. So there are many disadvantages to be had with the SMGs. Device now with an aggressive position, but Fugly holding the off angle there will trade. That's advantage NRG. And they're in position to do some nice work as well. How has Legia got himself into he's almost in CT spawn? How is he in the car position? That's mad. KRB the last man standing now, and Legia's got a free upgrade to an AK for his gun. So difficult times ahead for Astralis.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a round which you could peg as, you know, where it all went wrong here, because Astralis went for the aggression towards A, which left some openings on the map, and NRG just decided that they were going to play a round out that would completely abuse those openings that Astralis had given up because they'd sacrificed better defensive positions to go aggressive to get a kill.
I think Legia pushed through. No, he must have come from short if he's in that position,
because they were trying to support a device who was pushed indoors, so they abandoned their normal mid setup early in the round.
That's bananas. Well, there we go. Astralis now, their money's been ruined. This is very much back and forth first game this week. It's really unclear as to who might take this over the line. First 1 to 16 rounds will win there. Peter not quite hitting the shot just yet. This is an anti-eco setup from NRG, so they want to just put the numbers together so they can trade frag worst case scenario and just overwhelm the Astralis, the weakened Astralis defenses. That's a good start there from Legia, taking down Device. And now we've got the CTs trying to go safety in numbers, but they are all going to get wrecked down, apart from Zipex, who is on the way. He shall soon be sacrificed, surely.
Yeah, it's really interesting because we can see the implications there now of Astralis going with that aggression in that previous round. It's the door aggression that we saw from Device. That's usually fairly safe to do because, you know, at worst you'll probably get a kill. You're probably going to go 1-for-1 at worst, and it's not the best situation in the world. But more consistently, you're going to see Device actually go positive there. They'll get the kill and then force NRG into poor spots. But in fact, in reality, NRG had a perfect round to basically counter that. And now we're in this position where Astralis, we're playing with poor money. NRG able to get a lot of money in the bank, a lot of security, and it's 12-11. So this could go all the way right now, James. We've got 2 orbs here for Astralis, Device and Zonic now.
Indeed, and Zonic's going to be holding the B bomb site on his own, holding the common angle through towards the sunroom area, or Toxic as it's also known. And Device, he's looking just underneath that roof, which is a very sneaky spot. I know Scream, for example, likes to peek from that spot. I know that because he's done it to me and shot me in the face from that spot before. It's nasty stuff. So angles will be held for the time being. NRG is starting slow, but Fugly is getting a bit closer towards the B bomb site over there. You know, you can leave just an AWPer over towards B, but one person with nades is enough to force him far away from the aggressive positions. Dupree with the opening frag in this round. KRB coming in as well. So players being lost towards mid by NRG with no answer until Peter starts to have a response. Almost gets a second one there, but Tabson's gone down in the meantime. 3 versus 2 here.
Yeah, it's getting quite crazy, and the last effort into the A bomb site is coming in for NRG, but it's not going so well. It's just down to Peter 1 versus 3 now with plenty of time left, but no teammates to help him out. It's going to be Zipex with the closing kill, and that's 12-12 now. Astralis fighting back, but NRG, they had built up quite a lot of money there, so they're going to be pretty comfortable in for another buy. So Astralis definitely not out of the woods yet from that perspective. NRG could still pose some strong rounds, and I do wonder whether we'll start to see more aggression from Astralis, but because they've got 2 orbs, maybe they'll decide to play it a little bit safer.
Well, Zonic has a good spawn to go straight back into that aggressive angle on B. And again, that is very much spawn dependent when you are a sniper rifling player over towards the bomb site. If you have a bad spawn, you can't get safely into the position in time. But indeed, look how far Zonic has been pushed up towards B. We may see more. I don't know how Device got that frag before Peter did, but I don't know if Peter was looking at radar, got caught off guard. So that's a very strong opening for Astralis, and I feel like NRG should have got that frag, especially a player of Peter's caliber. That's going to have the Astralis players moving to more passive positions towards B. Now they have an early advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't really feel like they need to risk any bodies in the effort to gain information as to what NRG are doing. They can just relax and play more generic setups and react to what NRG are going to do. And it looks like they're going to go for a mid-take, and that is often very, very smart. If you've lost a player, you just want to get some map control and then build into a bomb site immediately. You don't want to mess around with any one-on-ones. So here we go, we've got that mid-take coming in, and Astralis realized this. Again, playing passively, not peeking into middle, allowing NRG to take it. And they put 3 players towards B because from the mid-take, they expect the B play. And they would be correct to expect that because here it comes. We've got ELEAGUE there in the checkers area with his teammates, Tabson as well, looking to get flashed in there perhaps, or looking to defend against flashes. But Sonic's there on the bomb site with the first pick, and it looks like Astralis are off to a good start here on this B defense. And this is going to be very hard to break. Fugly's in there with the first effort, but there's so much more to contest with Zonic on the frag. I've got B. He keeps it going as well, taking down ELEAGUE, and somehow NRG get a bomb plant out of this, potentially.
Fugly's looking to win the round, doesn't just want the bomb plant. He manages to bait out Zipex, but can't get the frag. And there were loads of problems with the beginning of that push from NRG onto the bomb site. You had Zonic playing at the back. There was a Molotov onto NRG, and normally in that position, you use a Molotov to force the... that's a very nice shot there. You use a Molotov to force the CTs from those positions that Zonic wants to play, hiding around these structures, but... See, the Molotov comes in, but it came in late. That's the second Molotov. There was a different one earlier on. But a player peaked before the Molotov went down, got taken out, weakens the push already, and then they got the Molotov there, but then they didn't push, they just continued throwing nades. The Molotov had already disappeared by the time they started to push, so they just basically wrecked themselves the way they executed into that B bomb site. Now we have Astralis with all the toys in the world, NRG lacking, a round down. Astralis 3 rounds away from taking this. NRG could be in much trouble here.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Astralis, but we have a bit of an eco play into the B-bomb site with some grenades, and Fugly, in all the chaos with all those smokes down, is going to take a quick frag there. Dupree is going to get himself into a good position there, get another frag to slow down the push in the checkers area. We can see that he's going to help allow his teammates in there as well. So 2 players in this checkers area, but in the meantime, the bomb has made its way towards A, so a bit of a fake action there going on, and it looks like it's going to actually work out. I mean, they're going to get some extra money, $800 each for that bomb plant.
This is a very desperate time for NRG, because I really feel like if they can't get back into this game, then they may, in my opinion, have lost it on that execute towards B. Astralis now, with momentum on their side, 2 rounds away from taking the first map of this 2-map series. We will see what NRG can do. They've got a big buy coming in. They've got an AWP, they've got the 4 AKs, they've got loads of nades as well. They've got the world at their feet, they can do what they want. Will Astralis allow them to, though? That is the question.
Absolutely. Astralis have a full setup of grenades here. I think they just have 1 AWP at the moment. I thought they were holding on to 2, but yeah, they've got their perfect setup. They're playing aggressively in middle as well. You can see Dupree and Zipex there are very close, and they can actually, if they feel the timing is right, decide to go for a boost over that little roof there and go for a quick flank. The possibility is there with a setup like this. Now, NRG, they're holding back right now. They're just using that time on the clock and making sure that they can be safe against any early shenanigans that Astralis could throw their way. But Astralis are waiting for them at first. And here it is, Peter finally going for that play, looking to get a pick, a kill in middle to try to start his team off into the round.
There's a boost coming in, though, from the CTs on the other side, and Peter's angle, he may not even see them coming, he won't! Dupree takes him down, very early frag there. Astralis can sit on that, and NRG are running out of grenades as well. The trade's coming in for the CTs. Advantage Astralis, 4 versus 2. Tabson and Gobby remain. They've got nothing but guns here, no nades whatsoever. Now it's just the man himself, the in-game leader, Gobby, on his own versus 4 Astralis players looking to stomp him out of this round. Device with the angle there, and Gobby will go down. Game point for Astralis.
Yeah, it's been a very back and forwards game at the moment. but Astralis, you can see they're starting to get a little bit warmer and starting to find their feet against NRG at the moment with these holds. And NRG, they're not going to have the best money in the world right now. As you can see, there's a little bit of stress there in the NRG camp as they try to figure out, how do they handle this situation. They got to reset themselves mentally a little bit so they can try to go into this round strong. But 2 pistols, an inferior rifle on the Galil against the AK, and a UMP, a submachine gun. It's not looking too good for NRG in this round.
Yeah, this is another situation where they need to perhaps put a smoke down, which I think they've just done there. You see that yellow line is the trajectory of the smoke to allow them to get close to the site, then throw some flashbangs. That Molotov will force Dupree away from his position. Again, we see ninjas in pajamas do the same execute, but it seems that Dupree has other ideas. He's going to get information for his team as well as frags. The bomb is over towards B bomb site, but there are problems over towards A as well. Got B with the Galil coming in here, desperately trying to hold things down for his team. That's going to pull the CTs away from B, which should allow the bomb to go down, but they need to clear the site. Fugly running through the gunfire there. Got B's finally been lost over towards A. There's some seconds for NRG to set up before the push comes in here from the CTs.
Yeah, so it's all going wrong here for Astralis. NRG have found a way back into this one. So the bomb is now taking away, putting advantage onto NRG, and they just have to kill some time here. But in goes Zonic, they have to coordinate, do the CT side, and looks like Kirby's going to find a 1v1 against Fugly, leaving everything down to Peter with that M4. He's going to use a few bullets. They can't get the frag quickly enough. Zonic will eliminate him, and the round will go to Astralis. They'll win the first map, Cash, and that is definitely a relief for them. Playing with Zonic instead of their in-game leader, Carrigan. And NRG, they look scary there. I don't think Astralis expected such a fight.
Yeah, that seems pretty difficult for both sides, but I really feel like the game was lost for NRG when they were over towards the B-bomb site and just all the nades were delayed. They put the Molotov down and it just didn't work out for them.
Absolutely. I am still quite looking forward to the next map though, with NRG looking in such good shape, but it's time for a quick break.
Welcome back. This is the E-League Analysis Desk. It's me, Richard Lewis, with Mo and Moses. Let's get into this. It was a close game to begin with, and then again, that kind of class just told. The Astralis pulled away from NRG, and instrumental in doing that was this man, Device.
Yeah, he had one of his carry performances, and that's kind of what you need, obviously, especially when you have your in-game leader missing or just another very powerful individual player. This round was massive. The ace is huge for this team, but I mean, they needed this because actually NRG did a great job in the first half of really throwing Astralis off their game. You could see a lot of what NRG was doing, was at the point where Astralis didn't really seem to know how to handle it.
Yeah, for sure. Tapson was huge in most of those. Right there, I mean, the sad part about that is that he had an insane 2 kills on pistol, and then they went on to lose the 5v3 in pistol. So all NRG's rounds that were lost came down to that. They had the advantage, and then they just lost it. We talked about it in the green room back there about when they would leave the device in B, and they wouldn't do anything to like attack him or anything. They would just let him free reign.
Yeah, he was allowed to just roam around the map as needed, kind of going wherever his team felt any kind of pressure, and he would just show up at the right moment. You know, it was really good showing from NRG, I thought, actually. It surprised me in that first half that they were able to compete on that level. I thought Peter had some very good rounds. He showed up, and there was some rounds where he had some very nice shots, some very nice sequences, and then you see the other side of the coin. I know you brought this up in the back, was, you know, you see those great shots, those great rounds, and you see a couple little mistakes come out here.
Well, I was going to ask you about PTR. We saw Device put in a carry open performance, and I know you've been following PTR for a long time, more ways than one. So tell us about him.
He's just a very, very strong player when he hits his stride. He is one of those players that does have a couple mistakes, a couple fundamentals are a little weaker on his side, but his style of offing can be very, very effective when he's on. I think the most notable, and I mean, this is kind of telling of Peter that we're still bringing this up, is his most notable performance was from that MLG, where he just went beast mode on Ven.
Yeah.
They were, what, LDLC at the time before going to Envy?
What was that, 2 years ago?
Yeah, but that was like a god-tier performance, and we just haven't seen that out of him since, but you can see the skill is there, you know, no matter when you watch him play. It's just there are a couple of those frustrating rounds where you're just like, at this point, I wish he would have cleaned up some of these fundamentals.
I think consistency is really the quality you want in an AWPer, and he doesn't quite have it yet, and he's got these little bad habits. We talked about it, Mo. Doesn't like to use his pistol when he's in trouble. He'll go for that
He prefers the no-scope close range at all. Anytime he's in a close quarters combat, he prefers to keep the op out and go for the no-scope rather than just pull the pistol out and go for that headshot. And I think his biggest mistake is just that mustache, obviously.
That is.
I mean, I think he shaves that, and then we're talking about a whole new player.
Increase the confidence once you lose the mustache. Oh man, yeah, he's just he is one of those players where he has some of those flashy rounds that are really high impact, like the frag movie quality rounds, and you almost wish you would go away from that kind of style, and he would just be, like you said, consistency, maybe get less frags, but have more impact consistently from round to round, especially if they're going to rely on him on the T sides. Especially on Cash, you can see they allow him to spend a lot of time to try and open things up.
Well, obviously, we're only at the halfway point. We have got one more map to play in this series. We'll see which way it's going to go just after the break. Thanks a lot for your thoughts. We'll be back shortly with more fashion tips from Mo. Do tune in after the break.
I'm sorry.
So they're on your screens at NRG. They're coming back from getting some fresh air, oxygenate their brains, and try and figure out how they're going to beat this Astralis team on the next map, which is going to be Train. We're going to try and pick it apart as well and give you a few tips about how they might do that. Obviously, still Richard Lewis, still Moses, still Mo. Nothing's changed. Let's get into this. So Train, interesting map. Astralis, they've had good win rates on it in the past. At one point, they were up 70%. They were beating the likes of Na'Vi. They were beating the likes of Virtus Pro. Then they moved away from it. And now, of course, they've moved away from it and they have a stand-in. Let's talk a little bit about Zonic. And you know, this might be a map I don't think he's even played before.
Yeah, that's actually, he might not have ever played this one. They mentioned to me that he hasn't actually played a game of Counter-Strike since January before this week, so.
And he's no slouch. Obviously, he's a little bit older. You can see we've been calling him Bigger Mo in the green room.
We actually have Zonic on the desk. It's Mo who's playing.
that would explain it. We've got, so this is a guy who played in that legendary Danish MTW team between 2008 and 2010, won some real big tournaments there. He was an integral to the success, and has been the coach of Astralis since January, but in coaching hasn't really played since
it's hard to emphasize how great of a player he used to be.
Oh, he was amazing.
Yeah. You know,
side-by-side comparison.
Let me do the thing.
Yeah, one guy's smiling a little bit more.
You gotta look
there
at
you go. There you go.
Yeah, he's a lot more angry than I am.
Yeah.
Which is weird. But he actually held his own in that first map. I thought he'd played really well. He
that
actually had
clutch?
that clutch was huge for them.
Yeah,
and
when
he had 15
held
health. Yeah.
15 HP, 1v2.
Exactly. So I think he should be fine. Train is not an easy map, because especially it's not anything like the old Train that he's used to. So he should still like be okay on that map. But I do think that this is a map that NRG might have.
But tactically, just to talk a little bit more about Astralis before we talk about NRG, we've talked about the importance of a dual AWP setup on Train. Now, Zonic's going to probably be that secondary AWP. Obviously, Device is the primary AWP, and it's Karrigan who would usually pick up the AWP here. Is Zonic going to do that? And if so, does that leave them wide open for exploitation from NRG?
No, I actually think if you give him the op, it's not a bad idea to just put him in, because they are just going to tend to put him in those spots where you can use, where your brain's more important. You don't have to do a lot of movement. They said the biggest thing they noticed with him is his timings are a little bit off when he wants to be aggressive. So you just give him an op and you just sit him far back and you perch him and you say, see what you can get. Maybe have him out by alley just so he can, maybe not peek down alley, but when the execution comes in, he can just hold that one angle and he can at least call and pass on information and let everyone else do the work. And even we saw in Cash, he had a couple good rounds of the op, even outside of that clutch, just holding the bomb site, getting 2 kills or so.
I think their best bet on winning this is to have Zonic be the secondary op, because I don't want them to have anyone like Carby or or Dupree doing that, because they're a lot more impact when they're rifling around those areas and they're running around outside and doing crazy stuff. If Zonic, they could just put him somewhere, like he said, perch him somewhere, have him op, and if he gets a kill, good. If he doesn't, it's okay for them.
A few quick thoughts about NRG here. This is a map that got beat. When Mouse Sports first really emerged and burst on the scene, they were great on Train. It was their go-to map. They would beat all the big names on this map. God B had really innovated the tactics. Hasn't really got them going on Train to the same degree, but NRG is still a very competent side. They do play a lot of this map.
Yeah, and apparently they've been putting a lot of time into it. So this is it's something where Peter's going to have to do really good with the AWP as well. This is another one of those maps, though, where you're going to see the fundamental mistakes can be very, very punishing if you just kind of peek out a little bit too far behind a Train. It's going to come down to a lot of those executions. So it's going to be a big deal. I mean, it's going to be something that we saw Astralis get flustered in that first map on Cash. They're going to have to really struggle with that.
I know NRG likes this map, and I know they can even have Ledia be the secondary opera. I've seen him do it on the specific map, so I definitely, for this specific map, I think NRG has a lot better chance of winning.
So in terms of what we're going to see, do you think we'll see aggressive play from Astralis? Are they going to want to try and take a stranglehold on the game quite early on, or are they going to kind of stand off and see what NRG are going to do? Are they going to allow them to kind of get those executes off and just react?
I think they want to be aggressive, but then when NRG started losing, or when Astralis started losing those rounds, they started respecting NRG a little bit more, and that kind of played into them losing even more rounds. So they have to stay aggressive on NRG. And NRG, like he said, they're not letting them execute. They're not being slouches. They're pushing places. They're pop flashing randomly and peeking. So NRG has a good chance at this.
So, I mean, the one big thing that Astralis is going to have to overcome, especially on their defense, is Karrigan playing behind that first Train right next to the T entrance has always been a force there. Now that he's not on this team, is someone going to pick up the slack there, or are they going to play the outside more passively? So it'll be interesting to see how they decide to take that.
And predictions, is this going to be 2-0 for Astralis?
Yeah, I'm sticking with
I'm
Astralis.
actually going to go with NRG for this one.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well, there's the Mo curveball. He's famous for that. We're going to do our map fly through now, and we're going to get back to our friends, James and DDK.
So NRG won the knife round. They will choose what side they want. They actually had a team ace on the knife round there, which means absolutely nothing. But there we go. So I mean, this is a great map for NRG. They love them some Train, though. Every time we've casted them in North America, last 2 months, they've played Train almost every single time.
Yeah, and it was always mind-boggling to me that teams were not actually vetoing it against them because it seemed like such a good map for them. And one of the crazy things for NRG on this map is Peter on that AWP, but we will see plenty of that. It's time to get into the pistol round here for Astralis and NRG, and looks like Astralis will just barrel in straight to that outer yard. That A bomb site is now under assault here. NRG must defend, and it looks like we'll have kills going the way of Astralis here very quickly, although 2 versus 2 as we get NRG striking back. So really, actually, it's quite problematic here for Astralis because they're kind of pinned into a corner. They don't have the bomb planted just yet, and NRG are all present. So when will they get the opportunity to even plant at this point?
You can see Device has picked up a counter-terror pistol. Gives him the range for the headshots, but he can't connect just yet. So a bit of information, but Device isn't carrying the bomb, so they don't know that they could be taking a risk of sending Kiabi towards B. But indeed, he is over towards A as well. Device will continue to look for the headshots. We've got a CT on the site itself. That's Gobby. I don't know if his position's been detected. Surely not, because Kiabi's going for the plant here, and Gobby's going to take him down for free. That's gratis. Thank you very much. Device versus 2 now. Lots of time on the clock. Again, he does have the range, and there it is. Straight in the face there for Peter. So Device and Gobby remain. No Kevlar to Gobby either, so he's got to be careful here. He can't really take too much damage in any place, and they're going to run out of bullets. Device has got 2 bullets left. He manages to pick up another pistol, though. I wonder how many bullets that Gobby has left. Gonna go for the aggression. Still 30 seconds left on the clock as this still continues, and Device will finally finish things off there. Not the start NRG wanted.
Yeah, very back and forwards there. 4 kills in the end for Device as he saves the day. And it's really annoying when you're playing against somebody who's jumping around when you're pistol versus pistol. You can see Device is making full use of that in the last engagement. And that's going to start off Astralis well. They have all the money, and NRG won't see an AWP all too soon. And that's going to be very important for them as we'll go into this next round. They don't really have much in the way of expectations, NRG. They are on a couple grenades. We see that HE setup, which we saw previously, 3 HEs. Will they get it into main? There goes 1, there's a second, and that's going to be enough to do the damage. And that is a quick frag, so that's a really good investment.
I love me some flying grenades and eco rounds, Dan. That is a great start to the proceedings here. Man advantage for NRG, but they won't be getting that gun any time soon, which means that Astralis still have a massive advantage. Closing the distance, though, it might disappear if they run into that Deagle or P250. And it's just 2 Deagles left here for the CT side. Make that 1, so Astralis recovering well. We've got Fugly trying to dance around the corner there, but his dancing will be put to a stop down, put to a close by NRG.
Yeah, and just to give you a picture, you know, that's $900 invested in those 3 grenades, and they get a kill with it. And that player probably had something in the region of $4,000 that he'd bought up with, which is about, you know, Kevlar helmet, gun, and a nade.
There's more grenades.
More grenades, even more this time. I think it was just 3 in the previous round, so they're getting carried away, James.
There's 4, Dan. First there was 3, now there's 4.
Are they going to go for the same setup into A main? There is a player there. Looks like a quick ding comes in, actually. Kiabi down to half HP immediately.
Dan, we might have a sick read here from NRG, because there are still 3 more grenades, Dan! They're flying in towards these Ts. Now the pistols are coming in to do more work. Another HE coming in. Dupree has been dispatched of. But there's still a good advantage for Astralis. But look at the tagging. Kiabi and Zipex are very vulnerable here, but they're only vulnerable to Peter now because the rest of his team are dead. So I think the test has been passed here by Astralis.
Wow, I mean, with those grenades, they actually had a chance of getting 3 kills. That was, I mean, I can't even believe Device survived that. He had 22 HP, he was untouched against 2 players, close range. That could have gone very, very differently. And to be honest, these HE setups from NRG, you rarely ever see that actually do that much. And this time, it worked very well, round after round. Maybe they've solved it, James.
Maybe they have. Well, now we're going to get onto the buy round for both sides. Just the 1 AWP to start with here for NRG. This is a map where you can see up to 3 sniper rifles on a team, maybe even more when things are getting really crazy. Obviously, you've got the long channels in the bomb sites, so they're very favorable before the map control is taken over by the Ts. So we'll see. No up onto Astralis' side. I expect we will see one a bit later on as well. It is an important gun for both teams on this particular map. we've got the initial map control, lots of communication between the teams, as you can hear there. So Astralis are taking the high ground over towards the B bomb site. Still hard for them though to make it into the site there, because the peaks are strongly in the CT's favor. Down the slope, your legs will be exposed before you see anything. Up top, you've got an entire site to look at, but Device with a nice read there, going to quietly bide his time and then take out tabseN as soon as tabseN looks away.
So now things get a little bit interesting. Astralis get that quick pick in the first 45 seconds of the round. They have a minute to play with, so now with that advantage, NRG might be thinking of taking a risk, but it's very hard to do on this map. Usually on this map, CT sides will just tend to do what NRG have done, have 3 players on the A side with 1 on a quick rotation in connector in the middle, and then just leave 1 guy on B, which they have with God B. So this is very tough. There's no getting around that for NRG. It's going to be down to God B, holding off Astralis, getting a kill maybe, just trying not to die, and trying to hold the middle of the yard to allow his teammates to come in to help him out. But he's going to go straight for the face there. And he's going to get taken down after just a single frag, and that might not be good enough here for NRG as Astralis start to barrel into the bomb site, and we get some good damage done there as well. Device actually challenged, really nice flash through the smoke for Legia to pick up that frag, but time is now of the essence. The bomb must be planted with 12 seconds remaining. It will go down in the end, but Peter, in that meantime, has managed to find himself a very nice position around the side. Oh, he even connects that one through the train, down to a measly 12 points of health, and that's not enough here. Fugly cleans up Kirby, and that is the round there.
So we've got another situation where NRG on their CT side, this is almost a mirror actually of the first map where NRG get the first big buy round on the board, but they're struggling. They survive with 2 players. Their economy is fragile, it's brittle. It can be broken very easily, like Peter's leg on a plane, Dan. I don't want to be too cheeky because I know his parents are watching and they've been wrecking some of the other commentators. I don't want to face the wrath of Peter's parents. Good afternoon if you are watching. Well, a good start now from NRG on the buy round at least. But we see God B is playing with the Mag 7, the close range shotgun. He'll need to obviously be playing close quarters for that, and indeed he's looking to bring these players to the butchers with some meat shots.
This is the classic move, hide behind the smoke with the shotgun. Not going to work out for God B. He's going to actually be disincentivized. He's going to fall back. Astralis putting in the necessary grenades to give him second thoughts about that move, and Dupree with a 4th position here. So if God B tries to get close with that Mag 7 of his, he's going to regret it. And Astralis are just waiting right now. They're playing sort of a default round where they just take presence all over the place, all across the map, looking to see if they can get a quick kill or perhaps, you know, silence some aggression and get some information as well as to how the CTs are playing. And that can help make the decision for them as to what to do into the middle or the later period of the round. Looks like they're going to start fanning back out from B towards the A site right now, but tabseN's in an incredibly good position. If he's able to get a fast frag there, he could completely destabilize this attack from Astralis.
Oh, he's facing the wall actually, because so Peter can take the initial angle there. So he's playing for support for the AWP, as we mentioned earlier, but he's going to get taken down. Peter's still alive, but Zonic's being dispatched off for the Astralis team now. And there are 35 seconds left on the clock, so the teams need to charge here, but there's only 1 left, only Device versus 3. 30 seconds, the bomb on the floor as well. And it's going to turn into a situation where he needs to just do as much damage as possible to the CT economy. Either that, or he tries to go and save his rifle, misses the shot, still moving while he takes it, which makes his sniper rifle inaccurate. And I think Device will just have to try and hold on to his AWP now and make a run for it. But it's a hard map to run on. Down goes Fugly, and again, the CTs can't afford to lose any more players. They've only got 2 people remaining, so this is awkward for both sides, but it will be NRG to take the round.
And it was a great push from into A main from NRG that allowed them to do that. I mean, they had this really cool setup where they're essentially baiting the player in the corner. You can see on the right there in the X-ray, tabseN, and they see Peter first. If Peter misses that shot, tabseN can peek around. And also tabseN's looking into the wall. So if there's a pop flash around the corner to try to clear that area, Peter still can take distraction and he won't get flashed. tabseN, that is, who's in that forward position. So that setup is really, really awesome. And, and there are some risks to get it because it is a little bit aggressive, but this time it paid off massively for NRG. They take the round away, but they still are not done. Another round needs to be won here by NRG to force Astralis to pour money in. Astralis still have Device on the AWP, so they have a lot to contend with.
Yeah, but they're lacking in grenades are the T side, which is going to make executes harder. We'll see if they go for more of a pick style. Early aggression towards the pop dog position, a man down for both sides here, but the point will be choked off by the CTs. Tabson's in a precarious place though. Chubby pushing through the smoke here, has got to play for support, and Tabson's looking for it but can't get the frag. Down to Peter alone versus 3 now, and there is lots of time on the clock here. And he'll want to get some frags before the bomb goes down. See some shoulder peeking, but I'm not sure if he was spotted in return. Trying to make a read, trying to put himself in the right position. Down goes Device. Can he get himself another 1 versus 1 though? He could play around the bomb train and try to get some shoulder peeking going on. The fake comes out, trying to bait Peter out and punish him for peeking. The bomb will get planted.
Yeah, they call him Dirty Peek Pete, but will he get any dirty peeks this time? Looks like he will be denied in the end. And they know how dangerous he is in this position. With that AWP, it's very hard to trade shots, and they're just playing behind the smoke here. Very smartly done by Astralis. You can see they haven't shown themselves at all to Peter, not giving him a single opportunity until now. The smoke has gone away. Zonic is just navigating around the other side of the train very smartly in Kirby with the peek and the shot, which will finish the round. But that, I mean, that was a very dangerous situation there. Peter is fully capable of clutching that. If they even give him the opportunity, even if they show a couple pixels of their body there, Peter can shoot that off. So I really love that Astralis played that as safely as possible.
You can see how focused Peter is as well. He's in a very disadvantageous situation, but you can see he wants to win it. He has the drive to win it. He doesn't accept losing, despite the fact that he should lose in that situation. So it's NRG who will be on the limited buy. Very limited buy indeed. The pistols, the Mag 7 back onto God B. There are some positions you can play the Mag 7 with, but this is not the most ideal of them. But with this kind of buy, nothing is really ideal for the CT side. So 4-2 so far for Astralis. And now we have to focus on how they play the anti-eco or anti-force buy, if you will, which is basically how they deal with, how they handle a CT side who are feeding on desperation. Well, there goes God B, and that's the biggest gun in this round for the CT side. So far, so good for Astralis. They have a minute to play with here, so there's no need for them to move quickly in response to anything just yet. They don't know what the rest of the site looks like right now. And indeed, the entire NRG team, or what's left of them, are over towards B.
Absolutely, so this really appears to have worked quite well for Astralis, putting that initial pressure into B, and NRG are in a position where they want to try to take a big risk, a big gamble, and basically flip the coin. Is it A, is it going to be B? We just want to stack everyone in one place. We have the highest chance, if they go to that side, that we can win the round, or do a lot of damage at least. And, you know, we can see that they're in this impossible situation now, where they have to actually rotate into the A bomb side, where the bomb has actually gone down, instead of where they were. And that's just not going to happen. You can see Zonic's waiting with that MP7 to make the money.
The round is not salvageable for the CT side, but they can position themselves to try and steal some weapons from Astralis as they move away from the radius of the bomb explosion. So that will be the focus now for NRG in what remains of this round. And you can see Device expecting that's going to be hunting, but he can't push out too far with the sniper rifle there. He will need a AK for support, and indeed his buddies are coming in now. So we'll see. Very good read on where they can save. They could minimize their risk by not extending too far away from the bomb site there. And that is a successful round for Astralis. A 3-round lead for them early on. NRG still with difficult times. Goppy going for a Mag 7 buy again here. So, I mean, I guess they could have gone for a double eco and had more money, but it seems they're going to try and balance it correctly. I think if he doesn't go for Mag 7 in both these rounds, then long term, they may have more money to play with if they find more difficulty later on. But either way, he's going to pick up the Mag 7. It does have a good loss bonus, but I don't know that he's had that many frags of it so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And
sorry, a kill bonus is what I meant to say.
And it is nice as well that they save some Kevlars too. It does give them a little bit more durability. Oh, God, we can't really afford to miss any of the shots. He even gets a chance to get a second one there, and that can be a single shot kill there, but it won't be in the end. It's just Fugly with that Deagle, and they've only gained 1 frag so far. So despite NRG with a start that they could maybe work with, some damage, cute bits of damage here and there, it's not really working out for them.
One important thing, actually, I just want to say about train specifically. Look at on your map where the bomb has been planted there. They planted it on the side of the train, and you can see the channels going from left to right. You can defend that bomb as a terrorist from both sides of the bomb site, whereas by default, people normally put it right behind this position, like behind the train, which limits where you can defend the bomb from. But Astralis are one of the teams, or the team, who plant the bomb in more open positions more often, which means they can move towards the CT side of the bomb site and have a crossfire, rather than limiting themselves to, say, being upper on the bomb site with a Molotov or something like that. So I would like to see more teams doing that, but almost nobody does apart from Astralis from what I can see.
It's one of those weird things, isn't it? That at some point everyone will just catch on at once. But there's no reason not to do it.
Who's the cool guy who needs to do it, Dan, for everyone else to pick it up?
Yeah, I know, right? Maybe it's you, James. Maybe you need to make a video on YouTube.
Perhaps.
Like your Bardolph Molotov has been adopted by Cloud9. But enough about that. We had Device trying to actually wallbang that spot, trying to shoot through the wall. You can actually do that onto the connector position. However, he will not connect the shot this time around. But you can see that he respects that the CT AWPer, Peter, can be on that angle, and he doesn't want him to even entertain a 1v1 there, which is actually can be quite smart because, you know, maybe he'll hit that shot some of the time, but maybe they want to play a more consistent approach this round. So don't go for that peek. Find a way to work with your teammates, get some flashes in there, and we can see Dupree trying to take control there of the...
I don't think he meant to do that.
No, I don't think so either.
That's very dangerous. Not a bullet was fired either, which makes me wonder what Leggy was doing. Maybe he was expecting a flashbang and looked away, but that was that could have been a horrible start for Astralis in this round. And I'm quite curious, the setup to NRG, they've had Godby alone on the B bomb site at the beginning of this round. Now you can see Leggy start to move in for support at the 1 minute mark. So I think they're making a read that Astralis are not expected to do much of it towards B in the first 40 seconds or so. Fugly with a nice pop flash. How many can he get? Could be 3! He's got the bullets to do it, and indeed he will. That's the bomb as well. That is a nice Christmas bonus for Fugly.
Yeah, what do you do after that? You got 35 seconds, you're 2 versus 5. The bomb is stuck in the alley position. It seems like it is miles away right now for Dupree and Zipex. But with the money that they should have at this point, they might as well just go for it and get the damage in. But so far, it's not working out. We've got everybody covering these angles for NRG, and that is a shutdown. Great stuff there on alley from Fugly. This is the play that made the difference, and this could be what brings NRG back into this one now that they've dented Astralis' economy.
The GG spray down. That's at least the second 3K he's got in this series. Saw one over towards A main on Cash as well, so he's putting in work here for NRG. But the buy continues for Astralis. They have the AWP once again, and they still have some money to potentially buy again if they were to lose this round, but it's not great for any team by any means. So Device looking for players hunting for the high ground. You can see Tabson not looking to overextend early. We'll see who gets the initial pick here. I think Device would have spotted ahead there, but Tabson has no idea. I think he saw the second peek, so he'll have to be careful. Device going to smoke off the angles there. That can allow or suggest that the team are moving in, but he's going to get taken down by Peter. Now we've got to push through Ivy. Fugly and co have left it open, and they will be punished for doing so. Man advantage though for NRG at the moment, but they've lost significant map control here. Could be a bit of a pincer movement here, but that's been shut down. Sonic and Zipex fast to go. Dupree alone now versus 4. He needs to at least try to get a bomb plant there, but it seems they knew where he was. Peter takes him down as well. 3 bomb carriers taken down by Peter. No bomb plant for you.
Yeah, and it was really key that, I mean, Device is in this position where he's alone in A main. He really needed to get something, and we see that Peter just shuts him down as he jumps across. That
is
shot,
disgusting.
That shot is actually insanely important right there, because what happens after that is that Zipex, who was kind of running distraction towards the B side, he's not really available to help the coordinated push into A from 2 sides. It was Device and then his 3 other teammates from alley. So when Device dies there, all the CTs can just look in one place to clean up the rounds, and that's exactly what happened. So Peter, really important kill there. A very tough hit, shot to hit as well. And now Astralis with a bit of a... I mean, they have a buy, but you can see it's not optimal. At least Device on Norp, but he's naked, James. He's got no Kevlar. Dupree has no rifle. It's not the best, but maybe Astralis can make it work.
He is indeed in the birthday suit. Peter sees some initial aggression. I was going to say, at the beginning, I don't know if anyone else fired any bullets, but Dupree fired 1 shot from his deagle. And that could make NRG wonder as to the makeup of the weapons, but now they know there's an AWP in play as well. So they'll have to be a little bit careful. This time, much earlier on, NRG have 2 players over towards the B bomb site here, so they've got support for the high ground. You can see Peter holding an angle there. That's somewhat of an unexpected angle for the CTs. More commonly, you would find him standing on a train or over towards connector, which is that position where Peter was about to land. Got beat with a cheeky push, but he's going to give his team a significant disadvantage. He's gambling. The gamble hasn't paid off that.
It's possible he may have felt like that was a one-way smoke, that his position would actually be invisible, but it was not invisible, and it's going to be Peter now. He's going to go for the hero defense. First frag there from Peter. Looks like Taps is going to take down Zonic elsewhere also, so NRG not actually having a terrible time here. Astralis really struggling to get onto that bomb train and struggling to get the bomb planted, and they have a flank to worry about as well. ELEAGUE coming in from behind now as Fugly's on top of the trains. The sprays are coming in. There's not much it seems that Astralis can get accomplished now in this round, and it's Device to turn, tail, and run to save that sniper rifle, that very expensive gun of his, into the next round. But his teammates will not have any money to buy with. So NRG are looking pretty good right now. They're really having quite a resurgence after that that round where we saw them getting the spray down on Ali.
Indeed, we are seeing some struggles here for the Astralis side. I do wonder if we'll eventually see them try to change the tempo and move for a fast play, but perhaps not on this round, or even if it is, they will be significantly under-equipped. We've got Device with an AWP and no money. He's bought a flashbang, and that leaves him with nothing in the bank whatsoever. No Kevlar. The rest of his team with pistols. This is pretty ropey, Dan. It's like a 5 AM kebab ropey in London. We'll see what they can do with it. 2 flashes on the Astralis side. This would suggest a bit of a fast play. Device flashed off the angle before he can even get onto it. Peter gets onto the angle on the low ground faster than Device will on his side of it, based on the spawns that both teams have. So it's always a risky play for Astralis to look towards CT connector early on in the round. And now everything slows down. So Astralis have 1 flashbang, 1 AWP, and they're both on the same player, unfortunately for them, and a bunch of pistols. What can they do with this?
Yeah, you would probably expect to see either Device taking conservative peeks to get a pick, or his teammates running in like lemmings, being the sacrifice and a distraction to allow Device to find out where people are and shoot them down before hopefully his teammates all die. But we can see that first approach coming in, where it's just Device looking for that very standard pick. That first frag potentially from that A main area, or rather, sorry, the T main area as it is known. The T side of the A site. And so far, it's just very calm here from NRG. They realize what they're up against, and they're playing very, very passively themselves, allowing Astralis to move around, knowing that they just have pistols, and feeling confident that they should be able to take them down with their superior rifles. But Device gets the first kill on the Fugly. Now things might get a little bit tricky, as we have the rest of the players here just marching inwards, and it's going to be Kirby taking down Tapson. All of a sudden, there's only 2 players left standing here for NRG. This is getting very dangerous at the moment here for NRG. Can they somehow salvage this? It's just Peter against 4 players. What the hell happened, James?
Well, the problem for NRG was that they allowed Astralis to make their way into the train yard and close the distance. And they had loads of P250s, did the Astralis side, which means that if they get close enough, they can shoot you in the head. Even if you have a helmet, you're going down in 1 shot. So the big problem there was that they allowed Astralis to close the distance for free. You can see Kiabi's position on the ladder here before any frags have come in for the CT side. That is completely absurd. They should not be that close to the site. And you see the problems it can cause.
Yeah, you're just allowing Device to work, and you don't want to allow him any space. And we're going to see now the buy versus buy. Lots of AWPs here, the double AWPs coming in for the NRG side on Tabson and Peter, but Astralis getting straight in that bomb site right now. The chaos as they just get themselves all these kind of strange positions all over the place. But ELEAGUE is up close by the forward position of Electric Box, takes down the bomb, and that's good information for his team, and they're going to have to try to rally behind that dropped bomb there. It's dropped in no man's land, but Fugly with the flank. What are you going to do against this? Device is completely blind. Fugly waits a moment, takes a pause just to gather information before going for the killing blows, and he will do just that. 2 quick frags to end the round there from Fugly, and NRG 6-7 now as they put Astralis back into economic hardships.
We see a nice pause from Fugly as well. He sees he has the players back, so he can use that time and try and find more information for his team, or put himself in a position to quickly take somebody else out if there's somebody there before the opponents can react. And speaking of reactions, we see 3 sniper rifles coming out for NRG now. To the victor, the spoils. We'll see if they manage to make them pay off in this round. Again, this is a strong map to have loads of AWPs on. Only the one onto the Astralis side. I say only, but it is onto Device. We've seen him cause some problems before.
Triple AWP.
Dupree and Zonic on the pistols. So this should be a very difficult round for Astralis. On paper, it will be. But again, we've seen him close the distance before for free. And again, the running accuracy of the Tech 9 is absurdly good compared to the other pistols in the game. Device with a great spot, actually, on Stabson, who has since made his exit. Now we've got the CTs taking pot shots. Speaking of shots, Peter's going to get shot in the leg. That won't be a one-shot kill. That will do, on average, about 85 damage. On this occasion, 84. Minutes on the clock for Astralis to play with.
I'm not sure about triple orbs here. I'm not sure about it, James.
It's trained, it's good.
Well, there's a lot of nades still left on Astralis. We have a bit of aggression there from Fugly actually moving forwards in Ali. And he's got to be careful here, because if Astralis actually rush into a site at this point, he's not able to easily help. But it looks like Sonic's on the angle. He's going to spot Fugly. Fugly's going to perhaps think better of this. He has gained some information for his teammates on NRG, though, that no one's in Ali. And looks like they're going to start to see everyone starting to pile in to this A-bomb site. Taps in with the first frag, but the smoke's going down now for Astralis. Might start to cut off the avenues of attack for the AWPers. The visibility is dropping. The players are dropping now for NRG as well, as Dupree's close to the bomb site with that pistol. And now things are getting quite awkward for NRG. Trying to go for a retake with 2 AWPs, but Legia straight in there with a no-scopes! 2 for Legia. Can his teammates do the rest to close the round? We got Kirby in there, and they will save it. What a round there from both teams, but it is that double with that AWP from Legia that really was the play of the round for me.
Shotgun mode coming in, the quick scope as well. Lovely stuff. Can we call them the Germans now? Okay, HRTV changed the flag to Germany, right? I think we can call them the Germans now. We'll have to ask Shaq at some point. Can we call your team the Germans? Well, 7-7. We're into the last round on the first half, and Astralis are all on the pistols now. NRG down to 2 AWPs as opposed to 3. But again, even though NRG won the round, you have to credit Astralis for closing the distance once again. And now they will need to close the distance like never before to try and win this particular round. Peter gets taken down from Device, who picks up a nice present there, and an AWP for him. The bomb should go down soon, and it is a default plant on this occasion, so they won't be able to defend it from the other side. They may not need to. They've got the man advantage for the time being, and there is Bedlam all over the place. Flashback, smokes. Got people taking the pot shots, but who's going to get the kills? Fugly pushing for the smoke now. Needs to come in big, but Dupree with the flank will take him down.
There you go, that bomb ticking away now. Just taps in, and Legia left the German combo looking to try to save the day, and there is the first frag onto Dupree. 2 versus 2. Legia gets a fast frag there, moving up into a very unseen position from Device. With that pistol in hand, it gets it done, and now it's just on Zipex. He's got to go for a gamble. He's got to go straight for it, but they're just going to hold the defuse, and NRG will take the round. 8-7. That is a massive 6-round resurgence coming in from the NRG side. They were not looking good at the start of this half, but they turned it into a winning half with that 8-7.
Yeah, that was very nice indeed. And just at the end of that round there, I think it was Legia who had a really nice flashbang off the wall into upper as he came up the ladder. That was quite spectacular, so credit to him. But again, a very nice recovery from NRG in that half. But it's very open as to which side might take this in the second half. At 8-7, not much between these two teams. We will find out very soon who will take it. Will it be a 2-0 for Astralis? We will find out very shortly.
Welcome back, guys. We're about to get into the second half here between Astralis and NRG. And James, I mean, Mo, he was a believer. He was a believer in NRG on train. has this first half made you a believer as well?
Well, they're up against one of the best teams in the world, and maybe they would be the best team in the world if they did a little bit better at Major Stand, and we will find out a bit later on. But, you know, this is one of the toughest tests that NRG can have on train, but it is a good map for NRG. And again, the score 8-7 in favor of NRG. It's really unclear as to who is going to take this, but that makes an exciting match there.
Absolutely, and NRG, the question is going to be, did they do enough on that first half? I mean, they did very well to actually come back in it with 6 rounds out of the last 7 on that first half, but now I think it's going to be pretty interesting because for me, NRG are a better T side because of Peter Zorb, and I'm super excited to see how that comes into play. But first, it is time for the pistols, and tabseN's back on the Deke, James. We know what he can do with this thing.
Oh, he is suffering a bit of aim punch on this occasion, though, and he will get taken down. Basically, if you get shot and you don't have Kevlar, then your aim goes all over the place. It's uncontrollable. Early advantage for the Astralis side. Fugly will pick up the Deagle, but he's yet to impress me today with this thing, and he will be denied immediately by Device. Device says no. 5 versus 3. So far, so good. Astralis using the range. They've got the superior range of these pistols. There won't be a single frag here for NRG on the pistol. That is a crushing start to the second half.
Yeah, crushing indeed. Now, I'm very curious about NRG's approach here because as a team that chooses train all the time, their playbook here is going to be pretty huge, or one would expect that, despite the fact that they have some new players in the mix. You know, God B, who's ELEAGUE, who's the core essentially of the team, very strategically and tactically minded. I'm sure that the playbook is still going to be very, very broad in depth.
Dad,
yes.
We have a P90 on the map. It is being wielded by Zipex. Normally in the second round of a half, when a P90 is in play, there will be problems. But tabseN elsewhere has taken down Kiabi. With a Deagle no less than.
We'll have to get a look at that again in a moment, James, because his Deagle shots have been quite dirty, I must say.
They've been sublime, Dan. They have been spectacular. They've been glorious. They will name a street after Kiabi, Dan. Somewhere in Denmark. Or maybe they won't. They probably won't, to be honest. Let's be honest. So 8-8 now. That is a good start by NRG, but again, none of the players for NRG have Kevlar. There is a P90 on the map. Problems are coming, Dan.
Well, we'll see. I mean, we still have potential. We've got a Deagle in play and the smoke for God B as well. That smoke will be really key in actually allowing NRG to get closer to that bomb train, obscuring the vision of the CTs a little bit so that they are unable to shoot at NRG as they approach more closely. And that's going to be the key sort of situation that should work in favor of NRG, and that smoke will go down now, so we'll have to see if that's going to help them. You can see they're moving forwards down into the yard. Can they get close to that bomb train? Sonic with the first frag onto Legia. Dupree there in this quad position as it's known, looking to see if he can get something as well, but not really seeing many CTs and Ts until the end there. tabseN with 2 more kills with that Deagle just out of nowhere, and all of a sudden it's just the P90 left. This is ridiculous. The bomb now collected by tabseN. They have no idea where Zipex is at the moment. They have no idea. He's so close, and here he comes with a P90. There's the first frag. The spray is not good. tabseN with a quad kill. That Deagle again, absolutely sublime indeed.
Zipex, you let me down, man. You had the P90. Everything was in your favor.
Oh my God, that is absolutely ridiculous. tabseN is becoming quite prolific with that Deagle already.
Sharp as a butcher's pencil, Dan.
Absolutely, that is amazing. And to see the consistency of it, that is what is truly exciting, Jays, because that means we can expect more where that came from.
Yes, and this is interesting now because Astralis have chosen to buy with what little money they had. They've got 1 player with a helmet, and there is a Mac 10 in play. So we're going to get some rap game coming up from Peter. If he gets close enough, seems that Zipex does not want to allow him. There's a flashbang in the smoke, but he's going to get taken down beforehand. Now Peter should be leading the charge here with the Mac 10, but actually he's lurking towards A, which means he can come in from the back, Dan, and cause loads of problems, but also he can call the rotation for his team. That said, we've got Dupree over towards Ivy. So if NRG choose to plant on the T side of the A side, Dupree could come in from the back as well and cause problems. But smartly, there is a smoke down and the bomb will be planted in the smoke. Peter will start the proceedings with the Mac 10 now. 3 more players to find. And this is a good spot for Astralis to, well, actually, let's see what they will choose to do. They're pretty far away from the site, in fairness. They can try to hold on to what they have, save the Kevlar, save the pistols. At this point, they might as well. All they can do is give NRG extra money. They're not in a position to hold choke points, stop NRG from exiting the bomb site. So there really isn't much for Astralis to do but just hide in corners right now.
Yeah, and it's always really fun to see the Mag 10s in play, kind of Biggie Smalls. And it is juicy as well, James, because you get that $600 bonus.
It's very juicy indeed,
Dan.
Very juicy indeed.
The reference game, James.
Appears to be on point, Dan.
It might even be on point, yes.
Well, you can see the money for Astralis is still poor. It is less than ideal. So this round looks good for NRG, but so does momentum. And I think it's important for this team, especially against a team to the strength of Astralis, even without Carrigan, who I believe is on a plane to America as we speak. So you can hear information being called out by the teams here. So we have the Scout onto Device, Deagle onto Kiabi. Other than that, there's not much happening right now for Astralis. They need to steal a weapon to do some significant damage here. Okay, so you got a player asking for help there, but will the help come in time? Dupree has got one, can't get the second one. Device is close, but he doesn't want to be this close with a sniper rifle. And with the smoke on the opposite side, they will be coming in his direction. Jumping frags from Legia, that is absolutely disgusting. 2 CTs remain here in this final eco round from Astralis in the early round of this second half. So it will be a 3-round lead going into the big buy for both teams.
And what an important buy it is as well. Astralis need to get themselves back on track. And the problem for them is that they're going to be up against Peter, who has an AWP right now, and they don't have an AWP to really contest against him. And they don't have that many grenades either. So in reality, we should be able to expect Peter to be able to get in some really good positions and open up the map for his team. I mean, I really feel like, having seen Peter's performances on this map many times, that we should get a frag out of him. And it's really down to Astralis to try to prevent this situation from happening. And with the low amount of grenades that they have, they might even try to get aggressive here to try to take away some of these positions that Peter might want to use. Now we can see 3 players, or rather on the V-map, 3 players are there for Astralis, very close in the middle to forward kind of positions. As you can see there, that setup there, Kiabi, Zonic and Device. And this is really, really strong, because if Peter does try to get a little bit aggressive with that AWP, Astralis can react very quickly. And you can already see that Peter's been taken down to 22 health there on the side of your screen. So Astralis, some forward positions, 4 players on the A site, really ready here for any push from NRG. And I think that they would be quite happy to allow NRG into the B-bomb site, so long as they can hold onto the train yard, like most of the train yard. And here goes NRG into the B-bomb site. There's the bomb as well, and Astralis have to rotate. But they're getting through the connector point, which is the hard choke point to contest with, for free. So Astralis actually have a good chance to get in here.
Bombs being planted in the default position, nades flying over towards the connector position. And now NRG, after the bomb plant, are trying to push their way through to the CT side. Legia looking to flank through the smoke here. Peter taking Kiabi down, and Legia is still around connector, but Dupree's coming in late. So this is going to be a very important duel, and whoever wins this may take the round. It is a 3 versus 5 at the moment. You can see Legia pretty wide at the moment, shooting bodies. But I think they sense weakness here from Astralis, sense people trying to evacuate the area. And indeed, Astralis will try to do that, but they're not being able to at the moment. Dupree and Zonic, the last 2 players left, they're not surviving with enough players, are Astralis, to mount a good defense in the following round. So the first buy of the second half has been won by NRG, and they are in a very strong position at the moment. They're still 4 rounds away from taking the map, but you can see the confidence there. That was a big round for Peter. You can see him feeling the pressure, but thriving in the pressure as well.
I think it was a really smart call from NRG as well, because you're in a position where, you know, the CTs don't have many grenades, they don't have enough money to have a full stock, and when they end up in the B-bomb site like that, one of the reasons why it can be difficult to hold on to the bomb site as a terrorist side is if the CTs have a lot of grenades, because it's so easy to grenade onto that site. You can just hit almost every single player. They're very effective, and NRG realized that they didn't have any grenades, so it then became the most alluring and attractive site to attack, and they performed it very well, in fact. And now it's going to be Astralis with that poor buy, and the best thing that they can really hope to do here is to get some kills, maybe 2 or 3 frags, and maybe save a rifle or 2. I mean, that's probably what their expectation is, but you never know. They might be able to get more done than that.
So you can see some short strats being discussed here by Gobby. He's calling for his team, telling them what to do. I'm going to drop a Molotov, then you're going to go down. Didn't work out entirely perfectly, but there we go. So NRG's taken initial map control over towards upper B, but you can see Zebek's playing close. He's only got a pistol. He needs to be close so he can get the 1 shots to the face. If he's far away, then the advantage goes to NRG, but he can try and even up the advantages somewhat by being close with the pistol. Smoke's going down towards B, maybe to try and bait a rotation. We'll see if any of the CTs will bite. They've got a lot of information thanks to Xipex's advanced position. We've got Device going to have a look, but he will be a non-believer, moving back towards A. Now Xipex will start to flank, so NRG need to move faster, otherwise they might find themselves in some trouble.
Absolutely, it's go time though for NRG. They've killed a lot of time on the round, just 25 seconds left, and they can't really afford to be slowed down here, and they are going to be slowed down. 2 players going down for them immediately. So 15 seconds to plant the bomb now. They should be okay to do it though. There's only 2 pistols left on Astralis, so everything that looked a little bit chaotic now begins to calm down. But Astralis, might gonna get something there, but no, Device unable to capitalize upon his position, and now it's just Xipex looking for a sneaky frag. Will he be able to get anything sneaky done? It looks like it's gonna be difficult to do. Peter's on the angle, and that's the round there for NRG. 13-8, and NRG looking quite strong now. A mere 3 rounds away from taking map 2. Train, which has always been their home map.
It's really interesting. We can hear a bit of the comms from the NRG side, and it's not normal, especially for European players, to have such panic calls. Like, you can see God be shouting, heaven, 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 as in the higher ground over towards A where he sees a player, but you saw him screaming at Fugly in the middle of the round as well, but he apologized to him afterwards, said, sorry, sorry, don't worry about it, blah, 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 blah. So definitely NRG feeling the pressure, but again, they are surviving for the time being. 3 rounds away now from taking the second map. Astralis still have a bye, but again, as NRG creep ever closer, they will start to get quite worried. 5 rounds behind now are the Danish side. And again, we have an aggressive hold towards A with just 1 player in B here from Astralis. So this is really limiting the what is available to NRG at present. And it makes it harder for Peter to peek as well.
Yeah, it's going to be quite hard indeed. And that means we're going to have another slow round as all these nades are, in effect, just making life difficult for either team to really get much done. Of course, as a CT side, it's always a little bit awkward to get aggressive on this map in particular. And Astralis only have 1 player close, that's Kirby, who you can see right there in Popdog, waiting for this push. Usually you'd expect a pop flash to come in, and Kirby's going to be able to look away. Not a perfect pop flash, you can see Kirby got a chance to look away. Still a bit blinded though, and he's going to get taken down. No support in the forward areas, his teammates are so far away, and this setup is going to create a situation now where NRG are 5 versus 3. The Danes are in a lot of trouble right now. ELEAGUE with a quick frag there, shutting down the connector approach. This choke point is so impossibly hard to get through, and in fact, ELEAGUE is just going to push through it himself with that flash. So looking for those frags here, hunting down Astralis, making sure they can bring nothing into the next round. Will they be successful? Looks like Zonic will keep himself alive. Dupree looking to be doing a good job there as well, but Zonic's now dead. This is looking really bad here for the Danish side.
It is, but I'm surprised. I think there were, there are risks to be taken by Astralis there. Like the way NRG flashed down the ladder into Popdog was so rudimentary.
Yeah.
It's just like, let me just throw this down there. It's going to be very obvious that the flashbang's coming in. Like, I would think by this point, everybody knows how to get the pop flash into that position.
Yeah.
Will Dupree survive? No, he's going to get taken down, and you can see how happy NRG is with that. But, I mean, that's very rudimentary. I mean, I think some players would potentially push through that flashbang and take the players up before they can even come down the ladder. Like, that's a risky way to do things like that, and it's punishable. Either way, Astralis won't punish it, and they may be punished for not doing so. 6th round lead for NRG here.
Yeah, there's ways to flash it where the player has probably less than 100 milliseconds to react.
Yeah, no warning.
It's almost impossible to turn away. You have to already be turned away and anticipate it. But either way, it's going to be NRG now 2 away from winning map 2 on Train, and this would be a massive win for NRG. And this round is looking good for them insofar as Astralis don't have a great buy. They got very limited grenades, got 2 shotguns, which if positioned correctly can be quite deadly, but if NRG are able to navigate themselves around them, they are going to be fine here. As soon as the NRG get into the open areas of the map, the shotgun players are going to be able to do pretty much nothing. We've got Zonic trying to take a risk there into team main, get some information for his team as well, to give something to Astralis. They need something to work with, but it looks like they'll lose Kirby there towards the Popdog. I think he was going a bit aggressive, and things are going from bad to worse here for Astralis. Now 5 versus 4, and they have 1 flashbang. That sucks, James.
Yeah, this is less than ideal, to say the least, here for Astralis. Again, ELEAGUE's been so aggressive through smokes. There is a smoke down towards well, to his left over there, which he can suggest a push through. You can see Device is holding the smoke. They're paranoid because of Legier's shenanigans earlier on. An off angle held by Zipex, but it will not be enough. Legier can continue to push, and indeed the bomb will follow up as well. Device going to stop Fugly from coming in. Down goes Legier as well. The bomb is still in control of the T's, and they have 30 seconds to plant it. 3 versus 3. They've got the last player coming in, that's Tabson, so it will be a duel for the site. You can see the CT's trying to close the distance. Completely unawares, Peter will get taken down from his far right. There goes Gobby as well, so it's down to Tabson. He's got a Molotov to protect the bomb plant here, and he's going to face multiple players at the same time. Tries to get 1 versus 1. Can't win it with Dupree though, so there's time for Astralis yet to claw things back here.
Yeah, and this is really dangerous right now because Astralis are a team that can definitely work their way back from a position like this. NRG have to be able to close. There are a lot of teams that actually struggle at the later phases where it's like, okay, we basically won the game. Just need that 1 or 2 more rounds, and then they just can't find a way to get them. But NRG do have a lot to work with still, so there's lots of chances for them. But I think that was a round which they definitely should be winning. You get a 5 versus 4. The CTs have no grenades. That is a round where they should go back into the demo, look at it, and be like, okay, how did we lose this round? Because we made mistakes there. We made a lot of mistakes. And when Astralis get given opportunities like that, like small edges, they're going to just take so much. They're going to get a lot of mileage out of it, as we saw. And now Astralis' buy is really good. They got full grenades, just 1 player on the Mag 7. Device is back on the AWP, and Zonic gets a frag with that Mag 7 as well. I think he pushed up Pop Dog or got it in Pop Dog just immediately there.
Legier quickly dispatched of. You have to wonder if nerves will start to play into the NRG side. They still have a round buffer, however, looking to brute force their way into the A bomb site, but Dupree is not going to allow them to, and still stuck behind Ivy. Behind a choke point are what remains of NRG, which is only Gobby for now. Not a single frag in this round, although you can see Gobby's got $6,000 in the bank, so we should expect another buy to come in from NRG. But that is a perfect round from Astralis. Not a single man down, so they can weather the storm in future rounds. And there we go, Legier coming down, just completely dispatched of there by Zonic.
And that's the spot as well, a team such as NRG with so much routine on this map, so much experience, and they look to it as one of their strongest maps. You expect a pop flash on, because you can do it yourself, just throw the flash down there. And if Zonic had, because he was facing there, if the flash comes down at the same timing as the player drops, there's no way Zonic gets the kill there. So there's a lot of edges here being given away, and Astralis are taking a lot from those. Have to see if it's going to be enough here for Astralis to bring themselves back to a winning situation. NRG again with another big buy, but they don't have many of those, if any, left at this point. So they've got to get it done soon.
NRG literally cannot afford to lose this round, and that is a good start. Peter taking Dupree down. Device, though, is hunting for an answer for his side, although it's a bit risky for him to push that position with a sniper rifle. He does not have the sight to check those tight corners, and his barrel would give him away as well, so he will push no further. Minute 10 on the clock here for NRG to capitalize on their man advantage at the moment. You can see the bomb still left in a passive position. And they have really good map control. They've got a player over towards Ivy in the top right of the radar there. Plays towards B as well. Down goes QRB. Device will answer. But now we see the T start to move into the A bomb site.
Yeah, but Device is alone here with this all pretty much. And they know where he is, and they're starting to pincer onto his location. He's got Nace to work with. We can see Device under a lot of pressure. Finally, he's got teammates to help him out, but he's going to get the frag onto Fugly. It's Zipex there, who's going to be taking down Assailants left and right there from the bomb train itself. And now it's just down to Peter. So what looked like a great opening here for NRG has quickly fallen flat on his face as Peter rattles off shots with the orb, trying to get some damage in. But Zipex with the closing kill there for the triple. And that is a brilliant way for Astralis to save the round. Device was in so much trouble. They were so spread out, Astralis, on that defense.
Speaking of trouble, you can see the frustration on Peter's face at the end of the round there. Look at this 2K from Zipex. There's the first one. There's the second one. You're not going to trade me. Not today, my friend. And the gap continues to close here. 3 rounds for NRG. If they continue to lose, they will be at max loss bonus. So, yeah, this is a terrible round for them, but the next round they should have a very good buy. So, I don't even know if economical. Actually, yeah, the money is a bit all over the place for Astralis, so there's damage to be done here to the CET economy by NRG. At least there's that.
So you can see Astralis just holding a pretty default setup at the moment. 2 players towards alley, 1 in connector, which is going to be Zonic with the AWP, looking towards T main, and you've got 2 players in the middle of the B yard. So pretty standard stuff here because they are expecting that NRG might do something a little bit desperate. So they don't want to take any risks with aggressive play. And here it comes, a bit of a push here into the B bomb site, but they're trying to sell a bit of a fake and rotate players. It's actually worked here. They've created some space on the A side of the map, and they're getting close to the bomb train. They just have to get the frags. There it is onto Kirby, but will that allow them to plant the bomb, which they really need? The bomb will go down. So the mission has been accomplished here for NRG. A very cute little fake, which bought them just enough space to get the bomb plant. The round will go to Astralis, losing 2 members, but NRG indeed did do the job.
Yeah, those may be an important 2 kills for NRG as this map progresses. We will see. Again, Astralis' money was a bit all over the place, but Zonic starting the round with 10k. That's very strong for the Astralis side. Zipex is not far behind on 9.3 as well, so that bodes well for the Astralis side as they continue to close the gap between themselves and NRG. Astralis will be looking for the 2-0 here. And NRG, it's their map to lose, and they may feel like they're losing it at the moment, but they're still in the lead, still 2 rounds ahead of their opponents, and again, because of their loss bonus from losing so many consecutive rounds, they will have a goodbye on this occasion. So an all for both sides, but Device will get Tabson straight in the chest there, an early disadvantage for NRG.
And how do they save it? The rounds in which they've had the early advantage have been going a bit awry. How are they going to play this one out? Device is going to make it even better for Astralis right now. Fugly in no man's land, just in the open, surrounded by assailants. And that's him dealt with as well. And it is a complete cleanup there from Astralis. It looks so easy right now. And NRG have to be afraid because they are losing grip of this map.
Yeah, that looked like a really bad round. I mean, just getting taken down, just completely exposed to the site. Seemed that was looks like a very easy round for Astralis. Again,
it's looking desperate, James.
Yeah, that did look quite desperate. So I guess it was a fast play, but the problem was it looked like they wanted to go for a fast play, but they were stuck around the choke point. They didn't get past the choke point, and then they ended up getting wrecked for it. So they have another buy on this round. They've chosen for the force. They've got next to no grenades here. And it seems, at the beginning of most of the other rounds, the bomb has been much higher up on the radar, left in a more passive position. But it seems they're looking for a faster play into the B bomb site. There is a lurker in Peter for the time being, but he's starting to move over to their direction as well. So with what little NRG have, Legia forcing his way through the Molotov, trying to get behind the smoke, but Zipex on the high ground will slow him down. Another early advantage for Astralis.
Yeah, NRG have made their way in though, but Zipex's off angle there is very dangerous. He has to get eliminated, but he gets 2 frags instead. The bomb now dropped by Kirby from range with that AK-47, and now it's just Peter, 1 versus 5. And Astralis, they win this round, which they are very likely to do so at this point. We'll go 14-14. NRG are going to lose that advantage of having a lead, and Peter just trying to survive at this point with the AWP, and the money is not going to be in a good position here. I mean, NRG have absolutely no money. They'll have the max loss bonus, which does mean that they'll be on $3,400, but Peter won't save the AWP, and that's a really big deal because he will not be able to get another one. There will be no more AWP here for NRG unless they pick one up from Astralis.
So what do they do in this position? You can see Zipex just holding things down as he ever reliably does. Well, this is a really weird situation for NRG. They are picking up pistols and grenades. They are leaving themselves with enough to go for a big buy, which means they're basically playing for overtime now. So they've conceded the fact that they don't have the utility. I mean, they'll do their best with what they have, but they have made a conservative effort here. Tabson can't get a close range kill onto Zonic here. The fast play is coming in towards the A bomb site, but again, they need to get past the choke points. That's the first challenge. Pop flashes for Fugly, but can he make his way through? Zonic going to be sprayed, but there's more flashbangs coming in. 2 versus 4 though. The CT side looking good for the time being. More flashes flying through, and Astralis will clean up. Street sweepers, Dan. NRG moved off the curb.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see it from some of the reactions there from Astralis. They are starting to have fun with this. They realize that NRG are kind of struggling for options. Of course, NRG can always find a way to win around at this point, but Astralis realize that they have the advantage in pretty much every category at this point. The psychological advantage is definitely with them, and it's always a good sign for them to be having fun like they are. So the auto sniper I saw an auto sniper there, James. Indeed, it's going on to Zonic. Now, the auto sniper can be very effective on a map like this, especially through smokes. It does so much damage. Let's see how this goes though, because NRG are playing it a little bit slowly at the start, trying to get run their default, have presence all over the map, see if they can get an opportunity. Maybe a double peek here. Fugly with an AWP, jumping across to try to bait out a shot to allow Peter to just try to get a hit. but Device is on the peak. He's going to spot Peter, and there it is. Peter's down, and that is a massive loss there early in the round. And in fact, are they going to get even more aggressive on this? Dupree's close to Fugly's position. They realize that he's there, and Dupree just moves in and kills him. That tells you a lot.
The window of opportunity, Dan, is being firmly shut man by man at the hands of Astralis. Now the bomb is on its own with no support. 2 players over towards Pop Dog for NRG. In this position here, you can see Godby just waiting for a CT to overextend to try and get a shot there. But this is desperate. This is desperate for NRG. Flash coming in though, and down goes Kyabi. Godby can't afford to get traded, but he will. 2 versus 4 now. That's all that's left. There's flashbangs all over the place, and Leggy is the last man standing versus 4. He's going to be unable to do it. Astralis with, I have to say, what is an unlikely comeback towards the end of that second half there.
Yeah.
And NRG have got to be crushed by that. That's their map. That's their map, Dan. And
yeah.
they couldn't take it.
Absolutely. I mean, Astralis, they're a world-class team, and they were able to come back from positions like that. You can see that they have the pedigree and the experience to just bring themselves back. And if you make mistakes, they are going to take advantage of it. And they did that. And it really got, for me, was the fact that NRG did put themselves in a winning position, but they couldn't find a way to close. We started to see a bit more desperation. They looked very confident to begin with, but that started to phase out a little bit. So there it is, Astralis able to deliver the result that perhaps many people expected. Although NRG with a great series, people will be impressed, but it is all about Astralis once again.
Indeed, I think it was NRG's map to lose towards the end there, and they indeed did lose it. So Astralis will be happy with that as Kyabi makes his way over. We'll see you back here after the break.
Yes, welcome back, and let's get straight into taking a look at our blazing hot player of the match as presented by Buffalo Wild Wings. This is an easy one, probably the easiest one we've done in 3 weeks. It is, of course, Device from Astralis. Monstrous performance, boys. He did it with the AWP, and of course he can rifle as well. Put out incredible amounts of damage, critical frags, clutches. He had it all.
Yeah, the opening kills that he was getting in this comeback towards the end of the CT half, and you can see now he's just, at this point, he's just feeling, he's just styling, getting aggressive. He had something like 130 ADR on Train, something monstrous, over 30 kills as well. Yeah, you can see it there. I mean, this is, what a beast performance in these 2 maps.
And to put it in context, we've said if you hit 50 frags over 2 maps, that's world class, that's elite level. Yeah, 57. It's all right.
I can't get over the comeback they just did.
Easiest prediction of my life. Easiest, never in doubt.
I mean,
never in doubt.
Listen, guys, so first of all, the terrifying thing is that's Astralis with a stand-in, but we can wax lyrical about Astralis a little bit later in the day. Let's talk about NRG here. That is crazy.
Are they the new Liquid?
Yeah, this is Liquid levels of choking right now.
All right, wait, let's calm down. It's only, that's 1 map. Let's wait till they do it like 5 or 6 times, and then we'll start talking about Liquid levels.
But here's the thing, right? So I've followed NRG a while. There's problems that they fundamentally have to fix. First thing, they don't win a pistol round.
Yeah,
right?
ever.
Ever.
And the top list is, man.
Yeah, exactly.
One pistol round, it's different.
Yeah, exactly. Completely close. Second of all, I have never seen a team lose so many 5v3s, or 1v3s even, 3v1s, I should say, rather. They have numerical supremacy. They're peeking all the time. They're always wanting to get that extra information. It's like they don't trust each other's call. And now, potentially choking in the mix as well.
No, I mean, I'm not going to give them that choking thing quite yet. And I'm not even, actually, to be honest with you, I'm not even really worried about the 5-on-3s they lost, because that's something that over time Gabi is going to fix.
But they've been doing it for a while, brother.
Yeah, well, they haven't, they haven't even been able to, they have the level to challenge Astralis. I think the big story for me is them coming out, having only a few days. Yes, it was Astralis with the stand-in, but still, I mean, they were meeting the individual levels of Astralis for a certain point. Everyone but Device they could match up with. It was that superstar, which they obviously don't have, this world-class superstar. Maybe someone will emerge, but someone like Device just, I mean, that's the skill gap we're talking about here.
The thing is, though, NRG had the economical situation on lock the whole time. Like, until the broken bye, that one, where they were at 14-8, they made a mistake by going into post-border combat when they knew that Astralis would have match 7s, would have scouts, stuff like that. I would have rather seen them just go out together outside and just do what they did the whole time. That one mistake caused this whole snowball of 9 straight rounds to win it.
Yeah, it also, we got to mention, it came down. Peter had a really good game with the AWP, and I think when tides really turned for the way of Astralis was when Device started outpicking him. I mean, Peter was doing a really good job of opening things up, of getting, that crucial kill as they enter into those outer bomb sites, and then once Device kind of got into his mode, got the op back in his hands and really took over the game, that's when things kind of switched. But it was impressive that that NRG, while they don't have the skill level to match up across the board, they actually took it to him tactically. I mean, they really neutralized a lot of the skill that Astralis has with the tactics, and you could see at the end, it was some of those individual plays, guys like Legia when he came down the ladder right into Zonic's shotgun that you mentioned, and also, Tapson or Legia coming down the lower ramp and trying to bust through a smoke and trying to do something very tricky, individual that worked leading up to that point, but Astralis eventually just shuts it down.
Yeah, and it's very strange that they kind of locked up. They were making these little aggressive pushes, and they knew that when somebody was dying on one part of the map, let's push another part and let's try and get refrags, not even necessarily trade frags, let's just try and go into it. But they just stopped doing that once they got to that 14-8 thing. I do not understand it.
And you mentioned Peter, specifically as an opper, when you get the first kill for your team, it gives you this sense of like, all right, we should 100% win this round. And there were like a couple rounds where Peter got the first kill and they ended up losing. And you could see it in Peter's face, the frustration. And that caused him to kind of shut down for the next, like the final 3 rounds. Peter was getting picked like this by Device because he kind of felt like, what else can I do? I make it 5v4 and we still somehow find a way to die in the extremities of the map. So
that's actually something Peter's well known for. Something he's talked about needing to fix is his mental game, his aspect of being like mentally strong and being able to stick through the frustration and still perform. Something that he obviously hasn't overcome quite yet.
Well, talking about the game plan, we've got Astralis. They've done their job. Yeah. They've done what they had to do, get the 2-0 there with it.
Wasn't pretty.
Wasn't pretty, doesn't have to be.
Right.
Your in-game leader comes in. It's about getting top seed in the group, getting the favorable seed, so you're on TBS on Friday. They've done that. NRG really should have stolen a map in that series and didn't, and they'll be worried now, is this going to continue as you move forward? So, crazy stuff.
Yeah, I don't think NRG is going to have to worry in the sense that no other team has a player to the quality of Astralis that's going to be able to just stop them stone cold at the end of a match if they get to 14. I think actually everyone else, I think CLG and SK in this group probably look at NRG and they're just like, okay, that's the level they're bringing today, so that's, they're not going to be an easy win whatsoever.
Okay, well, thanks for your thoughts, guys. Just before we do go to a break, obviously we know that ELEAGUE is something new. We're getting new people following us all the time, and as such, we would like to welcome you to ELEAGUE officially as presented by Arby's.
You want a breakdown of ELEAGUE? Here's how it will all play out. ELEAGUE Season 1 is a 10-week season with competitive gameplay from Valve's Counter-Strike Global Offensive. 24 teams from around the world will compete for a $1.4 million prize pool. First, let's break down the group phase, which is Week 1 through Week 6. 4 teams will play each other each week on Tuesday and Wednesday. Every team plays each other twice in a round-robin format with each map win worth 1 point. Based on these results, teams are seeded into a 4-team single elimination bracket. This semifinal round plays out on Thursday. A match win in this semifinal round is worth 2 points. The 2 winners of the semifinal round advance to a Friday night finals showcase. The winner of this group finals earns 4 points and automatically advances to the playoffs. Week 7 is a bye week, but the runner-up of the group finals automatically advances into the last chance qualifiers in Week 8. Joining the runner-ups will be the 2 highest point-earning third-place teams from the group phase. In these Week 8 last chance qualifiers, 8 teams compete in a single bracket, and the top 2 teams will advance to the playoffs. During the playoffs, 8 teams will compete in a single elimination tournament. The grand finals will occur in Week 10, with the champion of E-League Season 1 being crowned.
An ace is when one player eliminates all 5 people on the other team.
When you manage to kill every single one of the attackers. And I promise you, I do that all the time.
My name is Josh Marzano, and my alias is JDM64. I play for Counter Logic Gaming, CLG. I started Counter-Strike back in 1.5, so like 15 years ago. I'm the primary operator for our team.
JDM is one of the best operators in the world.
JDM, very close. If he misses a shot, he could be going down, but he's not going to miss.
I just try to open up sites, and I try to get those impact kills with the op.
JDM going aggressive once again. What a performance here from JDM.
There's so much strategy behind the game, and when you're with your team too, there's a lot of communication. You have to make sure that you're mentally focused 100% of the time. There's a lot to the game that people don't see and don't know, that it's just, it makes you want to play the game more. I think our biggest rival right now is probably Cloud9 and Liquid. Any team in the top 4, top 5 in NA, it's always going to be a good game. TBS with the whole television thing, that's just going to expand the fan group. There's so many people watching this, and we're performing in front of everyone. I can't even imagine winning that amount of money. That changes a lot of things in your life, and it's something that you really want to win. So it's going to make you prepare and practice even harder just to, achieve that.
So, welcome back to E-League. We move on to the next game of the series. And did you just do that?
The JDM.
The JDM, as it is. Well, we're going to take a look at JDM, but before we get into that, let's look at the team they're going to be playing. This is SK Gaming. They've been in a bit of resurgent form lately, but I still think they're a hit-and-miss team. They did make it to the finals at Gfinity. Why don't you tell us about them, Moses?
Yeah, I mean, they are very much a hit-and-miss team, but this is, I mean, it's crazy. Pimp had this time at the top where people saying he was an incredible up-and-coming player. He was about to be there. Magisboy is the other big one. These two guys, these two guys have got to take the next step if this team wants to come. But I mean, here's the big thing: this team is well known for the fact, and they've even acknowledged it themselves in interviews and just talking about their games. Very volatile in terms of the environment they have while playing. Very, very easy to tilt and just blow up. But this is one of those teams that that everyone says this is why Denmark has so much talent, is that this is another team that's pretty scary. It's just been very much hit or miss depending on event to event. Sometimes they're going to impress you, sometimes not so much. But it is coming down to Pimp and Magisboy have to be the ones to show up.
I'm going to tell you, like, I think Pimp here is it's horrible what happened to his career. He was on top of the world, we think 7 months ago. Everyone's talking about him being one of the best riflers in Europe. You know, could he fit into Astralis? Well, the team that is Astralis now. Lots of good things being said about them, and then he had that period in Dignitas where he was made to pick up the AWP. His stock just plummeted. It was unreal. It was like the Greek economy. It was just all over.
that was his decision, though, right? To be the opera. Was it
I think
forced on
in-game
him?
leaders kind of saying, I ain't gonna do it. Do you want to be in this team or not, dog? You know, like, it's tough, right? So and then after that, he's now trying to claw his way back. He's in SK Gaming. Hasn't always had the best roles there. Again, a very authoritarian leadership style within that team. So he's one of the guys I really want to see do well here at E-League, because I think he just needs it. You know, he needs that shot in the arm for his career.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of teams here that would like a handy rifler if he's not feeling it or whatever. So
especially in North America.
I like it. Moses has become someone's agent now, right? Well, why don't we take a look at the team they got to beat? They've got a lot of talent. Especially, we highlighted JDM. We've said this #1 AWP spot in NA is up for grabs. Somebody can take it. It can be JDM. It's like nobody wants it right now, man.
For a while, he was the #1 opera in NA. When Stadoodle was going through that huge slump of his, JDM was world-class opping, and not only that, he's been the best player on his team by far. The most consistent, at least, especially against top European teams. Ever since he joined for PTR, this team has kind of had still the same problems where they get close to beating these teams, but they don't always do. But they just made the major legend status right now their best placing ever, I think, at any tournament. So so just the fact that they're coming together as one right now, even though the only problem I see with the team is they don't have a fifth.
Yeah, I mean, slight problem.
The small problem is they don't have a complete roster.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking really good with Fudley on the team, but I guess he wasn't working out for them. So that's the only real weakness they hear. Like, JDM's gonna play great. Tarek, I think, is starting to play great again.
Yeah, and I've been one of Tarek's biggest critics in the past. Tarek knows this. We've talked about it. I always think if you want to be a star player, you can't just beat up on the little kid in the schoolyard. And that's what Tarek does, and has done historically. Now, I'm not metaphorically, of course, guys, metaphorically, right?
Sure.
Yeah, right. And he beats the small teams. He doesn't put in the big performances against big boys. But he started to do that, and I've been hugely impressed. The progress he's made this last month is amazing.
Yeah, he had a very good event at the major at MLG, and then he followed it up with a pretty solid DreamHack. Despite them not getting out of groups, he individually played very, very well. And I'm not even convinced that you wouldn't just hand over that best op in North America to JDM. I think Skadoodle's had some good games, but I still think JDM has done more recently.
It's a poison chalice. I don't want to do it. I said it about Kusta. Look what happened to him.
Here's the thing. I do agree with you on JDM. I do agree that JDM's maybe the best operator currently, because Stadoodle still has a ways to come back. But I don't think in maybe the history of US operas, he's the best one. I don't think that.
Can you think of some names beginning with M, maybe?
Fraud, no, maybe. But let's not talk about that.
While we have Tarek on the screen as well, when they go to a double op setup, Tarek's op is no slouch as well. We're on the subject.
Tarek, I mean, this guy was supposed to be the best player in North America. A year ago, by far, everyone talked about Tarek. Everyone said no, he was like the device of North America. Like, we all talked about him being the carry for his team. Online most of the time, he was the carry for his team. He brought the team. They wouldn't be CLG if it wasn't for Tarek to start off.
That's probably true to an extent.
And then now it's like he's kind of gotten into this role where he's like, I am the star player, but at the same time, I'm not gonna do more when he needs to.
But that was the problem. I always thought he was trying to do too much.
And like you said, he's actually started to show that, you know what, I'm ready to be that superstar player for my team, ready to play with confidence. And it could be a sign of like, maybe they're just giving up on the team, because you know how the Adren situation, when someone is, gives up on the team, they start playing some of the best CS of their life. So that could be another thing, we never know.
No. Let's talk about maps. Let's stop trying to get these players like farmed out to new homes. You guys are terrible. You get 20%. So this is the maps that we've got. We've got Nuke and Overpass, real interesting series. You can see CLG took out Mirage and Cash. I'm interested by that actually. SK Gaming took out Dust2 and Cash. So that leaves Nuke and Overpass. And CLG, a little bird told me they've been doing lots of work on Nuke. Like they're one of the few teams, they think this can be a wild card, and they've been embracing the idea of Nuke. That's why they're happy to leave it in there.
Is the bird here right now?
Possibly.
I mean, the tough part about Nuke is, you hope they have something prepared, but at the same time, they're going to be showing it against an SK team that you have to think that they're better than. Like it's kind of like the same thought process Astralis had. Why risk Nuke? Why show anything on Nuke or Cobble? Some maps we might have been working on when we feel confident that we can beat them on just the standard maps. So they're going to give up a couple tricks here. I think they'll have a better shot on Overpass, but I think Nuke. I mean, you just got to almost say it's a coin flip right now.
Exactly. When it comes to Nuke, you just got to look at the roster's players and say, well, I think there's better players on this team than this team. And right now, I think CLG probably has slightly better players than SK, not in every position, but for the majority. So I would just go on that, because we don't know what works on Nuke and what doesn't really till now.
Yeah, and I think as well, we haven't made a big enough deal about the fact this is a team that didn't have a fifth. Fogely left quite quickly. Very strange situation. There wasn't really talked about. I even apparently some players on the team didn't even know it was getting done. It was just gone. Shazam. Poof. He's out there. So
Shazam?
Yeah. We won't mention him. But so very, very strange. And they bring their coach in. And again, much like the Zonic situation, Peter, I don't think, has played a great deal. This is somebody who's been very focused.
He's rung in a couple games for him recently online.
Yeah, recently though.
Here's the reality of the situation: is much like Zonic, who actually did pretty decent with Astralis in their matchup earlier, against other North American teams, and I guess a team like SK that's not those world beaters. These two guys are going to be fine with the amount of experience they have. They might be missing a little bit in terms of individual skill, but they'll make up for that in intelligence and experience, and they'll just have to find other ways to win. But I think against everyone but Astralis in this group, Peter's going to be doing just fine.
Do you agree with that?
I agree to a certain extent. I do think Zonic's a better fifth than PETA is. So I think so, honestly. And I was surprised to see how that Zonic really looked like he was comfortable the whole time, taking duels, out-aiming a lot of these players that are honestly better than him, but he just happens to out-position them. So I think I give SK a better shot now. If CLG had like a full 5, I would definitely give the whole thing to CLG. But right now, like you said, it's a straight coin flip for me.
Yeah, well, at least for Duke, yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about some of the components as well of this SK game inside. They are coming in at full strength. I did say they had just recently made a final. Then after that, they went into the minor qualifiers and flopped almost immediately when we felt maybe this was the coming of age of the team. They've got some very good young players on there, and I want to highlight Magic's boy. It's Magisk. I'm never going to get it right. I don't even care.
You should hear Anders pronounce it like in the Danish way.
Nah,
it's unreal.
He sounds like Admiral Akbar from Star Wars when he does it. I can't do it. So anyway, Magisk boy. This is a guy, he went off in a big way in Gfinity, and we said that he was like, he never blossomed as a talent. He had that one big performance at the Fragpite Masters way back when, and then we were just waiting, and it was a false dawn. Well, at that event, he went off in a real big way against Dignitas, decent teams. He put in really good performances, and this is a big, big stage for him here.
It absolutely is, and this is what we say about all. I mean, he's 18 years old. He's really, really young. So I mean, it's not the most worrying thing in the world that he hasn't had that breakout just yet. But that is kind of the next step: is finding that consistency where you don't have to just explode and be that hard carry every single game, but you have to be able to consistently put in, 18, 20 kills per map.
He reminds me exactly of Kirby, where he just had an early chance, and he didn't. When he was with the old Astralis lineup before, they didn't really perform that well. He got cut, and then they brought him back a year later, and he's insane all of a sudden. It's the same thing with this kid. He's gonna just get better and better. He's at a level right now that's he could be competing for the top player in the world Within a year.
Yeah, but we've seen other Danish.
That is aggressive.
I know. That's a crazy.
After a year.
Can we focus on that?
Yeah.
Can we rewind?
Don't write it down.
Don't move on, Richard.
I'm going to show you
I'm
a
gone
thing
after
where we
this week.
gloss over. That's my glossing over hand. Mo said something crazy. Let's just move on. No, look, Denmark has an abundance of talent, and I think the skill ceiling for each of these young players that are coming through. We haven't talked about Config, for example. We will when obviously Dignitas get here. They've got some incredible young players coming through. Problem always seems to be consistency. It's always the same thing. But okay, let's get back to it. Let's do it. Let's rewind. So Magic's boy is going to be where?
Within a year, like the later part of the year, I feel like he will be one of the best players in the world.
What are you basing this on?
It's the device and Tarbai thing that they have. These
So
little
'cause
young
other
guys.
players-
I'm basing it on Denmark, whatever they're feeding them out there.
You notice how
It's
Richard
working.
went from desk host to like journalist interviews so quickly?
Yeah, I know.
You're no longer on that
transition is
journalist.
immediate.
I'm missing it, guys. I'm missing it. Well, look, here's what we're going to do. You probably realize we're buying a bit of time here. We got a slight technical problem. I've had him in my ear, like Mo's gone too crazy. So we need to go to a commercial break, and we're going to get him recalibrated. We'll be back shortly, and we may even bring you the game. See you soon. Welcome back to ELEAGUE. We're still on the desk. We've still got some slight issues. Apparently, we're just getting SK Gaming configs. So we were talking about config, well, different kind of config. If you don't know what a config is, just Google it. I'm not going to explain it. Here's what we're going to do, guys, because we've got all this time to kind of talk. We're just letting our casters go to waste over there. James and DDK,
We brought you all the way in.
Yeah. I keep forgetting we can do this. We've got this wonderful moving desk, which totally isn't being pushed by people behind me.
I feel like you need high visibility jackets, you know, like we need some orange jackets. Yeah, we got red lights outside the studio when we're live. I think we need those on the desk. Yellow helmets.
So, speaking about high visibility, are you looking forward to this game? Obviously, lots of stars that are kind of in the spotlight playing an ELEAGUE for the first time. I'm looking
forward to Nuke, actually, especially because of the statistics on these two teams. They haven't played Nuke in an official match yet. And Nuke is a map where I feel like sometimes developers will just they'll go too far in one direction and try and tone things down as time goes on. And I feel like that's where Nuke is at the moment. Like, I played it last week, for example, and over towards ramp, there are some boxes which they put in a position on a close corner to stop people from having a crazy angle. But you can stand on the boxes. It's even worse.
Do you know what would have been great? Do you know what would have been really good? Do you know what would have been really good? Moses actually has like a little teleprompter thing here that we haven't used yet.
We're gonna get there.
Yeah, we're gonna get there. We're teaching them how to use it. So when we do, we'll bring this up again. We can talk about those boxes, and we'll actually draw an X, and you can do the thing with your hand that you just did that it's inexplicable to me.
The point of that is, right, you can stand deep into the boxes and you have this absurd angle.
Definitely deep into those boxes.
Right in the boxes. And it's almost like impossible to flashbang people in that position. So it's almost like they put the boxes there to make a position worse, so it's not so strong. But they've made it even stronger because you can stand on the boxes.
Right, if we can all just stop criticizing the mighty Valve for 5 seconds, please.
James loves boxes.
Yeah, James
That's what we play.
James doesn't care. Let's get predictions from you guys. How do you see this one going? What are your thoughts?
So you want us to predict a map which neither team has played officially, which is a brand new map.
With your insider knowledge, James, that you're
Richard,
always talking about.
That's quite the challenge. Dan.
Well, great. Well, I don't know, to be honest. There you go.
Right, can we get out of here? Right, I'll keep talking out of there. Move this desk back, guys.
Shall I keep talking?
No, don't.
we have to go SK, surely.
How can you make a prediction?
I'm going to make a prediction, James.
They haven't played the map before. No one's played the map.
I'm out.
Anders and Semler would have made a prediction.
I need dice. Can I just roll a dice?
No.
We're getting to roll with the analyst, James. We get to make predictions and you're just throwing it away.
If we were rolling the dice for this segment, it would have been snake eyes, boys. Right, we're out. We're out. Anyway, so let's get back to the proper analysis there. Can't even believe that happened. Like, well, yeah, we can't predict anything, but these boxes are terrible. Brilliant. Glad we talked, guys.
Well, whichever team utilizes the boxes more, I feel like could be the one that wins.
I suppose it's an interesting point. Let's bring up some of the tactical elements of Nuke and what these teams really need to do to kind of to win it, because I still don't think we have an established meta game on Nuke yet. I don't think people really know what they're doing. All the games I've seen are kind of close, and people are kind of running around and doing things that I don't think we'll see 3 months from now, for example.
I agree. They're still very much leaning, at least on the basics, on like the backbone structure of the tactics that worked on the old Nuke. I think the one big thing that I've noticed, obviously most of the teams just glancing through it early on have talked about how outside is so hard to hold a CT, where you have to really devote a lot of manpower out there to hold that portion of the map.
See, that's crazy, because obviously on the old version, it was just stick a guy out there with an AWP, pretty much problem solved, right?
Yeah, or I mean, you could do it with 2 rifles. At least now, most teams are saying, with the fact that terrorists can get towards heaven, that big ladder over by CT spawn, they can get there without any kind of a boost, and it can happen very quickly. So you almost have to have 2 to 3 players, like minimum, out there. You used to be able to just get away with 1 from once in a while as a switch up in your tactics. I think the big thing I've noticed is that the op on T side is it's a lot more viable if you send an op outside. So I think that's actually going to help out someone like JDM, who likes to be an aggressive opper, and also CLG, who relies on his op very much to open up T sides on other maps. I think that's going to be good for them.
Yeah, I definitely do think T-side opping is a lot more viable, like you say, in this map, because before it was the worst thing you need to do on Nuke is buy an op as a T-side. But what I feel like teams need to do is either they gotta just gamble, either overwhelm outside as CTs or leave it alone and just play a full passive setup where you kind of give them everything they want, but then you just get them when they try to enter the sites. You know what I mean? So it's going to have to be a mixture of both at some point or another. The problem is we really haven't seen a team really dominate Nuke to a certain point to where we could be like, wow,
That's the new meta. That's how you have to
exactly.
play it.
Like Luminosity played it, and they had some stuff, but then they weren't even really that dominant.
Yeah, and they were bragging about their tactics actually coming in, and it was kind of like, yeah, okay.
I think we'll see.
You just got cold zero.
I think we'll see more out of teams on Nuke come the major. I think most teams who are putting time into it now are going to try and surprise teams at the major. I think that'll be very interesting to see how Nuke is played there, because most teams that are actually investigating it, I know even talking, there's a couple teams that have played and they say, yeah, we're just still banning Nuke, even though we put a lot of hours into it, just because we don't want to show anything before the meaningful
playoffs.
Matches come along.
Even a lot of teams don't even do it until they ensure that they're in playoffs in ELEAGUE for the for the bid money. So I can understand that from their point of view. So like he says, we're gonna have to wait at least a few months before we could actually see what a good meta game looks like.
All right. Well, look, guys, we're going to just give you a reminder of the format. This is the Welcome to ELEAGUE presented by Arby's, and we'll be right back after this.
Welcome to ELEAGUE. Housed entirely on the Turner Atlanta campus is a 10,000 square foot esports arena. Seating an audience of 225, this state-of-the-art facility features 7 enormous LED screens, the biggest being 30 feet wide and 11.5 feet tall. The centerpiece of this totally custom build is the fully motorized caster desk, with a 10-foot curved LED and the ability to rotate and travel forwards and backwards 50 feet. Down the hall from the arena, there are 8 practice rooms, a player lounge, VIP lounge, and production space. With all this under one roof, ELEAGUE offers unparalleled access to the players and teams. This is esports as it was meant to be.
So welcome back. That was the welcome to Arby's, and welcome to our head-to-head. You can see we've picked out the two people we believe will be the main riflers here that are going to go off when these two teams finally get into action. It's Tarek and Pimp. We've talked a little bit about both of them. We're loving Tarek's evil hypnotist look on the left there. It's real good. And he is a guy who he can play evil on a server. He can be a monster when he wants to be.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Well, hang on, right? So me and Mo, I've been changed. I've been made into a fan. Like I'm saying good things about him. You don't sound convinced, Mose.
No, I've been impressed the past two events, definitely. The thing about Tarek is that we've all just had higher hopes. It's actually interesting to look at.
NA players disappointing people. What are you talking about?
Imagine that. But it is interesting if you look at someone like Tarek and then someone like Stewie, because they actually had very similar opinions about them when they entered the pro scene. Both were considered very much puggers. Both of them didn't have a lot of competitive experience. Both of them considered a play style that's very individual, very not the smartest play style as well, over aggressive at times. And you look at the work that Stewie's put in to get where he is right now. Tarek's had much longer time. What's taken him so long to get up there?
Yeah. Well, there's ups and downs. I mean, Tarek started off pretty good. Then he had a huge slump with the team, along with the team. Now, Stewie's getting this good play now, but is he going to be able to maintain this throughout the whole year? That's going to be the real question, especially when his team starts not performing as well. Is he going to be able to carry them when need be? I mean, it looks good for Cloud9 right now, but this is 2016 or 2015.
Yeah, but how many times does it look good for CLG in the past year, and then it just comes crashing down a month
I'm
later?
on the bandwagon about, you're right, like about CLG. Like they need to change something, because they just need to, like the liquid thing that I said, they just need to disperse as players, because they've been together way too long. And they haven't achieved anything really.
One of the other storylines that we've kind of missed, this is for old school Counter-Strike aficionados. You can see Peter there is tweeting that I'm playing against my old teammates Muddy and Freeze. Wish me luck, I'll need it. He's right, he will. They're certainly more bedded in CSGO than he is, what with him being the coach and standing for CLG. But of course, we said this group was crazy. There was just layers upon layers of storylines, and this is just another one. These players, of course, do have a history, and I imagine a little bit of a friendly rivalry there back from the Fnatic days.
I mentioned, I don't think Peter's going to do that bad as individually. I think where actually you might see struggle out of CLG is him calling while he's playing, because he's been doing it from a coaching role. So now when he's going to be put in game, I think tactically CLG is going to look a little...
That's why I think that Peter, that's why I said Zonic would have an easier time, because they weren't calling.
Yeah.
With Peter having to actually call and worry about what everyone else is doing, and then Frad, it's going to be really hard on anyone, not even just him, anyone that would do that.
It's time, gentlemen. Quick predictions from you.
Do you have a coin?
No.
Do you have a coin?
Okay, great guys.
I'll take CLG. I'll take CLG.
Let's do our map fly through now. It's presented by Arby's, and we'll bring you back, James and TDK.
Get wrecked, Richard, on every prediction request across the entire caster and talent lineup. Marvelous.
Yep.
So this is. I mean, we have to come into this with no expectations, basically. I hope to see some madness. These teams have been drilling this map. I think this map has issues at the moment. But I hope that we see these issues fully exploited by these teams.
Issues, yes. Well, we're going to have to see whether SK can actually step up to all that preparation that CLG have supposedly been doing on this map. It's a bit of a crazy one, and it looks like SK are going to start moving towards the radio room, and if they're going to meet a push here, CLG just running in, and they're going to get completely destroyed. Absolutely destroyed, and that's a 4 versus 2 now. SK Gaming looking really good. They have their pick of bomb site. They can plant pretty much wherever. Hayes going to have to hit some ridiculous shots with the USP, and he's going to get eliminated as well. Not really a good look here for Tarek against 4 players. So this really seems to be in the hands of SK Gaming, the Danes.
I do believe, Dan, that headshots will be required here by Tarek if he is to salvage anything from this. Oh, we've got the BGs, the bad games plant coming in there on top of the structure. There's a lot of things to focus on this particular map. The one thing, why are they doing a conga line through the... They were like, holding each other by the waist there. Didn't really work out for them. But one of the issues of this map is that there are these structures on each bomb plant and on each bomb site, and you can plant on top of the structures, which is massively overpowered.
It's pretty much the GG when you plant that. I mean, how do you defuse that?
Especially on the B bomb site, because you need like a GPS to make your way around the upper rail to get there. It takes a long time. Anyway, SK are going to be on the SMGs for the most part, just the 1 AK onto Magic's Boy as they come in for this anti-force buy round. Peter gets taken down very quickly indeed. There are players outside for the CTs, but I mean, at this point, I don't know if it's worth them trying to push back into the site. I think the right call most of the time will be to just hold angles again, play for the exit frags here, because, I mean, these choke points are horrible.
Yeah, and they went for the full force buy as well, so they actually have, well, they're going to get a lot more value in the next round by holding on to what they have, more opportunities to use these pistols that they've bought up to get some damage in the following round. So it definitely makes a lot of sense. You can see that SK are trying to work their way out. They're actually managing to do so. Cillian sort of cleared a path through the lobby area, so we might just see them going there. You can see Magic Spoy's just, it's worrying that maybe, you know, a ninja defuse attempt might come out, just hanging around just a little bit of extra time there before finally evacuating along the path, which was cleared by Cillian, and SK lose only a single man. But CLG actually have gained themselves a UMP there, so they managed to pick up an SMG, and they've saved on 2 other players as well. So CLG are definitely a little bit scary in this round in some respect. SK don't really want to lose more than 1 or 2 players, to be honest, but that's very realistic considering what CLG have now.
I'm really curious as to what formats we will have from both CT sides, because I feel like you have to have 2 people outside, and you either put 1 in A or 1 on ramp and then 2 in the other place, whichever it may be. But we'll see what CLG have to offer in this particular round and how SK make their way onto one of the bomb sites. Again, they're quick high ground. And another thing, when we see the full buy coming in from the CTs, this structure on the roof there with the spinning fans, behind that, you can get a nice angle with a sniper rifle to hold an angle on the upper, but the question is, where do you put your lower guy when you do that? So SK having a clean-up round, as they should. Very nice spray control there by Cillian, so JDM should be dispatched quickly. So, wow, that's a big war cry for an anti-eco round, yeah. Yeah, they're getting pretty hype a bit early on, guys. Might want to slow the pace a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a funny one because I actually feel like this map is pretty damn T-sided, all things considered. So CLG are actually in a little bit of trouble if they can't get going fairly early into this. And we are going to see their first proper buy round now. They've got the AWP out on JDM. And as James said, it's going to be really interesting to see how they play outside. You know, typically, you would expect either the AWP to be outside or to be in the ramp area alone. And it's so easy to get outside as a T. You've got so many ways to attack high and low, so much cover. You've also got a very easy approach into the upper bomb site as well, because it's harder for the CTs to maneuver, and you have better timings through the squeaky door as well. So generally speaking, this map is, I feel like Valve may have changed the most CT-sided map in the game to maybe a T-sided map, James.
Well, we see JDM still in the traditional position.
Missing shots, though.
Yeah, he is indeed. Still early days, however, so maybe a little bit of a warm-up is required. And again, this is unlike him to miss so many shots, and he is a key player. He is the talisman for CLG. When everything else goes wrong, you expect JDM to deliver, and indeed, that is an express delivery for Pimp. So we've got a 4 versus 3 at the moment. CLG still with good map control for the time being. We've got some aggression. Traditionally, you could wallbang the bottom right corner of that red box. Not seeing that from Cutler just yet, but still so far so good. Going to take a kill, going to get out of there. Play with the advantage. Tarek coming in from above as well, which will split the last 2 players here for SK. Cillian, though, winning that duel, and Cutler gets taken down. We might see a bomb plant here now.
Yeah, so they've actually turned this into a round which could be quite winnable. It looked a little bit scary for a while, but got Magic Spoy there on full health. Cillian's going to go for the plant there on top.
The bad plant, Dan. Yeah. That plant is bad.
That plant is really, really hard to get to. CTs and Magic Spoy. Another frag there. The third and the 4th kill. The quad kill coming out of Magic Spoy. One after another, just winning all those one-on-ones. Completely unscathed by the end of it all as well. And that's quite impressive. And the thing about that round for me as well is that it felt like SK Gaming were playing pretty greedy on the outside. JDM gets to take like, what, 6 or 7 or 8 shots before he only gets 1 frag. JDM almost every time is taking all of those kills, and then SK lose the round. So I'm actually not confident after that in SK's ability on the T side.
SK enjoying the adrenaline rush at the moment, but again, they are playing 2 games here. There's a lot of play to be had, so hopefully they won't run out of steam before they need to. All right, so we've got CLG. They've lost the first buy round. They're down to the pistols. Not much going on there. Cutler's picked up some Kevlar, but nobody else has. There's no nades now on the CT side. Often in this situation, you'll see CT sides, you know, put the numbers towards one area and try and concentrate the forces there. Good start though, Tarek with the 1 deeg onto Modi. Again, now that gun that Modi's dropped might be a juicy prize for the CTs to try and retrieve, but obviously SK will be aware that the CLG will want to pick up that gun. So the question is, do CLG take the risk to try and retrieve it? Do SK try and protect the gun? Do they pick it up and throw it away somewhere so the CLG can't get their hands on it? All the meanwhile trying to keep themselves alive versus the CTs. So CLG just going for some information. JDM doesn't have great range to really take a duel with that particular pistol from that distance. We hear calls of mid. And SK start to creep in towards the B-bomb, the A-bomb site. Hayes with a nice shot there, but he's running out of bullets. Another headshot, that is massive. 2 versus 3 now. Cutlass picks up a Mag 10. Again, he still has that Kevlar to work with as well.
And there is Pimp, he's got the AK's last man standing, gets a shot from the back, so nothing that they can do in the end. So very unexpected round 1 by CLG there, and that might be something, we might have seen some leaks there from SK Gaming that will start to be a bit more prominent as the rounds go on. That could be the edge or the edges that CLG will need to actually bring themselves into a spot where they've done enough on the CT side. And I think that's very much what the case will be here, that CLG just need to do enough here so that they can get their strong T side. Because all that preparation that we would have heard about from CLG just earlier on the desk, we're going to see that manifest itself more on the T side, where you can dictate the pace of the match. And here we got Freeze opening things up with the AWP against JDM, so this could be quite a scary 1 versus 1.
Yeah, there are so many problems for CT AWPers outside now. There's just so many angles to look at. You have to look at people jumping over the box, which is the angle JDM is holding. But there's a larger gap towards the right there where people can peek from as well. Just all kinds of weaknesses here for the CT side. That corner helps though, allowing a bit of a silo peek there, but JDM is isolated. Got that wall of smokes coming out. Back in the day when the Astana Dragons used to play this map, they would put that wall in every single round, so you never quite knew what's going on. JDM trying to mount an offense there, but 3 players have been lost, including JDM. CLG getting cut to pieces here. 2 players left, the bombs down as well, and that's his pretty much round over now. SK moving to 5.
Yeah, another ridiculous round from Magic Boy. Again, he just seems to deliver, and they were talking him up quite some on the desk. Mo with some interesting opinions there.
Well, 2 versus 1 now. Tariq, although he will get taken down as he tries to pass through the gap in main. So CLG with a lot of problems here.
Boom.
I mean, it's not even clear the way the map is at the moment how many rounds we think a CT side should get. There's still lots of information to be found here, and that will come with time as we see more matches.
Yeah, as you see the strategies develop and things level out. It does take time indeed. Quite curious to see how it all ends up, and I think Moses made a really good point about that. A lot of teams are saving stuff for the major as well. But there you go, SK Gaming able to reset the economy of CLG immediately after only 1 round won by CLG, thanks to Magic's Boy being so incredibly on point. And here it is, Modi now going for the entries, looking pretty clean for him as well. Takes a bit of damage, but job is done. His team is into the bomb site, and is going to be really hard here for CLG to do much. They were not expecting this really fast pace, and they were not in proper positions to really deal with it. I think it's very hard to deal with the fast pace in this map, because it's the timings for the T's into the upper bomb site from the squeaky door are much better now.
Cillian should get taken down here, indeed he will. And that's going to keep people in the site for SK, because obviously Tariq with the high ground, I don't think he'll be seen on a def cam there with the recent changes to the def cam by Valve. So he'll have to keep an eye on things in that direction. I feel like outside is such a conundrum. I feel like there are some interesting passive positions to be had. Again, the position behind the 2 fans on the roof, but then the second player, you see JDM, he's going for the traditional position that you would see from AWPers on the old map. But I feel like people might end up going, I think covering main might end up being the focus, which you could do from inside A, for example. Yeah. But then do you put somebody over towards Secret, or does he go closer towards CT, holding an angle onto Secret?
I think the problem is that you run into this issue where people can more easily bypass him because of the upper route now that exists all the way along towards the CT side of heaven. And JDM, you can smoke him off and just lock him into garage. And then, before, they would still have to go up the ladder, get in through that room, so the players from ramp could more easily kind of help out that area. But now you can't really do that as effectively. The T's have much more ability to just push the positions more quickly and catch you off guard. And so, yeah, it feels like maybe he's a little bit too far out there. But it remains to be seen, doesn't it?
Yeah, so we have a tactical pause being called here, presumably by CLG, who are losing rounds very quickly indeed. Yeah. But again, I think like JDM is quite exposed in garage, because he's very much on his own over there. But I don't know if that's something you can really change on the fly for Nuke at the moment, is in the sense that it's so new, people don't really know what works and what doesn't work right now. But again, that is an extended conversation. As I think when Overpass and Cobblestone were first released, they were very different maps, especially Cobblestone, very different maps, and they required considerable changes to become a premium competitive map. And I think the general consensus is that that's where Nuke is at the moment, like the very early stages where, you know, it's like a big block which needs a lot of sculpting. But here we are, CLG are the team on the CT side. They are 5 rounds down at the moment. They have the money to buy, I do believe, indeed. Well, they've got 2 rifles actually, 3 rifles make that. So they can do something here, but it's hard. This is a hard map. We saw on the maps earlier today, Cash, we saw B being taken by the CTs, the pathway to B to try and close out a third of the map. I don't know if we can really see that from the CTs on Nuke, for example, because of the spawn timings, etc. They can't really go for a take of, and they could put smokes deep towards the radio room to try and hold off ramps, but there's nothing I can see that's strong for the CTs really at the moment. I think they can use Molotovs to try and slow down any fast timings into A, for example, towards the squeaky door and so on. But I think difficult times are indeed ahead for the CT side here.
Yeah, everything seems pretty hard to deal with at the moment, and looks like Pitter's on the James Bond. He's got 007 going on right now. And,
oh wow, you have to just expose him like that, Dan.
Yeah, well, we'll have to get the camera on JDM later as well, because he is known for his setup. We can investigate his setup a little bit later. And we're back into the match right now. We've got, again, in a very awful situation here from CLG. They've got 3 rifles, a bunch of nades, but 2 players without really anything to speak of, Pitter and Haste on his pistol armor. And SK definitely don't look super in control of or coordinated in some of their pushes, but they're keeping it simple. And you can see the firepower that's coming to display for them. And, you know, Magic Spoil's really stood out there.
Look at JDM, he's rotated towards the secret position, misses a shot again, and Freeze will take him down. So JDM not having the game of his life at the moment, and that is the problem. He needs to deliver for his team here, especially in this round, as they are lacking 2 of the players have got pistols and 2 have rifles. That said, they've taken down the Cillian. Maybe they can try and rescue the AWP later, but Pimp has taken that position now, which means that SK have options open to them. They can try and pinch the B bomb site. Magic Spoil might be in trouble if he keeps looking at the wrong angle here. Comes out wide, and we will see a trade in the position towards the ramp, but it will be won by the T's. I'll see a player pushing from A, but they will continue over towards B, where Pimp is in position here. Peter gets taken down unawares. That's 008 for him. And Hayes gets dispatched off soon afterwards. So, I mean, they only had 3 rifles going into that round, but again, JDM just missing too many shots here.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's missing an uncharacteristically large amount of shots, and it's always been the case. I mean, it was said on the desk as well that he's been the most consistent player on the team, and at times the best AWPer in North America. We're not seeing either of those 2 facts play out right now. JDM's not on his game in the first opening rounds, and you can see the result is it's showing itself, because he's been in spots where, you know, you expect him to be able to, you know, kill 2 or 3 players with unreturned frags. That's what he's there to do with that AWP. He cannot trade very easily against a good AWPer. But either way, we're into this next round. Maybe something can go the way of CLG this time. It's Tarek opening things up, but Modi with the defensive positions able to root out some of the aggression from CLG, and it's looking like SK, they just have to coordinate a little bit, be able to trade for themselves, and then they should be fine here. You can see that slow pace is allowing them to, you know, exert a little bit more control, not get caught out of position, and make their way towards the bomb site. Pimp is in a dangerous spot, though. He's got no one near him to trade. His teammates are coming his way, but they're a little bit too behind him. So if there was to be a fragging situation, they wouldn't be able to trade onto Tarek. So got to be very careful there that you don't go too far ahead. And meanwhile, Modi is just lurking in the heaven area, still trying to spot the CTs, because it's very likely they're going to make an aggressive move somewhere here. So that is what Modi's looking for.
So, kind of worryingly, SK are slowly running out of time to get a bomb plant here, but CLG are running out of numbers. You can see Tarek just playing around the back of B just in case. He's taking a gamble that they'll come there and he can try and stop the bomb going down. Maybe if he's lucky, SK run out of time. However, the bomb's gone down over towards the A bomb sites, and that should mark the end of the round, and that will mark the end of Cutler for this round. So Tarek left alone here. And it seems that CLG are probably not quite prepared as they might want to be on Nuke just yet, as we don't see much in the name of eco rounds and force buy rounds from them. Because often you'll see CTs put the numbers together or stack a site, for example, and just try and get a bunch of frags in the mayhem, but not really working out for CLG at the moment. So 8-1 is going to be the score. Magic Spoil up there with 12 kills so far. Peter yet to frag.
Yep, looking great for SK, absolutely so. I mean, the thing is that they're going to get so much comfort here, and I really think that SK don't, they're not going to have prepared on this map as much, but you can see that they're able to make it work anyway, and it's just because CLG are just not hitting their shots right now. I feel like CLG needs to get some comfort. Maybe it's just, you know, as you said earlier, they need to warm up a little bit. But they need to do it so that they can still have effect in this map.
They need to do it now.
They need to do it now.
Right now.
They need to be warm now.
The thing is, like, JDM's found himself a lot of 1v1 situations outside where he can try and shut things down, but he just hasn't connected. And I don't know if that's like, you know, I think there's some comfort to be had when you're familiar with a map and you've been in situations many, many times and you have a rough idea of what to expect most of the time. But when things are new and raw and fresh, maybe it's a little bit trickier. Cutler off to a good start though. Modi's been taken down, so CLG have a man advantage. But again, the wall of smokes comes in, which will heavily limit what JDM can do outside. So far, so good though. Isilian gets taken down.
Absolutely, and we can see that Freeze is working that AWP outside, and he's going to be in a position where he needs to connect shots now for his team, and he has got quite a story as well. You know, they were talking about it on the desk. Has lost the storylines here with these players, and it looks like actually he might not even get an opportunity to do much here. Pimp's already going to go down, going for that push, although Freeze does come back with a frag there, but gets eliminated by JDM. That's a great angle. Very, very hard when you move out into the outside area to know where to look, and JDM will take full advantage. Just Magic's boy left, but that is definitely something to be feared. He's been very, very good so far in this matchup. It's like he's pinned down here between two sides.
The good thing is, though, for SK, they've got tons of money. You can see on the left there, Magic's boy's got $7,000, so he could just try and kill as many people. Look at the money on CLG. They've got hundreds of dollars. You can barely buy ice cream with that in Counter-Strike. And but they will survive with 4 plays, which is massive for CLG. If CLG lose this coming round, though, that would be a complete disaster. Nice little snap there by JDM. Did all he could. Captain Cadillac laid back in the chair.
Yeah, you can see he's reclined all the way.
All the way back.
All the way reclined. I don't think there's anyone else that plays at such an angle as JDM.
No. Often people are like, their faces are right up in the screen, but he is far away, Dan. He is taking everything in. He's absorbing the atmosphere. But we'll see who absorbs the bullets in this round. Again, SK with a 6-round lead, going for another fast play to try and break the CTs here. The Molotov's just not going down fast enough. The frags are coming in for SK as well. Bomb site's been cleared out. It's a fast clear, and we'll see a fast plant.
And that's what I was talking about, that timing through the door. It's so hard for the CTs to make it over there because there's so much obstruction in this map now. It's so awkward. And that was fully capitalized upon. SK get themselves in there. They get the trade fragging situations going their way, hitting their shots. And how do you get back in that right now? I mean, you've got this situation where the smokes are down. There's loads of nades, although SK are starting to run low. But there's so much time has been killed already. But there goes Tarek straight through, but he's blinded. It's not going his way. JDM missing yet another shot. In goes Cutler from heaven, takes down one frag, but there's still much more to deal with. Sent flying down the ladder by Pimp. And that's going to be the round there for SK. They are looking untouchable right now by CLG, but it does feel like it's the CLG that's not all that together at the moment.
Disaster strikes, Dan. There is some money on the CLG side, but it sucks, basically. It's crap. I mean, they're not having a great time when they're on the full buys now, and they will be bringing out a force buy on this occasion. 3 rifles so far. So things can surely only get worse, all things considered. What is the play from SK? I mean, they could entirely just play fast into A every round until it fails, and then maybe do it again. They've got the money to do so. 9-2 so far. Seems they will just take up positions. Magic's boy taking JDM down outside once again. There he goes. So that's 2 rifles remaining on these 4 players. And again, it'll be down to CLG to try and force the aggression here. But Cutler, I don't know if he wanted to try and go for the smoke. Maybe he got blocked by the door. He can't see because of the smoke, but there we go. They will try to keep the map control for the time being. Cutler's going for round 2. Flashing in again, but he's going to get taken down from Modi. Patience paying off at SK.
Yeah, Modi with the slap down there. It looks like Peter's going to get attacked from that heaven position. And there it is again. You know, CLG, they're very stretched. Their defense, Estelina can just walk all the way around outside and just gets into this ridiculously strong position, gets the frag, and that's the round over now. SK looking to go 10-2. And when will the dominance end? Will it end? Looks so good right now for SK. And CLG don't seem to have much of a response. And again, it does feel like this map is very, very, very hard if you are on that CT side, because it feels like to me you're pretty much at disadvantage more or less everywhere.
Yeah, I think you are, but I think this CLG side is very underdeveloped on the CT side at least. I think there are other ideas possible outside.
I mean, if you know, we'd have the normal situation where JDM's hitting his shots, a lot of breathing space would be there for CLG to work with. But I mean, they're not really getting many opportunities just because their economy keeps getting shut down as well. So I guess there's that to be you know, to bear in mind. But at the same time, SK might be sending CLG to map 2 very shortly if things continue at this rate.
Indeed, that is a face of frustration there for Tarek. Just too much going the way of SK at the moment. And I think we might have another eco coming in. Indeed, there's about $2,000 on all the CLG players, which normally means not much is going to be purchased, as they will require more money to have a better effort in the following round. So 11-2 looking very likely for SK. CLG with no grenades. JDM's actually bought full armor and a defuse kit, as well as a pistol. And the fast push begins here for the T side. So JDM's actually gone for a full buy then. He's got $100 in the bank. That must be a communication mistake, surely. I don't know why he would do that in this situation.
It could just be that he's tilted a little bit as well. I think it could just be one of those situations where he's just really, really frustrated. And honestly, I think that there's two you know, sides to this as well. You know, two things that could frustrate JDM. The normal one would be maybe if his team was underperforming, or if there were mistakes where he feels like there shouldn't be mistakes, or errors where there shouldn't be errors in his team. Or there's a thing that usually doesn't happen, where he himself is actually underperforming. And then that's got to be a pretty awful situation there.
Everyone had around $4,000, and he had 2.5. That's barely enough for a Chinese takeaway in Counter-Strike. So he's going to be on a pistol while his teammates will be on rifles there. So I don't know if that's tilt or a mistake. I can't see how it's a mistake, Dan. So I think you're probably right that it's maybe it's desperation. Let me buy this defuse kit and try and do something, but I don't know. Toys out of the pram, perhaps. A bit big for a pram, though. I haven't seen a JDM-sized pram before, Dan.
The prams don't recline like that either.
No, they probably don't. Maybe somebody could manufacture one. Not many customers, though. And JDM will be the first one to go down towards the secret position. That allows the Ts to go towards B or A. That causes many problems for CLG. You can see that forces Hazed to come down and try and hold things down on his own. So he has a numbers disadvantage, an information disadvantage, because he knows the Ts are right around the corner, but he doesn't know how many. It weakens the rest of the hold across the map. It's just a disaster for CLG. Hayes chooses aggression. So he's got some information for his team, but again, they've got severe disadvantages here.
Yeah, this is pretty awful again here for the CLG side. Just losing that 1v1 JDM versus Magixboy, but again, Magixboy, he's been just his pace is he's been blindingly fast on those shots, and he's been faster than any of these CLG players seemingly. So super good to see that this bomb is doing so well. And just a quick clear out here, you can see SK Gaming. I mean, this is not really complicated what they're doing. They're just taking control of areas together and kind of loosely coordinating pushes here and there and going as a unit and getting trade frags. But there's no trades because the CTs aren't really killing them. We're just going to annihilate all of you. That's what it is.
It's a CLG pinata, Dan. They're on a string from a tree, and they're getting whipped with a baseball bat. Belts, shoes, tennis rackets, snooker cues, everything. So we are into the last round of the first half, and JDM will be on the honest scout. I say honest, but you can jump and shoot people in the face of it. That's not very honest at all. 3 rifles on the 5 players for CLG. What can we expect here? We've got some Molotovs coming in to try and slow things down towards the A side, but it is outside where the shenanigans will begin. Peter gets traded. I think he just doubled his kills for the half, Dan.
Absolutely, and I can't help but feel like every time we see JDM, it's just misses upon misses at this point. I think maybe there was one tag with the scout there, but still, you know, no significant damage done outside by CLG. They got 1 frag, but they lost control. They lost 2 players for it. Cutler with a quick frag there onto a Cillian, but still big advantages here for SK, looking strong to go 13-2. Got Haste creeping outside. Great shot connected onto Pimp, but still 2 players remaining. He comes back out. Another nice tag there from Haste. If he can pick up that AK, which looks like he's going to be able to do, he actually has an opportunity now to maybe save this one. The thing to note, though, is that he has no kits, and he has not really got any grenades either. So if the bomb goes down, he's going to be having to move quite quickly, as it's a 10-second defuse rather than a 5-second one, but maybe that's not even going to matter. Eliminating yet another player. Hazed looking for the big clutch here to at least have a chance at the 3rd round. But in comes Magixboy up from heaven as Hazed looks to go around the back, and Magixboy can get a plant down now fairly easily.
Hazed can jump up on those barrels all the way onto the roof, although there's a bit of a running jump required, so that would give his position away. He will opt for the ladder, it seems, unless he chooses to go towards B. And indeed, he realizes it's a Magic Sport. We'll never see this coming. So a consolation run, perhaps, for CLG at this point. 3-12. We never know what's going to happen in the second half, but they're going to need a lot of luck, a lot of things going their way if they are to get back into this match.
Yeah, big clutch there from Hayes. That's a really important one, and they need anything right now that can help to somehow boost their morale, because it feels like their morale is lacking. You know, towards the beginning, we saw some nice stuff out of CLG. We saw some good ideas, but then it was the miss shot upon miss shot upon miss shot that really seemed to just allow SK to run away with it, and the star player, they're not really delivering.
All right, well, we'll see what these teams have to offer in the second half. See you after the break. To 3 is the score as we come in towards the second half. You can see that Magic's Boy has been doing some work for his team. The whole team's been doing well so far. Not much to report from the CLG side. So we've seen some struggles for them. It seems they are probably unprepared for Nuke, but now it's SK's turn to defend. So if CLG can manage to be successful on the pistol round, then we'll see SK put to the test and see if they're up for the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, CLG, I'm not super confident right now for them, because it does appear like they're having a really hard time just playing their basic game, and they need this start, they need this pistol round to go well. And we saw that conga line previously, and it's not going to start off any better seemingly here for CLG, losing Tarek immediately. Tarek, perhaps the key pistol player. He's incredibly strong with pistols, and he's just shut down. He's sent to the bench immediately.
Look at the difference in approach as well. CLG closed the distance on their pistol round, even though they have the range advantage with their pistols. SK exploiting the range of these pistols, freeze over towards the garage as well, so a great start from them. They're using what they have, and they're exploiting that, whereas CLG chose to close the distance. Didn't work out. It was a gamble, didn't pay off. So they have 3 players left in this pistol. This is a must-win pistol. This is a desperate situation for the CLG side. Not seeing Modi behind the box, it seems. They will try to charge towards the bomb site. There is a rotation coming in from the CTs as well, but Modi may not need it as he's finding himself some headshots. Italian will support, take down JDM, so it's Peter versus 4.
Yeah, that's not an easy ask, especially for the coach. He's going to get taken down, shot in the back. And it's great to see, you know, Modi, another player who's got a huge amount of history, was an incredibly strong player individually from Sweden, one of the players from Sweden on the lineup. And, you know, we get to see some of the impact that he can have with that pinpoint accuracy, with that USP, and it's going to give SK a very nice start indeed into this next round. They've got all the UMPs out here, and the UMP is one of the cheaper SMGs, and it allows you to have a lot of grenades, which keeps you safe, hopefully, is the plan at least, against the force buys, which we see right now from CLG. They've got a very potentially strong situation, very strong pistols. They can run and gun with high efficiency, but it's not going to be too efficient here. Both Pimp and Magic opening up with defensive frags more and more until no one is left standing on the CLG side. That was shut down with only a single loss. That's exactly how SK wanted it to go.
In came the man them, Dan, but the chicken shop was closed. 14-3. CLG, this could be the fastest game today so far. It could be, but will it be? There are 2 rounds at least remaining for CLG to try and, well, to do something, to do what they can. I don't know if they have a plan on this. I mean, but perhaps it's a case of the veto. It was a priority to take maps away from SK versus, you know, taking the gamble of maybe getting the nuke. Here we are. Tarek scouts, no Kevlar. 3 Tech 9s and a Deagle onto the remainder of the CLG side. Tarek very quickly up onto the silo, or Twinkie as they call it in America. So far, so good. Cutler taking Magic's Boy down at close quarters. Player has been spotted, a player has been eliminated.
Yeah, Tarek is pretty devastating when he has like a sniper rifle in his hands. Right now, he might be the superior sniper to JDM at this moment, just because JDM's not been connecting at all. And Tarek with that scout as well. He always finds creative ways to use that weapon. And it's like a bit of a push comes in there from Modi, looking to get something done, and he does. He picks up a frag onto Cutler, looking for the info, and he's going to spot Tarek again. Oh, Modi with 2 more frags, shutting things down. It looked like maybe something could go the way, finally, of CLG, but no. Modi steps in. Cillian's there as well. Down to 3 HP is Pitta, so life still looking quite difficult here for CLG. And the nade and the M4 to finish off both players. And there you go, 15-3. SK looking very strong on map 1 against CLG. A mere 1 round away from closing it.
Who do you think's going to win that?
Indeed, I mean, I wonder how the morale is on CLG side, if that's going to be impactful in the next map.
In fairness, if they haven't done their research and so on, I don't think they'll be too fussed.
I think that they did, though. I think that's why we have Train, James. I think that's why Train is here. I think SK left it open. But into the next round we go, and CLG forcing it up, trying to scrap together what they can to see if they can get something done here. But immediately, Freeze is going to take down Tarek again. One of the key players is out of the round, and no entry has been made.
So Freeze, well, actually he didn't get the frag, it was Pimp to take the player down outside. So, well, 5 versus 3, and there's 1 rifle, and that rifle is a Scout, and that rifle's gone now. It's Cutler versus 5 to keep CLG in. He's going for the high ground, and does not bode well. He's managed to rescue an AK, but I don't think he can rescue his team in this particular situation. Down goes Pimp. We've got flanks coming in. So SK are giving 1 versus 1s now to Cutler, which they do not need to do. Although with 14 HP, there's only so much that he can do, he can muster, and it will be a very fast first game here for SK.
Easy victory indeed, CLG not really finding anything that worked. And it was, you know, again, that CT side. This is how you would have expected trains to go in the previous editions of the map. It used to be very CT-sided. Is it really T-sided? It may seem to be from this result, but CLG perhaps just not ready with what SK had to throw at them today.
I don't know if we can really read much into that map in terms of in the map balance and so on. There's really not much to report apart from Modi's interesting dance moves here. Yeah, a solid game 1. That's good confidence for SK going into game 1. 2, we'll see you after the break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to ELEAGUE. I said that a little bird had told me that CLG had been putting work in on Nuke. That little bird has now been executed.
Did you shoot it?
We've got so dark.
We took him down the mine shaft, the little canary. Go on. Because if that's what it looks like after you put the work in, holy moly.
The good news is with the delay that we had, if you add that time into the match, we had like a 16-14-ish timeline.
So we're right on schedule.
Yeah.
Silver linings, boys. Silver linings.
So look, guys, let's just start with one thing that stood out, and that's Magic's boy, who we talked about. Was he getting into form? Was he coming into the peak of his powers? Wonderful performance by him.
Yeah, he really started things off really, really well. Obviously, I mean, right into the pistol round. But he is that player that was consistent throughout this. He never really kind of let up. I think he ended with a little over 20 kills. But, I mean, just the entries, the secondary kills, the follow-up, and look how excited he is.
I like to see that right there. That just shows that he's really excited.
I remember when I was 18, a long time ago, I used to get excited. It's all downhill from here, Emil.
Once you hit 19, it's all over.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's not more of that he was just so dominant. It's that CLG just looked lost the whole time. Everything they were doing was just one-on-one peeking. They were running in literally one-on-one. All those clips you saw was him killing one guy and then moving on, killing another guy without no crossfires, nothing happening. It didn't look like a team out there at all.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's kind of been with the state that CLG's been in recently. I mean, going back to a few events, even some of the online leagues they've been in, some of their recent events, it has seemed very disorganized at times. So it's a little bit worrying for them that this has now become a trend.
And we hyped up JDM before the match. Well, take a look at this. he missed a bunch of shots.
Yeah, he was not having a good time. Part of it too, I mean, you do have to say, just to give, I think this applies universally to every player on Nuke right now, is that since it's still such a new map, some of the angles are a little bit weird, the timings are a little bit awkward, but some of these shots are not ones that you normally see JDM miss. These should be pretty typical standard shots. I mean, even Mo hits those shots.
I mean, I was known to always hit my shots. Anyway, basically, yeah, they sucked. What do you want me to say? But Peta struggled big time. We talked about his fragile ability. He was 0-10 at one point, I think. Ended the whole match with 5 kills total. I understand that when you're calling, you can't really frag, but when you're on CT side and you're 0-10 at one point, your CT side, you just got to hold a spot.
The fewest kills of his career, apparently, according to our researchers. And people might not know this, based on this performance. Peter was a very good player. We said he would need to roll back the years. He did that. He rolled the years so far back, he went to day 1 when he installed Counter-Strike. He went way back.
Miscalculated, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So
just
this is just
horrible, horrible
I would
game.
say I would give him the benefit of the doubt if they started T side and he had to crawl, and a lot of that was it. But all of this was him just getting straight overran in his spots, and they were saving a lot of the rounds, so I understand that. But still, man, you got to do something on CT.
And here's the problem for Counter Logic. Whereas, for example, we said, hey, Astralis, you're without your in-game leader, but he gets here for the important games. So you can go up again. All you've got to do is kind of just roll with the punches on day 1. CLG don't have that luxury that Peter's here for the full week. And based on that kind of performance on that map, and maybe it is the map, but it isn't looking good that they're going to be able to compete with the other teams in the group.
You got to imagine they're looking across the stage over towards Fugly. He's like, come back, please. we were just kidding.
Yeah, we
still friends.
Is he allowed to play on both teams?
No, I think that's a rule, actually, Mo.
Doubles his chances of getting on TV, so,
He's always thinking about the odds, right? That's what I love about Mo.
It's all odds, man.
Just spin that wheel. So look, let's talk a little bit more about what SK Gaming did right. I've been told actually we're going to go to break. So we'll do that when we come back.
What they did right was,
Yeah. Oh, well, CLG did everything wrong. We're going to see if that trend continues after a short commercial break. Make sure you come back.
Target spot. Let's move. Go, go, go.
Hello and welcome back to ELEAGUE. We're partway through a series between SK Gaming and CLG. And guys, bit of good news. If you're a CLG fan, there is some, okay? They played SK Gaming for the Columbus Major Qualifiers on Overpass, which is the next map, beat them 16-13.
Yeah, that's sick. That's really good. Yeah, I mean, this is a map actually that we would say that CLG's good on, especially in the North American region. They're probably one of the better teams in North America on Overpass. This is a map specifically that JDM does really well on with the AWP. A lot of angles that he can work at the A bomb site in bathrooms and kind of readjust his positioning. But the scary part is even with that win, which by the way was what, 3 months ago now. The scary part is that first map just leaves you with a bad taste in your mouth. You can't really get over the level that we just saw out of them.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. Their Overpass is usually on point. They're really good on T side of Overpass, dude, and they get rotations down so good. I remember watching them just being so impressed at how they cause their rotations and hit a site together. The problem is they're missing a key factor, which is Fudley, who helped them big time on this map for what he did. So after seeing that first map, like before I was going to say CLG could easily have this one, but...
So, predictions.
SK again.
Oh man, I think I have to go with SK on this one after this thing we saw in the first match.
Okay. We'll see if the horror continues. We're going to do our map fly-through of Overpass, and James and DDK, take it away.
We are back. It's time for Overpass indeed, and it's going to be a big question in all of our minds whether the morale can revisit the side of CLG, whether JDM can get working again, because he is so amazing on this map when he's being JDM, James. But will JDM be JDM, James?
I have confidence. I think this is a more familiar map, and no, he'll be more relaxed. I don't know how he can get more relaxed in that chair, but I'm sure he can make it work. So it's going to be the SK team starting on the T side for the pistol. I think SK should have a good showing on this map, so I think it's fair to favor SK overall now. So we've got more aggression from the CLG on the pistol round on the CT side here. 2 players, JDM and Tarek, looking to push, just continue to pushing as well. And again, Pimp's going to see him, but this time he's going to move away. So again, the distance is continuing to be closed here. JDM's not stopping either. He's just going forward, forward, forward. Connector's a problem though. You can see Tarek, he's in the birthday party area with an off angle in case anybody comes out of connector. He wants to pop them in the back of the head as they focus on the lavatories there.
But it does appear as though that's not going to be even a factor as SK start to move their way into that B-bomb site. Here comes the play. Just boy, first man, he is the raid boss, but swiftly dispatched. No Tech 9 anymore, and now it's just down to this quick bomb plant, but the CTs are swarming all close range with those USBs. Oh no, the reload Pitter in a lot of trouble, unable to do much, but he's got Cutler there, who swiftly is able to kill every last one of the Ts, but they did get the bomb planted, and that's a key factor, because as you mentioned, SK are going to be just as, if not more, familiar with Overpass, and with that extra money that they got, they might be able to throw in some crazy strategies in this next round to really throw CLG for a loop.
It's the round CLG needed, Dan, but is it the round they deserved? Time will tell. Off to a good start, but they're up against, well, let's see what they're up against actually. SK with the plant could go for a light buy here because they would have the money to bring out the AKs early in the 3rd round if they keep their buy lives, and indeed they will. So we've got one flashbang. Could be a fast play in towards the B bomb side actually. Could be, they could use a flash to get over towards short B as well, but it seems that, well, here's the creep here, so Cillian's the one with the flash. Hayes, this nade, if he had dispatched it into the tunnel, that would have been a big problem. He will take chunks off freeze, Pimp is down as well, and here comes the flash. Facing Hayes, and he is going to make bank in that round. That is big money, can drop an AWP for JDM, should he wish to.
So here
300 in the bank, look how far back he is. I think you need to put, like, he could just fall off the stage, Dad. Gonna have to put some comfortable landing for him, a mattress perhaps.
Oh, it's time for the buy for SK. They saved that last round so they can have the AKs out in this one, and that bomb plant on the first round means that they can do that, and it also means that they have better weaponry than CLG do. Despite CLG winning those first 2 rounds, CLG are actually at somewhat of a disadvantage on the raw firepower, but CLG have way more utility to work with to try, and they have to use that as an advantage, and that will actually be a massive advantage. The flash goes in, Tarek gets a peek and a free frag, falls back to safety, although I say safety, he's hanging out by the smoke there, still in the forward position, which might not be anticipated. All the meanwhile, we have Magic's Boy here for SK, trying to work control here in the middle of the map, into this connector area by the stairs and the door. Very, very crucial area to control, and Magic's Boy wins that. Very important 1 versus 1. Had he not won that, the rest of his teammates would not have had access back towards the B site. So now CLG, it's very hard for them to know what SK are going to do, and they can't really risk people going too aggressive at this point as well. So SK Gaming with that frag from Magic's Boy are in a good position.
There is still a lot of time on the clock for SK to play with, just under a minute. And CLG not going for any aggressive information finding. I think Hayes is pushing short B actually, so that might cause a bit of a rotation towards A. Now he's got that position. This is a strong position for the CTs to hold, generally speaking. And I'm guessing that Pitt is probably going to move over towards the A site now. 35 seconds left on the clock, and I think CLG can have a good read that the A push is coming here because of Hayes' position. And it's the stronger rifles which are up towards A as well, the 2 M4s. And the split's coming in, 2 towards long, 2 towards short for SK.
Yep, here it is. Tarek with the first frag, though, trying to hold things down, and there's no grenades to help him there. The raw face against 2 players will not work out. Tarek is eliminated, the bomb is planted, and the T's, SK Gaming, they go into advantage. Although Hayes strikes back from the flank, he is the true warrior in the effort to save this one now, giving an advantage back in favor of CLG, although that bomb's still ticking. In goes Cutler up the stairs, takes a frag down. It's just on Modi now, 3 points of health. He won't be able to do it though. Does make it close in eliminating Cutler, but it will be Hayes who saves it. But the problem is that the bomb went down, which is a lot of extra money for SK, and CLG go down to the last man. They lose a lot of money there.
But they had the ropier guns from the previous buy, so they won't be too concerned just yet. It gives them an excuse to buy up the big guns now. We see Hayes indeed dropping the AWP thanks to all that SMG money from the previous round. So CLG will be out with the solid buy. SK will be out with the eco buy. Many pistols, Tech 9s and such in play. So we should see a fast round here from SK. Again, they went for a play into short B and then moved quickly following that. So Modi's going to drop a smoke down in front of the door so they can't get flanked by any CTs in the connector position. And indeed, they will charge onto the site. There's smoke, and there are shots coming in. Hayes with a Molotov kill, and will pick up a Cillian as well. The bomb's been planted, though, so worst case scenario ticked off for SK. They've got 2 players so far, and CLG are charging towards that smoke. That is a bit dangerous. Magic's Boy's picked up an M4, so there's still more damage to be done here by SK.
Yeah, CLG really can't afford to lose too many players, and it looks like they're doing a pretty decent job right now. It's just Freeze left. He can't get anything out of this as well, but the bomb did get planted in the end. So again, SK with 2 frags, another bomb down, they get more money for themselves. They keep up economic pressure onto CLG. So CLG are actually not making money. That's kind of the issue now at this point. So CLG really need to win this next round fairly cleanly, ideally, for them to actually start to build some level of security when it comes to their own economy. So this means that SK can always get back into the game fairly easily if they're just able to win that 1 round. Can see CLG would already be in a position where they would be able to buy only once more afterwards. So be interesting to see how SK's approach is. Now they've got the AWP onto Freeze.
I think they should be coming into this round pretty hot as well, the SK side. It looks like Modi's holding a pop flash from lower into upper to help his teammates, but Tarek's coming in with a flank. That's the bomb down as well. Wow, his kill will be stolen by Cutler's HE. High explosive grenade coming in for the win. Bomb can be retrieved, and CLG are going to sit on that lead and move back. Problem with this for SK is that they will have to spend time investigating the situation over towards the lavatories. Pitta, oh, he might not read that. Modi's moving towards Monster here. That pop flash, though, will do a good job. And now the CTs, I mean, CLG are in a great position here. They've got a man advantage. They've got control of short B with Pitta in position there. He can keep an eye on connector door as well. So SK have a lot to do here.
Yeah, this is a lot of time that's been used by SK as well, and they will actually find themselves a frag. It's Freeze with the AWP versus AWP, or AWP versus AWPer in JDM, and that's going to be the opening that they needed. And now all of the action happens. Quick fragging made by SK as they start pushing the issue on towards this A bomb site, which will now be reinforced by the remaining player, which was on the B bomb side. Hayes and Cutler now looking to respond, and it's Cutler with the first frag. Pimp is down, but there's still a split opportunity here. Cutler goes aggressive, he finds the first, almost the second, so close. 14 health left for Magic's boy. Hayes has a rifle in a good position, he can get it done here. The bomb goes down, and now it's down to Freeze with that AWP. He's gonna look for the spot there. He gets dinked as well, so he's down to 12, and all of a sudden Hayes looks to be in a great position. Playing a headshot angle is still not gonna help Freeze out. Hayes with the clutch, and that's 5 rounds for CLG, and a big fat 0 for SK Gaming.
Yeah, I think by this point, CLG will have forgotten the horrors of the first map. Very good stuff for them so far, but again, they're not out of the dangerous waters. We saw this in the first series today. Surviving with one player, their economy will be brittle, will be fragile, it'll be walking the tightrope here, and SK will look to push them off, as they have another buy coming in, 4 AKs in the Galil onto Freeze as well, so no AWP for the T side, but they still have the ability to do considerable damage here to CLG.
And there it is, the first kill coming in for CLG again. Pitta this time with the MP9, no less. Takes down Modi. So the thing with this map is that there's loads of time for SK to slowly work towards map control, towards A and towards B. And there's lots of setups you have to kind of clear away that the CTs could have, because CTs can get quite aggressive on this map. So it takes quite a while and a lot of grenades to safely clear spots. If you want to take a risk, you can just gamble it away and just try to move in without the grenades, but we'll see a conservative approach here from SK, because they do have a limited amount, just jumping around these corners, making a lot of noise. They haven't really given much presence towards the B side of the map here, so it does feel as though CLG have a good understanding that it's more likely to be an A than a B play right now, because they have heard nothing towards B, and they've heard some grenades and stepping sounds towards the A side of the map, and already they've got a fourth player who could rotate quickly towards A. So CLG should be strong on the defense.
Yeah, the problem for CLG is that they don't have short B control this time, so they'll be taking a bit more of a gamble. It seems Cutler's a bit hesitant to rotate straight away, but Turret going down might speed things up over there, and they will need to. Loads of smokes down on the site, trying to plant safely. Freeze looking away. There is a bit of an off angle there, and that's going to punish him. Wall of smokes in the site, but can the bomb go down? There's 20 seconds left. The T's have to plant the bomb here. There are too many CTs for them to win by elimination. Surely 2 fast frags. The bomb is in no man's land now by Optimus Prime. Magic's boy alone versus 4. How much damage can he do? None. Taken down by the MP9. MP9 down versus an AK. The MP9 proves victorious. SK have problems.
Yeah, a lot of problems indeed for SK. CLG managing to do exactly what they needed to do going into the second map, and that is starting it off really well, because they had such an awful map 1 that can really send you. You can start to lose some confidence in your plays, maybe even subconsciously, and that can start to affect how you play. But CLG seemingly unaffected and going in strong in the first half on the CT side, that's going to be very, very encouraging for them. And SK are pensive now. They're trying to understand, how is the best way for us to approach CLG, and let's look at it this way as well, James. We haven't really seen JDM be an impact yet. That's what makes me really confident for CLG, is that it seems inevitable now that JDM is going to start to have more space. The whole world is not resting on his shoulders. He doesn't have to perform for them to win this match now, it feels like.
Look at the position. I don't know if we can get a camera on the position of Cutler's keyboard, because it is almost sideways. Rumor has it, Dan, he used to play on the end of an ironing board at home, and that's why. I mean, it could be rumors, Dan. I could be just lying through my teeth, but his keyboard is at a very interesting angle indeed. Look at that. Look at that.
Pretty sure that's not how you use a keyboard, James.
Well, perhaps not, Dan. Although this is common.
The manual.
I don't have my keyboard at 90 degrees. I'm not a 90-degree keyboard man. Are you?
No.
Why did that take time to answer?
Not good with numbers, James.
Surely you know. Okay, fair enough.
Hard to talk, not do numbers.
There is a tactical pause. If you wonder what that bag is, I believe it's like a hand warmer, right? You like grind whatever's inside. I haven't tried one of those.
Excuse me?
But I think that's to keep your hands warm. So we have a tactical pause coming in here for SK. 0 to 6 at the moment. And this is not like a 0 to 6 on Nuke. This is Overpass. This is not a map where they should be 0 to 6. They know that they're capable of much more than this.
It's an interesting map from the perspective that it initially, and it's in the opening months of its release, it was very CT-sided. And then as teams started to, much like Cash, it starts out very CT-sided, but then as teams start to really understand how the map works, it became a bit more T-sided. And then And while still being very good for CTs, and then it got to the situation when then the metagame kind of leveled out a bit, and then you have teams like Luminosity showing really how you can be very aggressive as the CTs, and then you can take control back. So it really depends on the two teams playing, I think, as to how side T or CT side of this map can be. But we're into the next round, and SK, they took the time out, but this is not the round where we will really see it come to fruition. Although that said, Asilian takes abuse of Tarek, who's playing really close, James, against a quasi-buy.
Oh, JDM's been caught short, and Cutler's coming in, trying to go for the two-man spray now, but it's not to be. We've got players being lost on both sides very quickly indeed. The bomb's been spotted though, which means Pitta can rotate and come in to support Hayes, who is spamming grenades, trying to slow things down. The bomb's on fire. Molotov disappeared now, and the two Ts will move towards the two CTs. Freeze to get the opening frag there. Hayes is alone on the site now. He's got the angle, but there's a minute 10 on the clock here. For SK to play with, going for the two-man spray down, can't do it. Freeze is alone through the smoke, straight in the face. CLG retain the clean sheets.
That was a disaster though, James. I mean, they lost so many players. I mean, you've got a situation where the other team is likely not going for a full buy because they just don't have the money. So either CLG are not keeping track of the money correctly, or they're just essentially just making poor decisions against what is likely to be pistols. And then, because you don't want to play close against the pistols, that's exactly what Tarek did. Then we saw repeated 1v1s, which is just, again, it's a problem. And they lost 4 players. That was the cost. Let's see though if SK Gaming can capitalize upon that. Because they've got the full buyout now, we've got Freeze on the AWP, and once again Tarek is playing aggressive, playing close, and it's going to be Freeze picking off JDM, so JDM's out of the picture straight away, and Freeze is looking for that potential spot, which he perhaps feels like Tarek is sitting in. He was correct, but he can't get the frag, but the trade was set up, and Pimp was there to deliver the goods, and now it's a 4 versus 3. This is such an amazing situation. If you're a caller on the T side, and you go 4 versus 3 with a minute and 20 seconds left, that is amazing. You've got so much to work with.
CLG know that they need to, they're in a bad spot. They know that. You can see there's both CTs from B getting aggressive now. Pushing, trying to put things back in their favor. And Magic's Boy holding off angles, just biding their time. SK can sense the desperation of the CTs here, and they will try to capitalize on it, and indeed they will. Magic's Boy taking Peter down. So it's a 2 versus 4 now. 50 seconds left on the clock. They don't even need to move together to find the final players. Modi winning the duel with Hayes, leaving Cutler alone, and he will have to go full cue ball to take this one down because he has many enemies surrounding him.
Yeah, this is not an easy ask for Cutler, and really damage is going to be the priority from this position. He's got potentially a good angle. He just spots some legs there through the door, and quick kill made onto Magic's Boy. He loses no health in the process, but again, before getting confidence to really go for this, he would want to get another frag. And the bomb has not gone down yet, so now he's starting to ask questions, because he's seen that there's been players on the B-bomb site for quite a while. Why has the bomb not gone down yet? These are questions that will be going in his mind, although we will see him going through Monster, and perhaps he'll be able to make a frag against Modi here. Modi's quite low on health, but he's got an AK-47, a good angle, and the reload might have just given away his position. Not sure if he was close enough for Modi to hear that, but here he goes. He'll get shot in the back, and there it is, the end of the round, as 3 players will survive for SK. And finally, they take a round.
And look at this.
Long time coming.
It's the first round that SK have won, and the money is ruined for CLG because they have struggled to survive in numbers in so many of these rounds. They don't really have much going on in their bank, but they're going to force it up. Again, we've got submachine gun coming out onto Pitta because he can't afford a primary, like a rifle. Tarek with a 5-7, so instant struggles for CLG. And yes, it's 7-1, but if SK could keep CLG poor, then this half could finish 8-7. It's possible.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, especially with CLG, they seem a little bit volatile. And again, it's quite interesting to see that Freeze has been able to shut down JDM so far, and now Magic's Boy takes down JDM. JDM can't get anything going, which is really unlike him. And you got to credit SK, man. Magic's Boy has been on point. Look at these shots he's delivering right now. 2 massive kills, and again, this is an insanely strong position. You're 5 versus 3. You can pick and choose the bomb site you go to. You've got loads of utility. You've got a minute and 15 seconds to play with. You've gathered up the team. We've got a situation where CLG, even if they were to stack 3 on a bomb site, SK Gaming going in 5 players are still in advantage if they do it correctly. So this is just incredibly hard for CLG, and they need something special to hold this off.
Well, that's a good start. Hayes with 2 frags, make that 3, and Pitter's coming in with the UMP. What the hell is going on, Dan? Freeze is the last man standing versus 2. This is completely ridiculous, and he's got to fight around smokes as well. Spots Hayes' legs, and will take him down, making a gamble that Cutler is over towards B, and indeed those bullets will confirm it, and he will make his way over towards the A site. So, still work to be done here by both sides. Cutler will be facing a smoke. Is he brave enough to walk through it? He should hear the plant and start to charge upstairs.
What a hold from Hayes, and it's all come down to this now. Cutler up the stairs. Freeze knows where he's coming from, or has a very, very good idea, and that's it. There's the headshot. Freeze will save the round there with that clutch. But Hayes, that guy just going completely wild there on that B bomb side defense. I thought the round was almost secured just because of this play out of Magic Spoy, but then Hayes with this absolutely manly hold. And combined with Pitta, that was beautiful. And I mean, it gave CLG a chance, but it seemed like it wasn't good enough. And that was really important for SK because this gives them a real opportunity to actually build some momentum now, economically and otherwise. As CLG, as you mentioned, they're broke.
Yeah, indeed they are. They've got mere pistols. So there's not much to be done here by CLG, although you could have said that for the previous round as well after those first 2 frags, and there was almost a complete wipeout towards the B bomb site. This time, however, there are no smokes to hide behind, and they've chosen to stack A, and the gamble has not paid off. SK not committing just yet. They've got 3 players in the site, but they haven't crossed into the CT side of it just yet. They will take their time. The bomb plant is not urgent, however, it has gone down. Still 5 players alive. Pimp can just hold an angle to... That's not good. Bit paranoid about his 6. And he will get taken down. His job there was to make sure that CTs didn't move through the door. But that did not pay off. Tarex picks up an AK, but he wants to try and hold on to this. Cannot do so, however. So SK bringing another round onto the board. And again, you do have to wonder now, a 7-0 start for CLG, what will the score look like at the end of the half? I mean, SK could even finish in the lead the way things are going.
Yeah, and especially if Freeze is going to keep delivering. And, you know, Freeze is, at one point, Freeze, in the old 1.6 days, many years ago, a previous iteration of Counter-Strike, he had points in which he was like the best AWPer in the world. Like, well, maybe not against Markov, but he was right up there. The guy was insanely strong, and his name value because of that is still very, very strong, although his performances haven't really reflected that name value in CSGO so far. But what we're seeing here today is definitely a bit more consistency than I'm used to seeing out of Freeze, and a bit more of an inspired play. Perhaps the stage, the setting is something that's, you know, really driving Freeze, and that consistency that he's bringing to the table is enough to shut down JDM in these 1v1 AWP battles. And if he's doing that, he's more than doing his job, and we can see the Magis Boy is being very consistent as well in these kind of 1 vs X situations against many players. So SK Gaming are just looking kind of solid right now.
So we had a brief timeout, presumably tactical from the CLG side, and that might be good. Might be good just to break the momentum of SK a little bit. Take a breather, find a new approach, ask each other what is going wrong here. Why are they winning rounds now? Well, to see if it's paid off for the CT side. We've got CLG onto Framas now. Cutler onto Famas. The French gun. Bit slightly lacking nades are the CLG side. It seems SK want to head towards the B bomb site, but first you can see Magic Spoy looking over towards short B, and Hayes with the more passive position, jumping up. You can that does give away some sound cues if the T's are in the right position, which they're not at the moment. So they're going to leave a lurker towards B and rotate elsewhere.
Yeah, and the thing right now is that actually Pimp has been sitting by the toilets area for quite some time, and he's not spotted anybody. So it's very likely that Pimp is going to be able to say they are playing a long setup. Because usually you're going to have a pair of players, like 2 players playing the buddy system on the A side of the map for the CT side. And you can see they're sending Freeze here. And he already kind of understands there should be a player there. He goes for the shot, just barely misses it. It's a very good attempt, but that's going to be confirming that the setup is indeed on the A-long area. But the problem is that in Freeze missing that shot, the setup still exists, and in fact, he's going to get aggressive. They're going to actually catch the rotation as SK decide to go back towards B, getting nothing at A. And now CLG, with 35 seconds left, to play against the offensive SK, realize that SK are in a bit of a desperate spot. Modi's got to deliver the goods here, moving in for this entry frag from the monster position into that B bomb site. In goes the Molotov to force Hayes down, but Hayes delivers the frags. Both kills coming in, and that's what he needed to do. Again, he's been consistent on this B bomb site, and now it's just Pimp. Everything's fallen apart for SK.
Pimp is alone, Dan. Probably not a good Pimp. 5 players alive for CLG at the moment. And that is a clean hole for them. Back to winning ways, and that resets the loss bonus of SK. So perhaps we will see a dominant half yet. Hayes putting in work over towards this B bomb site. He is doing well for his team in this particular map. You can see he's a man who's pleased that this is a joyous occasion for Hayes.
Yeah, I mean, he's really having a good go of it so far on Overpass. You can see on Nuke he had an awful game, as did the rest of his team, but Overpass 20 for 4 is pretty ridiculous, to be honest, in the first half. That's a really, really strong showing. Hayes on that B-bomb side has been scary. He's not normally a player that you expect to go ham for the CLG side. It's usually going to be Tarek or JDM. So here it is, SK now on a bye, which is not nearly as good as it has been, but still respectable enough to field an AWP and a healthy amount of grenades. But how do they decide to open this one? CLG have been mixing up their defensive setups to keep SK Gaming guessing.
Look how passive SK are playing. They seem to be afraid of the lavatory area, of pushes from long, etc. Very passive play indeed. Freeze holding a far angle on long while his teammates take map control. Slowly but surely they will start to creep towards the A site. And you can see the bomb is actually all the way towards long A now, which would suggest a straight A play. They've still got time to change their decision. Maybe a frag here or there will change things for them. Modi with a strong position towards short B. Do wonder if the CTs will start to ask questions over there a bit later on. So we see Freeze with a bit of an alternate angle. Has he been spotted by the jumping peak? If the jump comes in again, then maybe trouble will be had. Freeze trying to make the right call there with the scope, but no frags just yet. 40 seconds left on the clock, and as that time continues to tick down, you have to favor the CTs, although Hayes has just been taken down towards B.
Yeah, Modi kind of lurking towards the B side of the map is going to make life much more difficult here for the CLG side. JDN standing with that M4 though, able to take a frag, and Tarek capitalizing on the distraction, picking up one of his own with the trades, and gets another one as well. Tarek doing a great job, and all of a sudden it's just down to Freeze with the Galil and 15 seconds, and that is not going to work for SK. CLG back with another victory, taking it 9-3, and things starting to look once again a bit better for them as they take control of the match. SK not allowed back in, it would seem, as they are down to pretty poor money again. They don't really have much to throw into this round.
No, they don't. So when this map first started off, you often saw 12-3 halves in favor of the CT side. Are we going to see that again? For different reasons, of course. CLG off to a great start, managing to recover, not let SK run away with the string of rounds they won. Now we see a fast play from SK with no nades in the bag. They require headshots. It's as simple as that. You can see Tarek moving back a bit, not wanting to give SK the range, not wanting them to get close enough, but we have JDM playing close with the MP7, and that could be a problem. If he gets shot in the head, there's a smoke down for support as well. Tarek will be the one to fall actually, and JDM will clean up with that MP7. Pimp, last man standing now, over towards long, gets shot straight in the head. Nice shot from Cutler there with the USP. So 10-3 now. CLG with a strong performance so far on the first half of map 2. Yeah,
it's looking really good for them. And that's really, really encouraging to see. Again, it was such a... It started off so badly that I was very, very worried that they would not be able to really recover and find their feet, but they have done that. And it's been because of Hayes, man. This guy has been having a great performance in this map, and I'm sure it's something the analysts will be talking about later. Either way, it is still very doable for SK. Got Modi there looking to push the sewers area, but he will be sent into the dirty water.
Look, JDM with look at that. That's
so
beautiful.
Cool.
That is coordination, Dan.
What a setup.
The C in CLG today stands for coordination, at least on map 2. Now, the T's are going to have to force their way through the Molotov. Freeze blind, getting a kill onto Tarek, and things are getting a bit awkward here for the CT side. Trying to defend the angles, and all the numbers disappearing. Pitta with a flurry of kills, 11-3. The good fortune continues for CLG.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting to hit some comfort right now. 11-3 is really nice, and this setup was beautiful. The HE blowing open the door, And behind door number 1 is JDM, James.
Him holding back that rage. That man needs a cuddly toy, Dan.
Or a stress ball.
Perhaps. So the last round of the first half, and this, SK will have 1 SMG, and the rest will have pistols. They have some nades, and they can execute with them, but they can't execute down if they're getting executed by JDM. Cillian was just about to take him down. Ooh, the answers are coming back now in favor of SK, 3-3, and they've picked up an AWP and an M4. And they have a minute and a half on the clock, and they have nades. There's a lot to play for both these teams. 3-3, not great for either side. Down goes Pimp, he was heavily tagged, finished off by the high explosive. Now Cutler's going for the flank. So Peter will be into the punch. Not a very good spray down though. That man. And I think that's showing the fact he's up there, because I think any of the other players are going to get clean spray downs there. But obviously Pitta is outside the game, not in the game most of the time.
Yeah, great result there from CLG, going 12-3 on the first half. Honestly impressive to see Hayes performing so well. I can't really state it enough. And that's going to really bring up CLG after an awful first map. They're definitely going to be feeling good going into the second half.
Yeah, great performance from the CLG side. So there are a few rounds for SK to come back. We'll see them after the break. Welcome back to the show. So we have the audience starting to move in. Of course, some mayhem and rounds to come. See some Cloud9 t-shirts there. I don't know if there's any other teams in play. We have a tweet, Dan. So does Magic's boy look like Todd from Breaking Bad? I don't actually remember who Todd is, but I think we have a comparison coming up.
There it is.
Well, yeah. He is Todd. He's the same person.
That's actually really, really close, isn't it?
It's exactly the same.
Wow.
He's literally the same person, Dan.
There's going to be a lot of Breaking Bad references now,
He's basically got the same chin, the same nose, the hair's in the same places.
The hair is in the same place.
It's the same person, Dan. As far as I can tell, that is the same person.
Nice, nice. But we'll have to see if that's his abilities come into play that he learned from...
Can he use his Breaking Bad skills to bring SK back into this match? Because they are 9 rounds down versus CLG at the moment, who are leading 12-3 in game 2. CLG got wiped out in the first game on Nuke, but they're looking good for the second one, although it's not over until it's over, Dan.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting. I mean, SK have had really, really cool individual performances, but CLG looked very together on that CT side. But now the tables are turned, and we have, you know, the CT side being played out by SK with those pistols, those USPs. They will spot a couple players there towards the birthday area, but let's see if they can actually get any frags. Looks like they have a really fast pace coming in here from Tarek. He really wants some action here. He's the raid boss there with the Kevlar and the Tech 9, but he can't find any players close. It has been evacuated, that nearby area towards the toilets, and the CTs of SK, they are just resting on the A-bomb site now. And it looks like they've rotated most players there as well, really feeling that push, but CLG have retaken the connector area, so they can go to B still. So SK could be caught off guard a little bit if that fast rotation does happen.
Indeed, we had Cutler heading a little bit over towards long earlier, but didn't really venture out. So as more time passes, both teams kind of have less and less information. CLG don't really have much in the name of map control. JDM's in connector, but I'm not sure if the door is open. So if it isn't, they have no idea what's going on towards B. You can see Tarek looking for information towards long A. At the same time, the CTs don't really know what's going on either, but Freeze, there we go, looking for information, and it will be delivered straight in his face by Hayes. Magic's boy to return the favor.
Yeah, back in it again with that USP, but Cutler's going close now. He's got the Glock, and he's looking to cover the bomb planter, and I think he did just enough there to get the bomb down. In fact, we actually get some frags here for the CTs. It's going pretty evenly, though, after Tarek's efforts with that Tech 9, and the bomb is ticking away now, though, so it's the pressure really on for the CTs. There must be a kit down there somewhere as well to pick up, so there is still some time to work out the coordinated push back in from Bank and from the stairs. There goes Modi, but Pimp still needs to get up these stairs. Gets a nice tag there onto Pitta, just down to Pitta now. 3 HP on the coast, but not for long. Modi in with the finishing blows, and that's going to be the round there for SK, as he has just enough time here for the defuse. And SK, they needed the good start, and they're going to get it.
The window of opportunity has opened. So what is the play from CLG in the next round? They can save and pick up the AKs in the round following, or they can try and surprise SK and go for a bit of a force buy here. We will find out soon enough. Pitta did what he could, but he got taken down from the back, unfortunately for him. We see some pistols being collected here by CLG, so it seems they will indeed go for the big buy in the next round. No need for them to gamble in the situation with an 8-round lead. So we'll see what CLG have to offer. They've got 0 grenades. I always feel like in a round like this, it's always going to be a great bonus if you can get a bomb plant. If some nades can help you do that, then even better. But they have only pistols, which means they're going to be dueling at significant disadvantages. They're all spread out as well, so it seems there might not be a solid plan here from CLG, as you may see from some other teams on a round like this. So Tarek is over towards, he's lurking outside B with the bomb in tow. So it seems CLG may want to draw some players over towards A, and indeed, there are 4 players, if I'm not mistaken, towards A at the moment, although Modi might be on the balcony of B. Indeed he is. So either way, CLG are going to have a lot of problems getting the bomb down on this round.
It would be quite funny if they'd actually try to make a fake work. I mean, they might be able to create a 1 versus 1 for the bomber, but that said, it does seem like Tarek is going to rotate and join the rest of the team towards the A site, so there will be no fake efforts, seemingly. SK just waiting now. I mean, they don't really have much in the way of nades because they wanted to get better rifles because they know the AKs are coming next round, and that is the real scary thing here. And I like that CLG are actually taking this kind of slow right now because they are trying to force a mistake or capitalize on any mistakes. Any greedy play, testing SK, but SK are going to live up to this round. Very, very nicely done there by Magic's boy, easily dispatching everyone from CLG. But it's good, you know, that CLG tried to test SK's discipline there. But SK, they seem focused, James.
Yeah, but I would have preferred it if they tried to test it with some grenades. Like a flashbang, you know, get close to the site, get close quarters, rather than just pistols, because it just, to me, it just...
but now they have more nades in this round.
Could be a lot better. Indeed, they do that. They have a lot more.
So that's better.
So their patience has paid off, and now they can really get to work, although they are limited with the grenades. They don't have a perfect amount. So I think the smoke is to stop being shot by boosted CT players. Interesting smoke, don't see that very often. Oh, Pitta shot through the panel. Great angle there by Modi, who holds down Tarek as well. Still got Asilian in tow on the site. There he will be taking down Cutler with the honest SMG there. Big loss, kill bonus for him. So Asilian's finally been taken down. Man advantage for the CTs. And it seems CLG is somewhat committed to the site. The bomb's been lost, but Hayes is still almost in T-spawn. So JDM's in Monster on his own. The bomb's miles away. This round not really working out for CLG here. Modi to trade. Great positioning by him. Good teamwork by SK. 3 versus 1.
Yeah, the coordination not quite working out here for CLG. And here goes the attempt to reclaim the bomb. It is shut down. Modi with an excellent round there. 3 kills. And you know, finishing off Pitta, who he crippled through, through that wooden panel at the start of the round as well. And looks like SK getting it done with a very, very default and very safe round, just sitting in the sites and allowing their opponents to come to them. Now CLG, they got so much of a round lead at the moment that they have a real buffer to work with to test SK Gaming with all sorts of strategies, fast plays, slow plays. If they want fakes, if they have those set up. I haven't seen any proper fakes so far. at least not from SK on their first half. But now we have the Deagles here as we have a bit of a half buy from CLG, just getting some small investment in there to keep things interesting, maybe get a frag or two, but that's pretty much all they can expect.
Yeah, but again, we've got absolutely no grenades whatsoever for CLG. And I mean, like one flashbang might help them force the CTs back from these positions, or a smoke might get them onto a site. Even if doesn't necessarily help with a bomb plant. If they get closer with P250s instead, or Tech 9s, I mean, there's a lot of things they can do. And they've left the bomb behind, and Pimp has flanked them, and it's now with the bomb and an MP9. There's no armor on these players, so if they try to retrieve that now, he's just going to make loads of money. So it seems the eco rounds, there isn't really much to be done here from CLG. Consolation frag there for Pitta. I don't expect him to be able to save this gun. The aim punch will not allow him to take the duel with Pimp, and SK continue to climb. 5-round gap now.
This is where it gets interesting. We'll start to see exactly how the approach is going to be formulated by both sides, who now have big buys. We've got the AWP on JDM. Again, JDM has been quite quiet so far in this series, and this would be really the time for him to step up. He's on a mere 8 frags at the moment, not having much impact on the CT side, but can he do some damage here on this T side? Now, Freeze has been pretty awesome with that AWP as well. We're going to see a pretty conservative setup here from SK, smoking off the forward area there just to get slight control of the stairs and connector area into the door spots, which controls kind of the center of the map. It controls rotations between each bomb site, which can be a very important spot to hold. We're going to go and see Pitta go for the aggressive move there, trying to challenge Magic's Boy. Magic's Boy on point as normal. And now it's 5 versus 4 here. But CLG, they've seen this setup now. They could actually just run straight past these players in towards A, having seen them, but they're actually going to try and kill them, James, instead. I guess that works as well.
Yeah, Tarek gets more information, sees the rotation from a player in towards the B bomb site, but they won't realize that there are 3 players there and just 1 over towards A, which is Freeze with the AWP having to look at shorthand long on his own. Tarek continuing to take plays down towards B though, and that might make B more attractive, but there are still more players towards B than there are towards A. Magic's Boy moving into a more passive position though, with down to 14 HP. And again, Freeze might be getting a bit worried because his position, he has to look at 2 places at the same time, with the AWP on his left and over to his right. He is very exposed at the moment. 40 seconds left, and CLG will buy their time, perhaps trying to bait a mistake here from SK. And it looks like they're going to slowly move towards the A site. And it seems that at the same time, SK are grouping up and taking a gamble onto which site CLG may choose to push. Yeah, this is smart from SK because the A site's harder to retake. So if they actually decide they want to go for it, B is more amenable to retakes. But it may be that they just go for the straight up save. And CLG had a lot of ways to win this round, actually, because it does look like SK are saving before I go into this point. So yeah, there's that spot where when the CTs push 2 men into the connector area, what they're saying is at the early round, if you are going to go for a fast kind of map control play towards B, which some teams do like to do, we're going to shut down that mid control. And that can basically cripple rounds like that for any B takes because the flank can come in so quickly. But in reality, CLG were going for an A play or were pushing towards A, and then they spotted the players there. And if there are 2 players down in connector, that means there's no one to stop you from walking onto the A bomb site, James. So they decided not to go for that though, and instead to just kind of hang out and then go for B, which worked as well. So first round picked up by CLG with this buy. I'll have to see if they can close this one, because we've seen this before so far today, James. A comeback of this magnitude. Indeed, we have. But the pressure will mount. Every round CLG get is now massive. Only 3 rounds away from taking it. You can see the arena here has indeed filled up with nerds.
The Mandem's arrived.
Glorious nerds. So AWP onto both sides, loads of grenades as well. Lots to play for between these 2 teams. 6-round lead here for CLG. Looks like Pitter's going for a bit of a timing nade, although he chooses to take it back. Maybe not wanting to give his position away straight away. But there we go. SK with aggressive CTs towards the lavatories at the beginning. But as we often see on this map, they should slowly retract towards the sites. We've got Modi holding an aggressive angle towards short B as well. I think Pimp is in there as well, so there's a nice hold in that position. SK putting the bodies towards B, it seems. And indeed, they will move back from upper towards the A site. So CLG will take time to clear out all these nooks and crannies. And they haven't ventured over towards long either. They'll have to be wary of any potential flanks. We did see one from Pimp when CLG were on eco. Lots for CLG to do. Again, they've left the bomb in a super passive position for now, so someone will have to go and collect that. Cutler lurking outside B. Again, 3 players concentrated on the B bomb site early on for SK.
But now the time is really starting to get quite late. There's only 40 seconds to go, and CLG, they need to really make a move and get some substantial map control. SK actually holding so passively. I love that cute off angle we saw from Asilian just there for a moment by Monster. But here it is, the push coming in, a boost for JDM, but they don't have much time to really mess around.
They don't have time to do this.
There's 20 seconds left on the clock at this point, and they start to move in. But the problem is their push really set up to be coordinated here? It looks fairly good at the moment. The nades are helping massively. They should be able to get a free bomb plant. There goes Tarek, very open plant, hoping that he survives through the smoke. No errant bullets to find him. Bomb goes down here as Pitta makes his way through. The spray down comes into play, and that's going to leave things at a 2 versus 3 here in favor of SK, despite the bomb being planted. But the advantage is really with the T's here. Their positioning is so strong with that bomb in the open. Now the smoke is going to be very important. Now this really makes things awkward here for Tarek and co. It's just Cutler now against 3 players. Asilian with both frags and an easy defuse. SK making that look effortless at the end. And it looks like CLG might have some trouble on their hands, James.
It looks absolutely crazy how long CLG wait to execute, because if something, normally in that situation, if something goes wrong, then you're probably going to lose the round, but they're literally walling off the entire site with smoke grenades. If any DC chooses to push through that smoke, the sheer numbers advantage for CLG means they should be able to take the frag and get the bomb down. They managed to do that, but they can't hold afterwards. The bomb completely exposed, but SK put that one smoke down, and there was no attempt to spray through the smoke either, just were waiting for plays, didn't really work out for them, and now CLG find themselves on pistols again.
Yeah, it is pretty rough times. Have to see if they can actually close this one. NRG had a similar issue previously. They got to 13 or 14 rounds, and then Astralis making a big comeback. Freeze finishing off a player finally, and tagging Hayes down to 22 as well. So just picking these players off, thinning out the ranks before they actually make their way to the bomb site. That's how you want to do it. And Magic's Boy able to spot one player smoke off one avenue of attack. Just make life very easy for the defense here. So this is all about SK in this round at the moment. There's not really all that much, I don't think, that can really go the way of CLG, unless they find some crazy 1Ds. They do have 3 deals, but will SK allow them to do that?
Well, they had an opportunity to get close to the A site, although they would probably get cut to ribbons. But they're moving towards B now with Cutler on long. Perhaps he will have a timing distraction for the team to try and get the bomb down. And this time they've picked up a smoke grenade to try and help them get the bomb down. They could put that on the site itself to plant in the smoke. They can put it on the platform, the close left to where Pitta is at present. We shall see where they choose to put it. They have to contend with a Molotov as well. Pitta getting taken down in isolation, and there goes Hayes as well. Just, it seems the plans are just not solid enough for CLG on their eco rounds, and that's allowing SK to catch up. They're just winning the eco rounds very easily indeed.
Yeah, and it's always really nice when you're in that position on the T side, the CT side, the SK are in as well, because they get this spot where like one player can get like 3 or 4 frags, and he's going to feel amazing. They're pretty easy frags to pick up, and Modi there looking really on point. And now it's 9 to 13, so the gap is slowly but surely closing. And this is another round that CLG really need to have an impact in to throw SK off from Freeze. This time he gets flashed off of the position, which is very good, and that's going to allow CLG to slowly progress. But this is what we talked about earlier. You need to invest a lot of resources as a T side to very safely clear these spots with lots of pop flashes. And this looks like SK Gaming will give up the A side of the map almost completely, just relying on one single defensive setup towards long, and that's basically it. So if CLG really wanted to, they could take significant portion of control towards toilets before making a committed play.
Minute 10 on the clock here for CLG. They haven't really been fond of venturing through the toilets, it seems. We have the support structure here on long for Freeze, with Magic's Boy playing in that close corner that I think Sean Gares made popular. Pitta and Hayes in the connector area, so it seems that B will be the play, but what is Tarek going to do to try and draw the CTs away, if anything? 40 seconds left now. That 40-second timer where things need to pick up pretty quickly for a T-side who don't even have short B at the moment. We see the smokes going down. Seems SK have held on to them very well. 25 seconds left. What are CLG going to do here?
Yeah, this is the problem, as you mentioned, that SK have done an amazing job in holding onto their grenades. They can still use these effectively, but in comes the push here. Look at that. The incendiary getting laid down by Monster. Very hard to reclaim the bomb now. 15 seconds. You said if something goes wrong, leaving yourself with low amounts of time, it's not going to be helpful. And Tarek, he might go absolutely mental here. They're all lining up for him, but it's not going to work, and there wouldn't be any time left anyway. So very nice hold by SK, and SK did the exact right thing there. The kind of the way to counter super slow play, and that is to hold onto your grenades. That's so strong.
Yeah, Astralis quite good at doing that as well. They were very good at doing that on good old Inferno.
Yep.
And the counter Molotovs coming in, they had everything. Molotovs on short, Molotovs outside the Monster. So much pressure for CLG to deal with. Tarek with you know, a good attempt at the end there, but it was all too little too late. And again, CLG are on pistols. This time, each eco, they seem to have one more grenade than last time. Going for a fast play here with flashbangs. They're all going to get flashed. Cillian, the front man, had a nade in his hand, which is going to delay how much damage he can do. And we might see a plant because of that.
Looks like a great nades, though, will actually prevent them from making their way up. And despite that early loss, looks like they should be able to control the situation. Pimp coming into play there with the 3 kill. And let's not forget that SK basically forfeited a man there, more or less, because Cillian was just up there with nade in his hand with 4 guys in his face.
I mean, a good example of how to do a fast execute onto the B bomb site would be seen by Dignitas and MSL. They're great at running executes there, although obviously that was an eco round. But the point is, if you look at the lead CLG had, and look at how many eco rounds that they've lost, which has allowed SK to continuously catch up, and look at how lacking the eco rounds have been, then you know there's a lot of work to be done there. And again, it's something that I would say they're notorious for, is just not fixing the small things that could take them over the line here. And again, you can see SK now only 2 rounds behind CLG.
Yeah, and CLG actually mixing things up a little bit, going for a very fast take towards long. However, Freeze is moving towards there, but Hayes takes him down. He can't even get a single shot off with the AWP, so now CLG, they're going to move forwards on this. Take that frag as the Q to get into the A bomb site, and it's working out. Magisboy, who's being very dangerous, eliminated by Tarek, and all of a sudden, it looks like CLG should win this round. It's very, very, very hard here to get back into this, but we actually get 2 frags. But the problem here is that the Cillian and Modi go down very, very low on health in the process of making those kills. So Modi against 3 players now with the bomb just freshly planted. Will he be able to do anything else? Some damage would be very nice considering.
Yeah, their team have the money to buy in the next round, so he seems to just be playing for the exits now. I mean, if we have a quick look at the money, we see that Freeze has got $12,000 in the bank, Magisboy's got $12,000 in the bank, so I feel like it was worth him just, you know, running to his death there, basically. If he can take one more person down, if he can take JDM off the AWP, for example, lots of advantages to be had. Tarek's been lost to the bomb now as well, which is a bit of a problem for CLG, and you can see the money for CLG is very, very much lacking, so I feel like SK might have missed a trick there in just not going to get that extra damage in. CLG finally get another round on the board.
But it's almost, in some senses, you know, a good round to lose insofar as if they were going to lose a round, because CLG, they did lose some amount of money there. You can see their money is pretty awful. So SK actually get a full buy-in now, and they have the opportunity to reset CLG's economy, which could put SK in a position where they can tie up the game, basically, having to face against ecos. But we're going to see some nades once again, just denying SK some forward positions as they retreat and play it passively. Previously, though, it was Freeze that got given up quickly, which allowed CLG the opportunity. CLG looking like they're going with the same approach, same setup. So if Freeze just hits his shot this time, then it's a very different story indeed, and he's looking for it. Oh, he misses it, and that's very, very key here. We even have a boost set up there from Pimp and Magisboy, so there is a lot to contest with here for CLG.
Freeze makes it out of those flames and fire, gunfire that is, with a flashbang. So a lucky escape from him. Modi with an important flank here. You can see he's not taking Peter down straight away. He wants to find more players, more information, but he doesn't get anything, so he'll take what he can. And that is a frag onto Peter. And that compromises everything for CLG. If they realize that that was a flank, trying to force their way through the smoke now. Pimp playing close to it. He's got a very good angle on Hayes. Tarek goes down as well. This is a solid hold so far from the CTs. And the trade will come in for Pimp. So 2 players surviving for SK. And now we see problems for the T economy.
Yeah, that's the thing. Their money is now in a really weird spot. They've got $1,800 on a couple players, and 2K on one player, 3K and then 4K. So they definitely can't buy properly in this round. So they need to save one, which puts SK on to 14-13 if SK win it. And then SK get to play against another buy, which is, I mean, they're still going to have all the weapons and grenades that they want. And then upon winning that next buy, they get onto 15 rounds. So SK now in a very, very great, well, good position, all things considered.
You can see Freeze, he should realize that they're going to be on an eco round. See some timing, tries to go for a timing pick there, but moves away quickly. Magic Sploit almost gets caught, but manages to make his way back to the site. They know that they have the range advantage over these Ts who only have pistols to offer. 3 P250s, they're carrying the bomb, no nades once again. Despite one of the players having 4,400, but I think that was JDM and he will want to save for the AWP, so that's fair enough. And now it's Peter alone versus 5. Not going to happen. 1 round between these 2 teams now.
SK looking like they might be able to get this done. CLG able to go for the buy now, but the money is not perfect still. So how will they handle this? We have a pause coming, and I can only imagine that is of the tactical nature, James.
Yeah, I mean, they can't really go for the buy. Although, are they going to anyway? They've got at least 2 players who can't afford AKs, basically. So this will be a limited buy if they go for it. JDM's gone all in. He's bought the AWP.
Yeah, I think this is the right play. I think looking at it, they're going to have a couple Galils in there and a limited amount of grenades, but yeah, it's a very awkward situation because they want to just win the map, basically. They want to use their lead to win the map. SK are coming back at this point. If they allow the round to go freely to SK, then that's not going to be a good times, I don't think.
I suppose there's a decision to be made. Maybe there's no wrong decision. They can perhaps choose to wait around and have more nades to go for an execute. But do they have an execute? That is another question.
Yeah, it's a really weird spot as well because even if because usually in this spot, let's say you've lost a bunch of rounds in a row, you can at least say, oh, well, if we get the bomb down, we've got the max loss bonus and the bomb down, that's $4,200 in the next round. So yeah, we definitely should buy. But they're kind of in the middle point because they've only, if they lose this one, they would have lost 3 in a row. So that's going to be $2,400. And if they get a bomb plant, so that's a mere $3,200. So that's still not enough to buy if they lose this round, really. So it's just an awful situation for CLG. Hard choices have to be made. They will be lacking nades no matter which choice they make.
Well, we have more decisions being made over towards the CLG side. Once you see on the screen, we'll start to discuss it. But all the happiness and joy, Dan, has been sucked from their bodies. We got some Shang Tsung business going on over towards SK Gaming because all the life seems to have disappeared from the faces of CLG. Game still paused for the time. Actually, the unpause has just come in, so the madness will begin. And now you can see 2 AKs have been picked up, the Galils as well, but the nades are quite limited. Although I wouldn't say they're as adept as Dignitas, for example, at executing on this map. So maybe it won't make that much of a difference to the CLG side. 1 round lead now versus SK, who continue to climb back towards CLG's score. Now we have early aggression coming in from SK. You have to be wary of that smoke over towards the stairs. Wary of the smoke, sorry. Because the CTs can stand above it, and it's really hard to see them. A cheeky frag, a very cheeky frag indeed from Modi over towards B. Cutler, unable to respond.
Yeah, you can see he really wants to try to get something done there because going down a man already is very, very annoying, and he doesn't feel like there's an easy way to do it, especially alone. It would be taking, like, if he would lose that next one-on-one, he would put his team in a position where it would be 5 versus 3, really only into the round. That's just not good, James, especially if you haven't gained anything from it, haven't gained any map control or anything like that. So Cutler playing it more conservatively and perhaps being able to work into a picking situation with the help of a teammate or a grenade, or just able to get it from an over-aggression, a mistake from the CTs, because they definitely shouldn't be over-aggressive in this point of the match now, that they have that man-up advantage. But time is starting to tick away, and CLG have been taking their time in a lot of respects. But SK Gaming have already shown that they are not going to throw their nades for no reason. And if they hold on to their nades as they did before, it spells problems here, but Modi picks up a kill onto Pitta. It's just 3 players left. Cutler has to do something here. He's got to get something out of this AWP. He's actually pulled away rotation, so it's actually worked. It's actually served as a fake right now because the bomb's made its way to a plant on the A bomb site. Even though it's a 2 versus 5, they might even have a chance now.
Well, it is a 2 versus 5, so we'll see. We have a flank coming in from Magic's Boy. They've got time on the clock to wait for it to come in as well. You can see they're being patient, fucking streaming now. The trades are coming in for both teams, 1 versus 3, and Magic's Boy, they may never see him coming. Tariq will get taken down from the back, and we will be evened up. The buy did not work for CLG. They will have the loss bonus from the bomb being planted as well. That's an extra $800 per person. But by no means are they in a great situation. Looking at the money, they're going to have $3,000 to $4,000 on the T side, and JDM's instantly bought up a scout.
It's bad times, James. It is bad times in the CLG camp.
It's tough times, difficult times, Dan.
Yep.
Strenuous times, stressful times.
Absolutely. SK Gaming looking really, really good for this at the moment. And that's Smoke. You just see Cutler lining up. He's thrown that every single round, I think, almost. That he's had the ability to buy smokes.
That would be the smoke right there.
And it does cover you against any CT like aggression, which sometimes you see like pop flash setups with 2 CTs pushing early for sewers control. So that's quite interesting. And Pitta there leading the charge, the expendable player just with a Tech 9, trying to get something done here. But SK, they got Modi. He will be able to take the frag on the Pitta, but his teammate's going to go down here. So Modi against a lot of players. Can he get it done? He's by the water. There's the first frag. He's going to get dropped on by Cutler. In goes the Molotov as well to slow down the CT's approach. So a 3 versus 3 situation with a bomb plant. CLG in a very winnable situation.
Yeah, and this is a massive round for both sides. So can they hold CLG? JDM still on the scout. Not ideal, but Freeze is heavily tagged, so at least there's a target for JDM to find. He is running a distraction now, Freeze. Hayes looking over in that direction as well. Clock continuing to tick. Down goes Magic's Boy. Pimp and Freeze as well. So seems CLG needed the pressure all the way on their back to take it to match point here.
Yeah, and that was a much more simple round as well. Just straight up push into the B-bomb side, just coordinated in there. And keeping it simple is probably going to be good in this spot as well. Leave it down to the fragging power instead of too much in the way of decision making, as it seems like SK from a decision making standpoint have seen without as many leaks as CLG so far in this matchup. So real chance for CLG to close here, but can they get over the line?
SK still have a better buy than CLG do. We still have JDM on a scout with an AWP onto Freeze, so it's still all to play for here. Again, SK had a lot more money in the bank due to all those rounds being won. Through the smoke though, Freeze will get taken down, and that's going to be really frustrating. An early 5 versus 3, and this is very, very strong for CLG. We've seen massive frags in this situation from the team who had the disadvantage, and that will be needed by SK because CLG have everything in their favor right now.
Absolutely, but there it is. Cillian takes down Cutler, making it a 3 versus 3 now that Pimp picks up the kill onto Pitta as well. So Bomb trying to make its way towards that A site, but SK are making it quite difficult for them. Now, how committed are they? Do they have a minute left to play with? The problem is that they are sort of disincentivized towards going towards B because they don't have anybody really covering those positions towards B. It would be just unknown territory. They could run into somebody flanking them or holding a forward position. So they will go with what they know, which is the A bomb site. As we see Hayes looking for the entries there. He's got himself some teammates to moving in a coordinated fashion. Smoke's going down to avail a solid bomb plant. And they should be good to go here, but it looks like SK want to get in past the smoke. The legs are spotted. Hayes is probably going to shoot down a Cillian. Tariq with the frag onto Magic's Boy and is on Pimp right now to try to secure overtime. 1 versus 3. This is a very tough ask with the setup that we see from the T's. And there it is, Hayes starting, or rather finishing as he started, 29-17. What a big result here from Hayes. And it is definitely encouraging to see that CLG were able to close this game. I was very afraid for them, James.
I think they would have been mentally destroyed if they didn't manage to take that over the line. But I feel like it could have been a lot easier for them if they managed to win more eco rounds. But there we go, they take it. We'll see what Richard and co think about that after the break. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to E-League. And as you can hear, we've now got a crowd joining us. Awesome. Good to see. I was a little bit worried that overpass, not exactly conducive to getting the blood pumping. It's more of a slow tactical map. The crowd seemed to enjoy it, and of course, they enjoyed getting to see our Buffalo Wild Wings, our blazing hot player of the match. It is Magic's boy. What an amazing performance across the whole series he had.
Yeah, first map he was just dominant, propelled him to a huge win. Second map he was a big reason. Him and Madi both had 2 good games, but Magic's boy just still edging him out a little bit. I mean, they brought this back for SK. It looked so scary in that second map.
They just fell apart towards the end. Honestly, they had full control of that second half until
both teams tried to lose that game. It felt like.
That was it, actually, right there.
But look at these ADRs across 2 maps. That's nuts. That's really good stuff. Nuke, obviously huge. 24 kills on the second map to help him in that comeback, and 100 ADR in that match. Really good stuff from a guy that we said had to make this leap at some point.
Yeah, and he's definitely getting there, even though, of course, they didn't take that second map. A large part of that was down to, I felt, CLG. Again, it's like you said, they almost tried to lose it towards the end. They had one player that doesn't always stand out who really stood out for me, and that was Hazed. I mean, yeah. I think he just...
Well, Hazed actually never stands out. So
yeah, that's the thing. So this guy just blends into the background.
Hazed was absolutely the reason they won this game. He single-handedly changed the rounds in their favor when they were down in numbers. A lot of times he would get triples, or like I think he had like 5 different 3-kill rounds.
And then for the first half, he had 2 or 3 clutches very early on that helped propel them forward. I mean, this was a 1-on-2. This was a very nice win from him. But we saw this stat pops up on the screen 11 rounds in that he had like 220 ADR, like
which is insane for 11 rounds in.
Yeah, that's so far into the first half to have that kind of a stat backing you up. And I mean, he just had one hell of a game.
I mean, it's very rare I've seen him play that. What is the problem? Why doesn't he usually deliver those big performances?
He is the guy, he's described that he is kind of their entry fragger player. He's the guy who always wants to go in first. He describes his role on the team as he does everything he can to set Tarek up to get all the kills, to do everything he can. And just the nature of that, just the nature of being that player who goes in to set his teammates up. I mean, you see it with every entry fragger. You see guys like Apex, guys like Freakazoid, guys like Dupree. When they're the ones going in first, sometimes they have these games where they just go nuts, and it's such a huge benefit to their team, but it's so hard for that to be consistent.
Well, what separates him from the others too is usually those guys shine on CT sides because they show that they have good aim, they can still compete. Hayes really never did shine on CT sides either, so he was kind of like, I thought he was the weakness for CLG for a while, but he totally won them this map. What I was more worried about is JDM completely being non-existent that entire time. He was getting out-opt by Freeze, who I wouldn't even put him as an like a real top opper at all.
It's weird, actually, because when I did an interview with God B yesterday, which will probably get put out there at some point, and he was talking about how back in the day he used to fear Freeze. He thought at one point he was the best AWPer in the world. He hasn't had a particularly great time lately. He had some good little moments, but again, you're absolutely right. You would have to say JDM's got to be way more explosive than an old school 1.6. You know?
If this is the JDM that we're going to get for the rest of the week, then CLG's in big trouble.
I mean, even considering next match, they're going to be going up against Astralis. So I mean, you think about he's going to need to step it up. You were talking about
ice on a hot streak of form as well.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about a little birdie that told you that CLG had something prepared for Nuke. I had a little birdie of my own tell me that JDM actually didn't even warm up today before the matches. So maybe those are.
We're just ratting left, right, and center on CLG
who's
today.
This
Mo needs a bird.
Snitches get stitches, dog. Like I've told you about that. So
stitches.
But anyway, stitches get stitches. So anyway, like this is, I mean, real tough time for CLG that they're up against it. But SK Gaming, they split the series. Who do we feel moving forward is better equipped? Because on the one hand, I'm saying CLG is so bad, but SK Gaming just lost the map to them. So what do we learn?
We talked about how CLG's one of their strongest maps is Overpass, and for SK Gaming to actually have a terrible first half and then just come back and stay in it, it shows a lot for me. I honestly thought they had it. They kind of fell out towards the end over there, but so far I'm looking at SK as they look more prepared and better right now at this point.
Interesting.
I think it's more that we just learned that CLG should not be playing Nuke at the moment. I think that was the big takeaway from those 2 maps, because I think still on Overpass, I mean, that big first half that they had, I think they're still not quite in as dire straits as that might make it out to seem, especially with that comeback coming in. I think they're still going to be okay. I think that was just a very bad series of maps from them.
Well, we always knew it was going to be a close group. Thanks for your thoughts. We're going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to have the final series of the day. Will CLG be able to keep their winning streak going, this one-map winning streak they got against Astralis? Maybe don't bet on it, but we'll find out after the break.
Economy 101. In Counter-Strike, you earn money by eliminating players, winning rounds, defusing, and planting bombs. Between rounds, players have the opportunity to spend and better their equipment. Players can purchase body armor and utility. Teams start the game with only $800. This is the pistol round.
Grab your gear, let's go.
In a save round, team members will avoid spending money to save for future rounds. In a force buy, players will purchase what they can in hopes of something happening. The economic goal is to earn enough money for a full buy to have the weapons and utility to take out your opponents.
Hi, I'm Shaquille O'Neal, part owner of NRG. When it comes to Counter-Strike and ELEAGUE, I wanted to get deep into the game. Ha ha! Scared you, didn't I? Fish gun. Tough stain, gotta put some elbow grease into it. Now you see me, now you don't. Camouflage. You go ahead, I'll watch the chickens. Hey man, you want some cheese before we roll out? You want me to get closer? Hell no. How you guys live like this? Filthy. Nobody's gonna hurt my little chickie, baby. No. Boom, boom. Don't shoot. Boom, boom. Obviously, we went deeper than expected. But now, I have a PhD in CSGO. Shack out.
Yes, welcome back to ELEAGUE. We're about to move into the final series of the day. You see our crowd are hyped here. Is that Pitta greater than Sonic? Confiscate that sign. That sign is nonsense.
That is a head-to-head matchup we have to see.
Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Anyway, I'm your host, Richard Lewis. This is Moses, that's Mo. This is the big game of the day. This is where I think more questions should get answered than what we've seen before. CLG going up against Astralis. We're going to switch it round. You're going to start with CLG. You avoid the North American team.
Yeah, I don't like doing it.
So let's talk about them and just who we need to watch. I mean, for me, I honestly think the big question is JDM not had a great day so far today. Can he step up against world-class opposition?
Would you like to do CLG, Rich?
No, you do it, though.
Yeah, I know it is all about JDM. The tough first series he just had, obviously, that we saw. Uncharacteristic misses. I mean, obviously, Nuke was a little bit of a rough map. I mean, this is just the problem with CLG in general that we've seen for some time is, you know, we always highlight JDM and Tarek as the two big stars. Well, that match, it's Hayes who steps up. We didn't see JDM have a huge game. We didn't see Tarek have a huge game. It's not their stars being consistent. It's not their stars putting in the work map to map. But JDM is going to have a tall task because we saw Device. Once he gets rolling with that AWP, he just loves it.
And as always, looking pretty relaxed. We actually had some rare footage of Peter getting some frags there in that highlight reel. That was pretty good. Well done, production team, for finding that. Nice. I know. It's like the Holy Grail. But you can see that JDM there is just chilling. And, you know, sometimes I think maybe he can be a little bit too relaxed. I'd like to see him get a bit more fired up, you know?
I mean, I just don't think that's his kind of personality. But the fact is, JDM's a guy, he's very hardworking. When he rolled into the major in Columbus, he had like 15 pages of notes on Kenny S and Envy specifically. Like
it just said avoid on every page. Right?
It was exactly what he was doing on every map, where he liked to go, how he liked to opt those different positions. So I mean, he put in a lot of study, a lot of work into the major, got him to the quarterfinals as well. Obviously, you can't put that kind of work into every single event or tournament. That's just so many hours that you'd have to put in. But you know, he's a guy that works too hard to have the kind of series he just did.
Yeah, well, he goes up against Astralis. Mo, you can tell us about them. Let's see if JDM's got any notes, so maybe he can take some notes from you.
Well, obviously the big name here is Device, but I want to focus more on Tarbai because I feel like
good pronunciation.
I learned from the best. I feel like he's another X factor for this team right now. He's the young star that got another chance with the best team in Denmark. He's already showing up, already showing signs, and he's showing that he can back up Device at a top level. And I think they got a great pickup in him, and I think he's gonna keep doing this. He doesn't seem to be scared of anything. He seems to be.
Well, that's a recent development, dude.
Exactly, and that's why he got his other shot with the team, because he kind of can control his emotions, and he's not fearing these teams. He's respecting them, but not fearing them. And Device, on the other hand, is like he's just still playing out of this world. And it's great to know that you have some superstar on the team that could just decide to win the match for you and do it.
Yeah, CLG's jealous.
Yeah. What do you make of the development of young Kierbai?
I like where he's at right now. I mean, I think it's all going to be about, he's about to play on stages that are bigger than he's ever played on with this team. You think he going to ECS, going to the major, you know, here potentially making it to the playoffs. Still a ways to go there, but I mean, he's had some good exposure, some good experiences with Dignitas. You think like ESL Barcelona, some of these smaller mid-tier events, but now with this team around him, he's going to. What worries me the most is I'm really nervous to see how Astralis is actually going to work him in, because oftentimes when we see these well-established teams who have had a core for so long bring in new players, you think Liquid with Kusta as well, they come in and they change the playstyle. They say, okay, you're going to fit us, not we're going to find a way to fit you into the lineup. If they try and change his playstyle too much, that's going to be such a hindrance on a young player.
And that was actually mentioned by Kerrigan when he first picked him up. He said that we're not going to change anything of what he's doing. We're going to put him exactly where he wants to be so he could do what he's doing for Dignitas for us. And I know that's hard because then it might ruin the balance of the other team, but I feel like they're already molding him to be kind of their next star, and I feel like everyone is on board on that team because they just want to win.
Well, let's have a look at the maps where we're going to see all these players on. So CLG, the bans, interestingly enough, CLG elect to ban Overpass.
Well, you don't want to play Astralis in that map.
Yeah.
I mean, no matter how good CLG is on it, which didn't seem super impressive.
Respect ban there. Mirage also, which is standard for CLG. On the flip side, you can see Astralis took out Cobblestone and Nuke, and that leaves us with Train and Dust 2. For me, a series that just screams Astralis 2-0, but...
I mean, what wouldn't scream Astralis 2-0?
Yeah, what two maps could CLG get that?
Astralis wish they could have Nuke back, right?
The interesting thing is these are the same two bans that Astralis had in their series against NRG as well, just not willing to play Cobblestone, probably putting some work in that still because it's never been a good map for them. Nuke, still very new, maybe working on some things they don't want to show in this group quite yet to the world. It's going to be, I mean, Train, we know what they're like on Train. We saw what Device can do on that map. Dust 2, they've always been one of the best teams in the world on. So yeah, this is going to be a little, I mean, obviously CLG's the underdog in both of these maps.
They just have to play a lot better than they did against SK to even get close to beating Astralis. That's what I.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, you know, on Train, NRG did show that there were weaknesses there for Astralis. No doubt in my mind, NRG should have took that map, really, when you get to 14-7 or 14-8, whatever it was. Yeah. They should close that out, but they didn't, and they didn't predicate it on the basis that, you know...
And this usually happens to, like, these top teams. They start off kind of slow, but they still win because they're the top teams. The other thing is CLG has never beaten Astralis, and that's, like, their mental block. They're like, we can't get over that hump, and they're just going to... That's going to hurt them, I think.
Well, we're ready to go, boys, so we'll have to hold on to those thoughts. For now, we're now going to do our RV's map fly-through. And for the last series of the day, take it away, James and DDK.
So, Train and Dust 2. I think Dust 2 is probably a good map for every team in North America, but maybe not when you're up against Astralis. That said, there is no Carrigan. Let's not forget that. We have Peter standing in for CLG, but we also have Sonic standing in for Astralis. So there is variance to be had here, but will it favor CLG?
Yeah, I mean, I really think that with the addition of Kirby, the variance that goes down a lot for Astralis. I think that's what they were looking for, because he's been a really consistent performer lately with the rifle, no matter what the rest of his team is doing. We saw that on his last team, even if they were having bad results. But we are in to the pistol round here between these two teams. CLG starting off on the CT side, opting for Kevlar on everyone, but Hayes just got the kit and the smoke. Where will Astralis go? Looks like it's quick aggression towards Ali, met by Tarek and Pitta, but they will meet the floor, James. It's looking very, very bad right now for CLG. Just JDM up against it all, and it's going to be Zipex who takes him out. Really not much to speak of here for CLG so far. Yet to find a frag, but they're off two fast ones. Finally a response, but it's all down to Cutler, and it's Zipex to finish off the job. So the quick 1-0 out of Astralis, just a straight-up alley push, keeping it simple.
Yeah, too many numbers in the end there for CLG to deal with. So not the start they wanted. I think I just heard somebody say, are we buying?
Yeah, I just heard that as well.
Are we buying is the
buying,
question
guys?
over at the CLG camp. So let's see if they are buying. They're buying some scouts, that's for sure. Pistols, Kevlar coming in as well, so it seems the force buy coming out for CLG. And Astralis, are they going to go for a fast play towards the B-bomb site, or are they just moving into position? I think Device may have seen a bit of a peek coming in there. You can see him strafing, trying to get the information. Information's been found. You see that there's at least one scout on the map here. There were only 2 kills from CLG, which means there can only be 2 scouts if everybody bought in a previous round. So far, so good over towards the B site. Astralis clearing things out here, harassing the pop dog area, down the ladder as well. The numbers disappearing for CLG. Just the 2 scouts remaining. You have to wonder if they will opt to push or try to save these for another day. Cutler versus 5. There are some kills to be made here. Zonic and Kirby and Zipex are considerably tagged, but it will be a clean round from Astralis after all.
The cool thing there actually was, I think JDM bought a P250, then dropped it to Hayes, who bought a scout for JDM, so JDM could save some money so that he can get that orb when they get the buy-in. So that's a nice little touch there from CLG to make sure that JDM is going to be as effective as he can be. You just have to have him having a better series than the past one, and I would expect him to have a pretty good series against Astralis. I think he's the kind of player that will deliver in big games, and he's going to be against opponents that he really respects. So here it is, and just a formality this round. Just pistols here for CLG, 1 P250, that's the only investment. So it should be a pretty fast cleanup here. We've got Astralis marching into that A yard, basically playing aim the deathmatch at the moment with those AKs, and the round is over.
The fact that they asked if they're buying for the second round makes me wonder if they had like a specific plan, or they're just buying guns and trying to kill people, which is maybe too simple against Astralis, but who knows. Either way, they are going to be on the buy. JDM will have the AWP, which would explain the trade in weaponry you mentioned earlier, so he's still able to afford it. But you can see the nades are somewhat lacking here for the CLG side. No diffuse kit either, but it may not come to that. Device on the AWP, of course. Zipex continuing with the Galil. So very fast play, closing the distance once again over on the A-bomb site. We saw that Astralis were good at this earlier on. So far so good. Kirby with the opening frag onto Hayes. People dancing around the smoke as well. JDM will answer back. Cutler's in a bit of a bother here. Not sure if he's safe from the back, but there is a smoke there for the time being. Kirby's moving deeper towards CT though, so these CLG players are in a lot of trouble. JDM will soon go down, but Kirby's looking for more information. And there it is, to get 2K, very smartly done by the young boy.
Yeah, but and also he will die from a position that he will realize is heaven, and the nades are actually, I think, failing. I think that was supposed to be going into towards the window, that Molotov, but it will land below. However, it's 2 versus 2, and the bomb is carried by Astralis, so they can still go both ways. But Sonic is going to pick up a kill onto Pitta now, making it a 2 versus 1. So Tarek's job is suddenly made significantly more difficult as we see Astralis making their way down safely to a bomb plant on the B site. So this is looking very, very good right now for Astralis. Tarek's going to have a lot of work on his hands. Here he goes. It looks like he's going to go for it as well. He doesn't have a kit at the moment. Does have a smoke though. That could be very, very useful.
Yeah, they didn't have any kits at all at the beginning of this round, so no kits to be collected on the floor anywhere. So that does become a problem. So Sonic can dance around the train. Should hear Tarek approaching. Tarek gets the first kill, but he needs to find Zipex quickly. Is he going to go for the hero defuse, a 10-second defuse? He won't be given a choice, Zipex, to take him down. And he collects the AWP in the smoke. There were 2 guns to find there. He finds the right one. That's important going forward. So CLG don't manage to get anything out of their first buy round 4-0 to Astralis.
Yeah,
Astralis. And we have a pause coming in.
They're very scary. So we'll have to see whether or not Cadillac JDM,
Captain Cadillac,
is going to be able to perform here, James.
That is amazing. You have to respect the editing skills there as well.
Yeah.
That is a clean on the edge of the car there.
I wonder though, surely his neck would hurt. Like you have to, I mean, he's not resting, he has to like lift his head to have like an angle where you can actually view the screen, James.
There is no scientific explanation, Dan,
I don't know how that works.
For the position before us. So, CLG on the eco, 5 pistols, obviously, and 1 smoke grenade. What is the purpose of the smoke grenade, Mr. Hazed? Where are you going to deploy it? Perhaps towards IV, perhaps towards main. I assume it's over towards IV as main is open. Open for business. But who will be on the business end of what gun? That is the question. Device taking pot shots towards Cutler. Doesn't really want to go for the advance here. He's in trouble, and he will get taken down. Trades come in, though. And QRB, you can see him holding the angle there, making sure nobody can approach the AWP. He needs his teammates to come in for support to clean things out, though. 4 versus 1 now. JDM last man standing. Position unknown is coming out around the pop dog position, I think. In fact, he is moving towards main. QRB's rescued the big green gun as well, the AWP. So far, so good for Astralis. Is he playing CS down or is he driving a virtual car? That is the question.
Good question as well. I mean, so far it does look like things are going very, very well for Astralis. And you see actually Device going down there. I mean, he was kind of rushing his shots a little bit, which is not a good sign for Device, but I won't read into it too much. But we saw Kiabi just picking up the pieces there with that 3K. And I'm really curious how the performance will come into play against these 2 AWPs now, because CLG going to be AWPing up not just on JDM, but Tarek as well, the secondary AWPer for the team. Very, very, very comfortable with those sniper rifles and very proficient as well. So we'll see if Device is going to just try to straight up pick versus him, or if Astralis will kind of anticipate a bigger bite and try to go for a fast nade execute. They're doing that. The set piece comes in, so they don't even want to allow CLG to really truly use these sniper rifles, because look at all the grenades. The visibility should be limited if they put the smokes down correctly. And that said, is JDM with the first frag here, so perhaps that's not the case, as Astralis are trying to work their way in still. It's looking a little bit labored, but they are managing to gain some map control here. Kirby with a nice entry there towards quad as well. Tarek now taken off the train. So Astralis in a 4 versus 2.
That's really impressive, because they were stuck because of the Molotovs around the choke point for so long, but still they've only lost 1 player. JDM unable to make a fatal connection there. So CLG have problems. Their loss bonus is at max already. So we'll see what they choose to do. Dupree goes down. It seems JDM wants to try and take this, but he's got 3 more people to find. Doesn't see the head straight away. Device goes back to the well, takes him down to 16 HP, and Zonic will finish him off. So it's Peter versus 3. He can't do anything either. 6-0 for Astralis.
Yeah, and again, I just love the thinking behind a round like that. When you're expecting a big buy, it can be really annoying for the CT side after they've been saving and they're down so many rounds. They finally get that big buy in, and then boom, you get hit with an instantaneous rush almost. It will feel instantaneous, straight onto the A side with all the nades down, and you don't even get to shoot the AWPs. You can't even fire them off, James. You can't play the pick game. That's what you want, but Astralis deny what they want.
So we've got the HEs coming back out for CLG, and they've got 2 smokes on this eco, and a flashbang as well. But what is the play with them? That is the question. Tarek gets dispatched off. Device down to 13 HP, but he's got the AWP. Just needs to click once. The numbers disappearing for CLG. Not much. Ooh, the bomb is in. That's bounced into a pretty bad position, actually. But there are still nades to be deployed here by Astralis. Time is still on their side. The CT's desperately looking for frags. Dupree running out of bullets. Can't save Zipex from going down to Peter. No guns picked up for the CTs just yet. So now things are getting tricky for Astralis. Look at Device and Zonic. They're heavily tagged at the moment.
These positions are super annoying and very, very good to play from for the CT side with those CZs and pistols. You've got so much cover to duck in and out of. Those ladders are useful as well. And Cutler, he's going to go forwards now, taking down Device. And this is quite scary as he's in kind of a flanking position. Sonic is trying to watch that. He's got 2 spots to watch now, so very annoying. But Dupree's going to come in, but he can't get it done. It's Cutler with another frag. And now, all of a sudden, Sonic has to save the day. The coach versus Cutler and Hazed. 40 seconds to play with. It's very doable. Although both these players for CLG do have Kevlar. Will he find the head here? Oh, the timing. Sonic will just wrap around the back now, see if he can get better angles to play with. And he might just find himself the perfect timing. There it is, Hazed. Should be a free frag at this point. If he can get behind him, that'd be great. Oh, the knife comes in! Sonic is going to get it done. That's $1,500 in the bank and still a chance to actually win this round. 15 seconds. He knows he has to go fast to reclaim the bomb right now. And there is Cutler who has spotted him. He's only got 32 HP, so Sonic can make this happen. Using that ladder to try to trick Cutler, but no. It's going to be the round for CLG, but they lose 4 players, James. And that is expensive.
That is an outrageous precision incision. Boom. Thank you and goodbye. Almost took the round, but not quite. So at least CLG get onto the scoreboard. 1-6, and you'll see Dupree dropping an AWP for Device. And the fun will continue here for Astralis. Lots of money in the bag after this buy, so they will be harassing the CLG side for a while yet. JDM on the big green gun now, 4 over towards A. Peter alone towards B for the time being. We saw this earlier on train today as well, with a second player moving in later on. Cutler's in position towards Connector to rotate between both sides. Indeed, he will come and have a look towards B and see if his teammate needs any help. Dupree's in an interesting position, actually, towards B slope. Holding a bit of an off angle there. There is, by the entrance to those stairs, you can often see CT's holding an angle there as well, but normally at the beginning of a round. The bomb left in a passive position. I think Tarek has made his way into A main, it looks like. So, again, we have that similar situation where JDM's holding the angle and Tarek is there for support. So lots to be done for both sides here.
Absolutely. CLG with a really interesting position on Tarek, with being so forward indeed. Will Astralis fall to this play, or will they be able to make things work? Got Device on a pick there on Hayes towards Ali, so creating more disarray here for CLG, as they may feel more inclined to take a risk, but they have pretty good positions, to be honest. Tarek can effectively understand whether there's going to be a push into A or not by himself, but he's got no one to play with, so he just needs to use that off angle. But he's actually going to evacuate the forward position and go to a safer position. But I really feel like that aggression might be required. We'll have to see if he can get something done regardless. We have Trace coming in, Dupree onto Pitter, Cutler back onto Dupree, as Tarek is alone in a cold world, and it's just going to be Cutler left, moving in from the B area on that rotation against 3 of Astralis now, who are planting the bomb. This is such a hard spot, and Zipex is going to win that 1 versus 1. 7-1. That was not the round to lose here for CLG, James. Their money is going to be reset hard.
Nice frag there by Device, but they sold a very nice fake towards B as well. I think they only had Dupree over towards B there, standing in the smoke, keeping 2 people busy, taking one of them down. So indeed, that is a hard reset for CLG. Their money is going to be pretty ropey. Just the 1 HE on this occasion for the CT side. The odd pistol coming out. We've got Hayes, who's bought nothing at all. And Astralis, will they go for a fast play towards B? Doesn't seem so. They've got a double peek going on towards Ivy, just taking initial map control, making sure there's no crazy fast aggression here from the CT side. CT side, which will perhaps try to use their numbers one way or another. Dupree coming in for some harassment as well, maybe showing a bit of leg Dan, but not committing to the B-bomb sites.
Indeed, it can always be risky to show a bit of leg there. I'll have to see whether or not Astralis can just be a bit more disciplined than the previous times we saw some of these pistols doing work on that A yard. They're actually quite spread out at the moment, but it does look like they want to have a triple-pronged attack into that A-bomb site. Trying to come in from Ali with 2 players from Pop Dog and 1 from Team Main. Actually, though, it looks like they're going to send 2 in Team Main now. So it looks like it's time to go, as Dupree is going to ready himself, just tossing in the flashbang there, trying to bait out a play you would see on his flank. But here it is, Astralis now working in some more grenades and actually getting smoked away, so still not going for it.
Yeah, they've been forced away from the IV position and time is running out for them. The bomb's starting to move into A. Dupree with an important frag onto Cutler there. And now we should see a lot of frags start to rain in. Tarek going for a bit of a flank with a crossfire. The bomb's in no man's land now. 30 seconds left for it to be rescued. Tarek picked up an AK. This could be a problem. The numbers for the CT's running out though, but there's been a bit of a... Well, Dupree's had his bell rung down to 14 HP. 20 seconds. Bomb still needs to get rescued. 2 versus 1 now. They must eliminate Tarek or pick up that bomb and plant it. And it seems it may be the latter, but which decision will Device take? Trying to spray Tarek through the smoke now. 8 seconds left, 7. And his teammate's gonna have to try and cover him while he plants the bomb down. Has he got enough time? Has it started? Does he have enough time? Tarek coming in for the flank, the bomb goes down. Now there are problems for the CT side. Tarek with no Kevlar. He's got 3 kills already. Can he get the 4th and the 5th? Device creeping around the corner now. putting himself in a channel, so there is a crossfire for both these players. The legs will be seen, and Tarek will get taken down. A valiant effort by CLG, but Astralis march on.
Yeah, again, another round where Astralis have a really, well, there's a strong possibility they lose that round in the way that they played out. So, kind of strange, actually, because Astralis are usually one of the teams that are very good at playing out rounds where you're against pistols, where you're against an eco. They're usually very strong there. So, quite surprising to see them having so much of a struggle, and that's happened twice now. And their money reflects that situation as well. They don't have nearly as much bank as they otherwise would. Still pretty healthy, though, all around 5K at the moment. But CLG giving themselves a way back in if they're able to even win a round. But that's got to come first. And Device is going to pick off Tarek immediately. So if it wasn't bad enough that they don't have any grenades, they're going to lose one of their star players just straight away.
Yeah, it seems Tarek was trying to creep into main again with, you know, to set up maybe for the double peak with JDM, but didn't work out on this occasion. They will lose a man early. Hayes has gone to rescue the M4. We still have Device lurking in that area, but again, the bomb seems to be over towards B, as do the numbers. We've got deep smokes coming in, and we'll see how the Astralis choose to take the train yard here. Pitta is in position. No bomb plant just yet. It will be the default bomb plant, and the bomb will go down. So we've still got all the Astralis players here, 5 versus 3. CLG with decisions to make. Zvex gets taken down through the smoke, but not before Cutler's lost. 4 versus 2 now, and Zonic will get dispatched of on the site. So the numbers dwindling for Astralis. Device has the AWP, but he's got 10 HP. He has a Molotov as well, though, so if they try to defuse the bomb, he can throw it to shut things down there. Kiabi gets dispatched of, but it seems too late for CLG to commit. Hayes gets shot straight in the face there by Device, who's looking for the last player in Pitta. 9-1 will be the score.
So things are going really well here for Astralis so far, and it's going to be really tough if CLG can't even get, 3 or 4 rounds. And
where is he going, Dan?
I don't know. Maybe he just wants to die, James.
He has a rifle. Where is he going?
I
don't know where he was headed, Dan, but his journey was abruptly stopped.
Well, it's time for the next save for CLG. They've had so many, but I mean, to be honest, they've actually done better in some of these rounds than they have 5 versus 5. So we'll have to see if that remains true, but I'm sure Astralis will probably adapt at this point. Got Device looking for the first pick there, Sonic straight in. Just playing a faster round without too many nades, but they are, they can't really afford to miss some of these shots because that's going to happen. Tarek will take down Device, Pitta with a frag there as well. So again, just damage being piled into these Astralis players, and 2 of them are very low at this point. Looks like they will clean up everything, but again, these rounds not without risk. Not going as smoothly as expected.
Yeah, they
still a victory.
They still have lots of money though, so I think they care not, Stan. They'll play the trade game because it's interesting when you have Device trying to entry a rush into an A site with an AWP. That can cause a lot of problems, but I don't think they're terribly fussed. And now Astralis have gone for double AWPs here. Dupree picking up the second one. 10-1. Carrigan will land, and if this continues, Dan, he will be pleased. He will be pleased.
He will indeed. He'll have to buy Sonic a beer. So right now we see that JDM has moved his AWPing position to the B side of the map, looking for those long-range angles. And in that position as well, they've actually said, okay, JDM can do this by himself, and we'll leave 4 players on B, but, A. And looks like that's actually going to not work out super well. They're going to lose the man straight away. JDM's going to get flashed out of position as well, so not able to get the frag that maybe he was there to get. Although Astralis, after moving back towards B and threatening it, they're moving straight back to A again. So really toying with CLG on those rotations potentially. But there are still 2 players here for CLG, but they still have such a man disadvantage that it's always going to be tough for them to do much. We need that star performance out of Tarek. We need that star performance out of JDM in this round. Tarek's going to go down straight away. Not a good look.
Yeah, too many places for him to cover, and he chose to do it on the high ground. Exposed from the front and the back, taken down from the back. 4 versus 2. Peter alone, JDM coming in for support from connector area. 40 seconds on the clock for Astralis to find the final players. 2 really fast frags coming in for CT, but Peter's alone now. Gets himself a 1 versus 1. Surely he hears Zonic. He hasn't got anywhere to hide while he goes for the reload here, but Zonic will finish him off. Disappointment in the crowd there as we move to 11-1.
The coach with the 4K, that's what I wanted to see as well, James. I was rooting for it too, but Zonic shuts it down. That 11-1 scoreline is so huge. What are they going to do to try to save this?
by Scout and a Max 7, it seems that.
It looks like that is the answer.
That appears to be the answer.
I like Max 7s.
Max 7s are good. They are indeed. I think Cutler, let's see, most people go towards the Pop Dog, or the ladder room, if you will, with the Max 7, and Cutler seems to be headed in that direction as well. Sepek gets there quickly, but Cutler doesn't even know what hit him before he can respond. Sepek with 2 nice openings there. The rest of CLG with not much to offer. The rest of CLG all dead, Dan, 12-1.
Yeah, this is looking very, very fast at the moment. Astralis yet to really drop all that much. We've got really good money for them now as well, and JDM back on the AWP. They throw a second one to Tarek. They need at least 3 rounds change, because that at least gives them, that at least allows them to lose the pistol round, and then still, I mean, of course it's still ridiculous, but they can still try to get 1 buy to try to get to overtime with. But if they don't win at least 3, there's no full buy in the next round if they lose. Next half if they lose the pistols. That's kind of why the 3 rounds can be quite important, or quite different, just having 2. But double AWP, it's a bit different here. The last time they ran this, I think Astralis just went super fast into A. This time Astralis are going a bit more slow paced, a bit more of a pick-oriented play. So this could help CLG out a little bit.
Flashing all the corners will be the Astralis side. 1 player into B. And winning the duels, they will as well. But we're quickly down. We've gone from a 4 versus, I don't even know, 3 versus 2 in a space of 1 second. The bomb, though, has it been spotted? We've still got 2 players over towards A, which would suggest no. A long spray down, but it will do the job. And JDM will be dispatched of. Is that going to cause a rotation? The bomb's actually coming in for a flank. Tarek, does he have any idea where dupreeh is? The timing is unreal. That's got to be extremely frustrating. Bomb spotted, though. What can Cutler do about it?
Yeah, that shot from dupreeh was so sick, and now it's just down to Cutler. Here he goes against dupreeh and Kirby. They got good positions as well. Kirby's got the GG Molotov. In fact, there's an incendiary on dupreeh as well. And Cutler will be spotted here. And these incendiaries are going to be super annoying to play against for Cutler. Spot some legs, but can't find the finishing blows for the frag. And Cutler is running out of time. He's got a kit. He goes in for the jump there. Finds dupreeh, but he can't win the battle. And that's the 13 rounds there for Astralis. Just 1. Only 1 for CLG.
That is confidence. That is confidence right there from dupreeh. So I could go and hide upstairs. No, I'm going to stay on the stairs at a disadvantageous angle and take you down. And now Astralis, I mean, you can hear the noise from the crowd and you will soon see why. There are many toys on the floor, Dan, but which ones will they pick? 5 AWPs. The crowd wants slaughter, Dan. They're baying for blood, Dan. You guys are perverts.
All the thumbs are down. They are ordering the execution here as CLG indeed. And it's going to be quite interesting to see how they actually make this work. How do you actually get into the site with 5 orbs? Well, I guess this will be an experiment, James.
We appear to see a lack of respect, Dan, from Astralis, who are 13-1 up. Even Sonic, even the coach is using an orb.
Deserved.
But not much is going on. CLG have a chance to double their score, Dan, in the last round of the first half.
It's the gift that they've been given.
Astralis could have, I don't know how you go for an early peak of 5 orbs on train, to be honest with you, but they could have gone to pick up some AKs afterwards. They've chosen not to. They're committed to this, Dan. They are committed. They're taking this all the way, live or die.
Oh, no.
Tarek
dear.
could shut this down.
Oh no, this could go very wrong here for Astralis. Knife comes out. Tarek gets it. Revenge, and he gets the frag onto Kirby. Shot in the back though. dupreeh in a 1 versus 3, and he's got 35 seconds to go. So, do you believe, James? Are you a believer?
Well, the crowd are, Dan.
He nearly killed himself, James.
He's going through the flames. He wants his story to be epic if it is to be his obituary. But there's a player on the site, and that's Cutler. CLG will indeed double their score in the last round of the first half, and it seems the American crowd have turned against them, Dan.
Absolutely. Oh dear, 13-2 is quite an enormous result there for Astralis. It was just the way that they got the 13-2, and this is, something at the end to at least give a little bit of, good emotion. Good feeling back into to at least.
There's no good feeling to be had, Dan. It's 2-13.
It's true.
There's only depression.
I'm looking for something, James. There's got to be something. There's got to be light at the end of the tunnel. Is there any light?
I don't know, Dan, but CLG will definitely be searching for the torch in the second half, which should be coming up very soon indeed, but there will be a bit of a break beforehand. So we'll leave it to you. Oh, that was... I'm just going to move on from that. I'm not commenting on that. We'll see you after the break.
And we are back. It is going to be the second half between CLG and Astralis. It's not going too well here for CLG. They only have 2 rounds. That's not a lot of rounds. If you need a Counter-Strike, you need 16 and not 2.
That is correct, Dan. The internet has told me that Peter was probably trying to retrieve an AWP in that particular round where he was the last man standing for his team. So that's fair enough, but they will need to retrieve much more than that if they are to survive this test in the second half here. Starting off with the pistol on the T side. What do they have in store for us? Hayes and Peter will be the nade men for us. Hayes with the molly, which suggests a B play. I think when you see a molly on the T side of the pistol round on the train, the entire plan is fairly telegraphed. Plant the bomb on default, hold the Molotov up top. Zipex gets the early information. His team are far back though. They have some range. There are 2 flashes to try and get close to the bomb site here for CLG. Much noise is being made, and the CTs are starting to rotate.
Yeah, they didn't initially overreact, which I thought was very cool, and now they see the smoke, they kind of figure out that this has to be the play, and they have some good positions here. And look at this.
Look at this.
We have CLG just marching forwards through the smoke there and getting picked off. Astralis have a really good spot now because the bomb only just now went down, and they have a flank set up as well from Dupree. He's in the back already looking for that frag onto Pitta. Pitta is actually looking for this as well, but Dupree has a lot more health than him, so you kind of favor Dupree in that spot. We'll have to see how that turns out. But meanwhile, Zipex is going to be in the face of Cutler with Kirby as well, so they're going to make the frags happen. Meanwhile, Pitta was able to secure the flank, but this is still going to be pretty tough here for the T's, I think. There is actually no kit to be spotted on these CTs at the moment, and the bomb really needs to start getting defused, and it will. I think there's just enough time here. It's going to be pretty close. Does he have it? I think he's got it. It's really close. Oh, just barely. Just barely. No kit required. And Astralis will win the round. And really nice and very calm and confident display, because you saw Zipex get the information very early, but they didn't suddenly panic rotate. They kind of left it. They waited for more information first.
2-14. What is there to say, really?
I don't know.
They've managed to drop an AK to Tarek. I think Peter's taken one for the team and dropped an AK to Tarek, and he will roll with the Deagle. So very nice stuff. Try and you know, muster the best attack you can in what could be one of the dying rounds of the first map between these 2 teams here. So again, 1 player over towards B, shoulder peeking. Will Zipex do? That's a nice nade coming in there, looking for a bit of a spray down. The bomb's being spotted as well. Full rotation coming in. 2 for 2 so far. Cutler to trade. JDM getting a scout frag in there, but the meaty Mag 7 comes in from the back, leaving Cutler alone versus 3. There are players all over the place. He's doing what he can, but it's just not enough. 15-2.
Yeah, it's match point for Astralis. And there's like, what, $2,000 on each player for for CLG, and that is...
Life has been better, Dan.
Yeah, there's not really much you can do with that. You can't really buy much.
The ice cream has melted. And they're just left with the flake.
Flake is pretty nice, though.
It's not bad, yeah, that's right.
I enjoyed the flake.
So we've got JDM with the scouts again, and a bunch of pistols for CLG, a few nades, and, you know, we've seen some tilts in the previous matches today. You have to wonder if they will run to their deaths. Mag 7, always nice to see people getting taken to the butcher's den with the meat shots.
Yeah, indeed. It looks like they are just running in almost one at a time here as they get picked off, and there it is, 16-2. Astralis taking map 1 convincingly.
People lived, people died, Dan, and it mostly died on the CLG side.
Yeah, I don't know. How do you come back from that?
I don't know. I mean, along with Nuke as well, those are two pretty devastating losses, if you will.
I think CLG needs the hyperbolic time chamber, James.
They need to stand under the waterfall, Dan. Reflect on what could have been, what is, and what will be in the future. There's one more map to regain some dignity coming up versus Astralis, who are sans Karrigan today. So things can only get stronger for Astralis, surely, coming into tomorrow. But before that, we have one more map between these two teams, and that will come your way after the break.
Going into this week of ELEAGUE, we are kind of unfortunate that we are missing a player.
Astralis, unfortunately, one of their players couldn't make it to America. Has problems with his visa.
Then we're going to play with our coach Sonic, because first of all, we didn't have time to bring in another player.
Therefore, we are more like focusing on our own individual play.
But I think they are so experienced and they are so skilled players that it will be really hard to beat them.
So Karrigan is gonna arrive on Wednesday. We're gonna take the like normal approach in the games when he's back, like rely more on the teamwork like we previously have done. But right now it's more an individual approach we're doing. Therefore we like have to be on our A game.
Yeah, so welcome back. Yeah, they were unfortunate, Astralis, in having visa issues. I mean, imagine if Karrigan had been here, it might have been 16-0 instead of 16-2, right?
That's actually the frightening thing is that, I mean, they're on the verge of going undefeated for the day against a couple teams, and now they have Karrigan showing up, so they're going to get even better. So, I mean, if you're one of these teams that has to go up against him in this group, you're just like, oh God.
And again, I've instructed security. If we see that Peter is greater than Zonic sign again, I don't know which one of you has it.
Listen, Peter top frag for CLG.
We're gonna confiscate that. Yeah, but Sonic was on another planet, dude. Like on that T side, he was amazing.
Peter had good highlights, I think. I think he did the best for CLG, believe it or not.
I think it's everyone taking a step backward, Mo, rather than him taking a step forward. You know what I mean? Anyway, you can see here we got the highlights. There he is, a big cheeky chappy there. Having a good time, and yeah, this was just a cakewalk for Astralis. At no point were they in any danger. At no point did CLG put them under any pressure.
And Device again just continues his tear from earlier, especially on Train. I mean, just a repeat performance. He was a beast. They all had I mean, the scores were pretty much, right together. The stat lines, but I mean, that was just some
Well, yeah, exactly. And just to illustrate that point, you can see here, you know, a lot of the difference in terms of the kills. Kiebai doing a lot of work, though, in terms of just his damage, all-round positioning. He was getting sprays and getting those assists, those tags. Really solid performance just by the whole team. Very hard to pick one person out.
It's clear that they started T-side, and they were able to just win 14 rounds as terrorists.
I mean, I think you nailed it. It is just going to step back from the CLG guys. This is not a motivated CLG for whatever reason in that matchup. I mean, even going against a Astralis team that is better than them, this should be a much better showing, especially starting on that CT side. No one really bringing anything from them whatsoever. I mean, when Pete is your top fragger, when you're getting styled upon by Zonic, I mean,
5 ops last round. It would have been a lot closer if they didn't.
Yeah,
do that, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's just CLG. I mean, I don't know what that they were planning on doing there, but that was not a good show.
The guy we were talking about was JDM. You feel he's the star player for CLG. We talk a lot about these storylines, these star players, and you know, this is just not like him. This is uncharacteristic to see him struggling like this. And obviously, yeah, you do get in an economic hole if you're an AWPer. If you can't get the AWP in your hand, I'd like to see how many rounds he actually had it. But if you can't get the AWP in your hand, then you're always going to be underwhelming. But he had the AWP.
He did, and they made some very poor decisions as a team by trying to early buy and surprise Astralis. And we talked about they needed to have all their utilities for this kind of, to be able to do a strong hold on CT side of Train. He had there's no excuse. He had to op a lot of the rounds, and he just got either killed early or just got caught in a bad position by ATs. I don't know what to say. He just doesn't seem
so crazy, CLG, because this is a recurring issue. We've talked time and time again down the years, you know, about JDM and how pistols and rifles are not his friend. If he doesn't get that AWP, he's not going to be fully effective. So then why do you gamble on the economy? That double scout buy, why do you do that?
Like I said, just a terrible decision. That I thought it was a terrible decision. Maybe they thought, hey, let's not play afraid.
You're smirking, Moses. You're smirking. Why did they do that? I'm asking you, why did they do that?
I mean, there's a lot of teams that we asked that question about. I think it just comes down to a map like Train. There's some range in there, so if you can get 1 or 2 tags with a couple scouts, the pistols can have an easier time finish come off. It's one of those things where, especially in this game where the pistols are so much stronger than in previous iterations, you always remember, you know, these save rounds that you win versus the save rounds that you just get slaughtered in. So you always remember the fun stuff.
And that stat on the screen there, minus 28. Yeah.
I didn't even want to read that one.
Yeah,
What did it say? I blocked everything out. I don't want to look down anymore.
And when I woke up, I was on the desk. Yeah, minus 28 kill differential for JDM, so he's on minus 28 for today.
It's sad to see this because he hasn't shown one map where he's been any form of what we've seen in the past. So.
Duster's it. Next one. That's JDM's map. He's just going to go nuts. He's been saving it all day.
The worst part about that is Dust2's a better map for Astralis. So yeah. It's like...
Well, yeah, they did famously kind of set the meta on it. Well, look, just before we get into talking about that map, let's just talk a little bit about what CLG kind of have to do here. I think it's very dangerous if you only take one map from today's action, especially given, you know, Astralis are mortal right now. They're not at full strength. They've said it themselves. They were a little bit nervy about having to come in and play these games. You're partway through a series. You know, I think CLG really needed to get 2 maps today.
There's still a chance. There's still a chance. A small one.
There's no chance. Okay, because we already knew like Astralis was a clear-cut favorite here, even in groups, even with a coach. They're most likely going to be the clear-cut favorite to take the whole thing. We thought CLG was, you know, really good to be second there, but they've shown just SK's looking better than them. NRG even looks better than them. So right now it's kind of scary.
Okay, so the 2 players for CLG that have to show up, we already talked about JDM at length, but Tarek's got to be the other one. On Dust 2, this is where some individual skill shines. You can be a little bit more freewheeling outside of tactics. If Tarek can open things up for his team, if JDM can get a couple picks here and there, and they can kind of gain some momentum, they might be able to make some magic happen.
Well, we're going to talk a little bit about Dust 2. We're just going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, we'll bring you the final map of the day between Astralis and CLG. Who's going to win? You'll find out shortly. Yes, so welcome back to ELEAGUE, the last map of the day. CLG versus Astralis. Appropriately, it's going to be Dust 2. It's in the desert. Are CLG thirsty for victory?
Good lord.
Well, that is a great.
that was all right. That was all right.
To leave.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. I think a map that a lot of people have talked about Astralis being the best team in the world on this map at one point, and it's a tall task for CLG, especially after the showing we've seen out of them. They just seem flat today.
I agree. I can't say that I think CLG has a chance.
So we're feeling Astralis 2-0.
We're inside Astralis 2-0.
Great. Excellent segment. Let's do our map fly through and let's take you back to James and DDK.
I think this is CLG's best chance. It's Dust 2, Dan. It's the staple map of America, especially against European teams.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know if you want to use the word chance, but we'll see.
What other word would you use?
I don't know, that's the problem that I'm having right now.
Sacrifice?
That's the only word that really applies, I suppose. But it's going to be very, very, very tough indeed. Even though Zonic is playing, we're seeing some good stuff out of him. Kirby's been really connecting with his shots, devices, allowed to do what he wants to do, and CLG have had issues kind of gelling together, but we're into the pistol round, so we can let the action do the talking for us as we have Astralis going for a quick long take with the bomb as well. They've got one player towards Dark, but the rest of the push is towards this A site, and they want to keep it simple here, but it's Pitta with the first frag, and quick response here with a boost and elevator there, and Cutler's in position with that USP, so this actually might be quite hard for Astralis to break this A site now.
Yeah, they don't have the range advantage, that's for sure. Dupree's picked up a USP though, so you can try and even things up. Funny enough, I think just a bit further than that is the range where you don't get headshots anymore with the USP. But here we go, things continue in favor of Astralis now. I mean, there's only been one frag for CLG. What happened? They had the range, but it didn't work out for them. And now it's Tariq alone. Dupree with 3 kills, so that USP paid off for him. And now one more to find. They are charging. I think Zonic was looking for was he trying to jump around the corner with a knife? I don't know. Either way, it's a strong start for Astralis. I'm expecting a good performance from JDM on this map. I think he will do much better on this map than the other maps that CLG have played today. So despite the relative poor performance, I think he can do good.
The funny thing from my perspective, James, us sitting here, when I look over towards JDM, I actually can't see anyone even sat in the chair.
Yeah,
it just looks like there's no one sat there, which is quite funny from our perspective. But looks like Zipex is going to take down Tariq straight away here. JDM does have a scout, so let's see if he can get something done with it. I don't know if he has any teammates left by the time he gets to shoot a shot though, James.
Yeah, perhaps not then. So making his way, and there he goes. It is an eco round, or well, force buy round from CLG, but it is soon to be over. Ace finds himself in T-spawn actually, and there is somebody to be found here. Device doing his best, and in the confusion, he will survive. Kirby to take him down. The last player, that is. So we should see the eco coming out now. $3,000 in the bank for JDM, which means he'll have enough for an AWP in the next round. That was a nice response there by Zipex to bring down the scout for the headshot.
So, quite a bit of money saved there for JDM, so you can get that AWP fast. And it's like, Astralis will just go a bit fast here towards Catwalk, like that little money there in case we saw a short boost from CLG. That would stop them from being able to effectively attack Astralis, but it's a lot of action towards Long as well. Just clearing everyone with that AK-47 is Kirby. 3 quick kills for him as Dupree makes his way forwards through middle. Frag for him as well, just a formality this round. As I mean, this is one of the hardest maps on the CT side in the eco situation to do anything, because the ranges are so long. It's just, you can't really get any good engagements. Or it's very hard to find them anyway. And Kirby will finish it off with the quad kill. So 3-0, and CLG will be able to buy, and more importantly, JDM will be able to buy the AWP.
All right, I want to see CLG be competitive on this map. Again, it's difficult times for both teams not having their full rosters. CLG not having a full roster at present. But I expect good things here from JDM. Is he going to go for a pick through mid? He is. He sees 2 players, but he can't make any connection in time. Kiabi showing why he's on his team, why he's beast. Early frag there. And that's not the one. That's the last person you want taken down on this map. But at least, I mean, there's potential for Tariq to try and pick up the AWP. Depends on the positions. He's holding close towards B though, so he can't really make his way to pick up the gun. He could benefit from it because he's only got 20 HP.
Yeah, and I can understand, you know, JDM going for these risks as well because he wants to get a good start as you know to his AWPing, which he hasn't really seen much of. And I really like this slow walk from Astralis just into the B side. There are 2 players there though, so it's gonna be quite dangerous. And oh, that was such a fast snap there from Dupree onto Hayes, and it's just Tarek left with 19 points of health. He will go down, leaving just 1 player left after Tarek was eliminated as well. Just Cutler, he is on the other side of the world. And the bomb, James, the bomb's not being planted. The bomb's just looking, it's on device, he's looking for the frag. That is some more BM moves.
Yeah. There is, Astralis want to win this, it seems, by elimination, but they're not going to go crazy, so the bomb will head over towards B just to tick off worst case scenario. But I think with the positioning Astralis already have, they should find Cutler and eliminate him. I don't think we're going to see a save here. Definitely not of the AWP, which is in CT spawn.
Yeah, I guess in a lot of senses as well. I mean, it's not necessarily actually a BM move because it does give them extra time to try to find that last player to frag him, as they know immediately that he's going to be saving.
Yeah, they're taking all the edges then.
Absolutely, that's something that they're known to do as well when they're really on top of their game. And Astralis, you could also argue that this is going to be a great map for them because they've got essentially a stand-in. You know, Sonic playing instead of Carrigan. So
one of the better maps to have a stand-in.
Absolutely, yeah. So CLG, any edges they may have gained from it being Dust 2, Astralis, it does strengthen them as well.
All right, so we've got 3 men going down long, so one will be holding a flash for the rest. We've got nice HEs coming in, Device taking considerable damage. And the repick will be difficult. He's got a teammate charging in, Zipex to take down Cutler. There are 2 more to find. We'll see if they settle on that. Device still holding an angle, and there are 2 CTs charging in his direction. But he will make a safe exit. Dupree has found his way very deep towards the A bomb site now. They're flanking the plays in long. Hayes and Cutler taking down Device and Zipex. So things getting super weird here. Man advantage for CLG.
That's really interesting, actually, because they've picked up some serious weaponry here. I'm not even sure if they... Like, how do they feel about this? Do they want to try to win the round, or do they just want to save these 3 weapons? I think it's worth saving the AWP at the very least. I mean, AKs are very, very strong as well. Well, see you later. That's 1 AK down. And Pitter's going to try to push here with his AK-47. And it seems like JDM could go for the safe, but he's just going to go in here, James. He's looking for the frags. There's the first one onto Sonic. And maybe he can actually win this, but he's got no kit, and the bomb is so far ticked, he's going to have to go for the hold. Otherwise, he's not going to even have any time to defuse this at this rate. And it looks like Dupree is so close here. There's just no way that the round could be won by JDM. And I feel like CLG could definitely have just saved those weapons. And sure, they would have had enough money to buy in this round anyway, but they would secure future money.
Nice 2-man spray down top mid, but it wasn't enough for CLG to get on the board. And yeah, I think there was definitely a save to be called there because, I mean, even if they can buy in the next round, which they can, it just saves money for the future rounds. So down 0-5. And it seems JDM was in 2 minds there, gets the smoke down, but doesn't have time to defuse the bomb, looks for the kill, could have saved the AWP, doesn't save the AWP.
Yeah.
Buys another one, but again, it's about the long term rather than just this round. Either way, Device holding the angle. He's looking for somebody to jump up on the wall behind the red position. And often you can see people moving into, I will get back to that later because there is a charge here. The team's just trying to force their way into the B bomb site, but all they're forcing is their own deaths at the moment. Kirby looking for any flanks from long, etc. Device trying to make himself a bit more nimble with the AK, and Kirby's coming in for support now. They will force JDM away from the window. No flanks coming in just yet. They've made a 2 versus 3, so there's lots for them to do here.
Yeah, really nicely done from Kirby, actually, from middle. Able to pick up a frag, then play it safe, rejoin his teammate. Device has to be very careful not to get caught in a weird timing, though, with the push, but he does have Kirby there for support, so he can get the bomb planted. Kirby's in a really good position, because there's 2 players coming from tunnels. He doesn't know that necessarily, but this position will deal with those tunnel players very well. Look at this headshot angle for him. Gets both frags. 1 more player to find for Kirby for that 4th kill, and there it is. There's a spot. Critical damage done to JDM, but JDM just needs to land 1 bullet to the torso, and he's going to find it to the head. Kirby is going to go down, and JDM finally with a very impactful kill with that AWP to save the round for his team. But they lost so many players there, James. Imagine if they'd saved the 3 guns. They'd go into this next round with a lot of money, but now instead, they're going to struggle to buy.
So we see the buy coming out for the CT side, and look at the money they're left with. Again, this has massive implications if Astralis can win this round, because then they can run away with the first half. But as you said, Dan, if they save those 3 weapons, then they'd have more money in the bank, which means they'd be in a better situation.
More nades, no FAMAS.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many pluses. If they lose another, if they win another round, but they have 3 players surviving, they could buy for the other players and so on. Lots of pluses, but here we are, 5-1. CLG with some opportunity to get themselves back into it. They've got a bit more work to do to ruin the money of Astralis, who are moving very quickly into CT spawn of 2 players. JDM taking 1 play down from the back, 3 players towards long as well for the CT side. So they're still in a strong position to hold down the A bomb site here. But Astralis with a player in CT can move away. Device gets taken down by Cutler on the site. And there's nobody in B whatsoever. All the remaining players are over towards A, and I think that maybe Astralis have realized this, but Dupree's been lost as well, so now we're down to a man disadvantage for Astralis, and they need to get this bomb down fast.
Yeah, that was really interesting from Astralis, because normally when you drop a player in a CT like that, with no push on long or anything, it's normally going to be a B play, but they held off on the B play for so long. CLG were convinced it was going to be A, so it ends up being B in the end, and it does work out, but it's 2 versus 3. So then it's Zonic, the coach, as one of the 2 remaining players, so this should bode well as Cutler goes for the peak. Very nicely done from Cutler, but there comes the trade. Zonic now in a 1 versus 2, finds the next kill into JDM with a push now, and does he realize where Pitta is? He's going to hear the stepping, so Zonic is putting himself in a great position, but he will get sprayed down by Pitta, and I don't know who was holding up that coach or the Pitta versus Zonic sign, but maybe he was right.
Maybe he was, but Cutler, I mean, they had a 3 versus 1, and Cutler ran in on his own and gave them a 1 versus 1. So, and that could have fallen apart for CLG in the end. I mean, what if they lost that round? It was down to 1 versus 1 from a 3 versus 1.
But that's a thing we have to, once again, we have to talk about the money, right? Because, again, CLG survived with only 1 player, and that is really awful for their buying possibilities. And that's going to give more advantages to Astralis, who keep going bombs down as well. So they're going to always be able to reinforce their economy with those bombs being consistently planted, and Astralis have a great buy. CLG's looks respectable, but they will get reset if they lose this one. And they're only on 2 rounds now. It's hard for them to string them together.
All right, so Zifex trying to keep people busy over towards long A, where there will be 3 people. Peter starting to move back as his 2 teammates are in position. So he'll have a look at short, because there's nobody peeking through mid doors. And indeed, Astralis are moving towards mid with a number of players. But CLG is starting to get aggressive towards long now. We've got Cutler in a very deep position. That may allow JDM to rotate back towards the car position. And indeed, he will be doing that. But what is the play from Astralis now? They're going through mid, trying to identify what kind of setup the CTs have. So now these players over towards B have been isolated. Dupree popping a flash through the smoke, and he will check. Will he check behind him? Will he realize that Tariq is in position? Tariq is pincered now. This is getting really weird for both teams. 4 frags in 1 second for CLG. A very fast wipeout of the Astralis side. An important round where they don't lose a single player.
That's exactly what CLG needed. They needed a round like that so badly, and they will get it, which will reinforce their economy massively. And in fact, they'll actually go so far as to pick up another AWP here for Tariq, which is cool to see, because CLG on the double AWPs on Dust 2 on the CT side is actually very strong. Typically, they're very comfortable with this. And Astralis, they will be just going for the save here. We have 4 Deagles, so we might get some nice action here, James. I'm looking for those 1 Deags.
Indeed, finally the money has been depleted on the Danish side, so we'll see if CLG can continue to catch up. Tariq getting aggressive through double doors. We've got double AWPs as well. JDM getting 2 frags. Double doors, double AWPs, double kills for JDM, so he's doing better, it seems, on this map than he was on the previous ones. But there are still a few more people to find. JDM and Tariq with a crossfire in CT spawn now, with AWPs on both sides. Dupree, the next victim for JDM. Tariq coming in to steal a potential ace, and JDM will get 1 Deags by the last man standing, who is Kiabi. He's not going to be able to retrieve the AWP, which has been taken away by Hayes, in fact. And we'll see if he commits to picking up the bomb. Won't be allowed to. Hayes will finish things off. So that's 2 rounds where CLG have survived with 9 players, which is really important for their economy going forward, as there is still 1/3 of the first half to go.
Absolutely the resurgence that they required. And it's good to see JDM coming back into things after having quite a few, And that's where he wasn't really too present. I mean, there's a lot of talk just usually because he's so consistent, and he typically needs to be with that AWP, and he's up against Device, and Device with that peek from Suicide. He goes for the flick, actually connects with JDM there, but he goes for the repeat. I mean, he has no choice. He's stuck in the corner, and JDM is going to nail him straight in the face, and that is going to be Astralis down a man. Dupree collecting the AWP, and Kirby looking for a fast approach here towards the Xbox area. Back up to short here. So Zipex looking to open things up here. There's the second kill from Kirby in the right place at the right time. The smoke will go down to blockade Astralis' approach slightly, but still 2 AWPs here.
JDM and Hayes heavily tagged. So there's a lot of work for Astralis to do. I like how they didn't commit to pushing through the smoke on A. Like, no, we've got time. We can bide our time. We'll get some more mollies there, some more nades. Try and pull a rotation, get CLG out of position, make them desperate, make them scramble, make them make a mistake. Tarek takes Dupree down towards long, but Sonic is still in position. I'm not sure if Tarek knows that there's a second player there. He's moved all the way back to the site. He's having to try and control short and long at the same time, so it's a difficult period for CLG. 40 seconds on the clock for Astralis to execute. They've got a flash and the Molotov left in the inventory. And it seems that they will go for the split towards the A bomb site. Down goes Tarek, the only defense is there. There is a player on slope as well. Sonic can stay over towards the long area. 30 seconds now, and Kirby needs to plant this bomb.
So here it is, a pretty good plant as well. So this is going to be quite encouraging for Zonic with that AWP, but he's actually looking to get the peek in towards CT spawn. But I like that he doesn't commit too quickly there. It's actually Kirby over the top who's going to find Hayes sitting in CT, and Zonic will get himself a peek as well. And that's going to be that 6-4. Astralis closing down the round, and CLG, they have a lot of bank to play with, at least for one more buy. But Astralis definitely looking pretty good here overall. So what will the play be this time? Might just see another default come in because the AWPs are out in strength again for CLG. And it would be cool actually to see some risks taken by CLG with these AWPs, getting a fast play at the cat or something similar to try to throw Astralis off guard.
Indeed, JDM will be doing exactly that. He's making his way up short. There are players to look at on lower tunnel though, really quickly, so he's going to have to be careful. And indeed, he's got no support, gets taken down by Zonic from lower tunnel, so that's a quick disadvantage. Pop flash coming in, lovely stuff, 5 versus 3. CLG getting torn to pieces here.
And it's all come to a mid play that can go into B. That's what it looks like. They put down the smoke to suggest it's going to be B. And it looked like they were going to go A, but now they're going back towards B, James. Looks like they're not entirely sure what they want, but it will inevitably be a play into that B bomb site now that they know that both players on that side are now vacant. Zipex actually missing that shot, but there is the finishing shots from Device and Zipex, just leaving Pitta with no mates. He's got no mates, James. And he is dead.
He is indeed. Astralis surviving with 4 players. So, difficult times return for CLG. A CLG who have on average $2,000 in the bank. A CLG who are unable to buy in this round. 3-round lead for Astralis so far. Looks likely for 4 unless they run into more eco trouble as they did in the previous round. Double ops continuing for Astralis here. So we'll see how they handle this. You can see Dupree has a good read on the money of his opponent, picking up the Mac 10 that will make him agile, mobile. And obviously, if he loses that, it won't be as powerful for CLG against Astralis as it will be the other way around, since they all lack armor. JDM down to just the 1 HP now. Teammates trying to come in for support. Safety in numbers, not going to work out for CLG here. JDM soon to be dispatched of. That nade is money. Tarek and Hayes remain.
Don't often see Zipex on an AWP. I must say. So it's quite amusing. But we've got the Mac 10 on Dupree still rocking that one, and he's holding the back too, so he's looking to make even more money. There's the Shadow giving the game away, and that's 5 men surviving there despite being tagged a little bit. Astralis will win the round, build up a lot of money in the course of that victory. And you can see the average damage per round here for Kirby is quite substantial, 150, which means consistently he's at least killing one player and doing 50 damage to another every round, which is pretty amazing.
Well, there's 47.6 damage then.
Shut up.
So we have the scout coming out onto Tarek as we move into the dying rounds of the first half. Pot shots taken by the 2 AWPs, but no connections just yet. So it seems the CTs are looking to force the issue. There are 2 plays over towards long, so perhaps they can hold things down here. Kiabi's been lost. The bomb should be planted towards B, however. And the T's have the range advantage.
Hayes found 2 1-deags, James. I'm not sure what happened there, but 2 people were shot in the face with deagles, and I'm sure it was glorious. Perhaps we can get a look at that later. We have just the 3 pistols left, and they have to make their way back into the B-bomb site with that bomb ticking away. They don't have a kit to work with, and Device is just tapping him down, getting his Michael Flatley game on. Now that it's just JDM left alive with that deagle, will he be able to find a kill into Zipex? If he does, he will be rewarded with the grand prize of 1 AWP.
Ooh, things getting a little bit awkward in the smoke down. And Astralis will come out on top. 2 rounds left in the first half. CLG will be back on the bye. JDM will be back on the AWP. Has Kevlar as well, which is not always guaranteed when your team is struggling. So double AWPs here for the CT side. Tarek in tow, lots of nades as well. For the CT side, they've lost 4 rounds in a row. Their loss bonus is high. 4 AWPs on the map. Again, we've got the standard play from CLG, 3 going down towards long. But we have 2 men moving quickly. One is going up short very quickly indeed. That's dupreeh. Is he going to make his way back into CT spawn? Maybe he'll suggest it with the nades.
Yeah, this is really nice. This is a really big pressure play from dupreeh dropping a smoke like that. That puts a lot of attention from CLG on towards that area up by the A site, by short. So they're looking there, and you can see that Kirby is going to be able to take down a 1 versus 1 in the meantime. So that's kind of the space that dupreeh's opened up for Astralis. And now looks like we'll get a frag back onto Device as he tried to pick in from the upper dark area. So it looks like CLG, despite losing that mana, are holding their ground at the moment. Hayes with a pick into mid as well from the B doors, and JDM now with a frag as well, taking down dupreeh, who was previously harassing with the smoke grenade that we saw at short. And now Kyobi getting shot in the back, so it's all falling apart here. Everything that Astralis try, it just falls flat in his face, seemingly.
And we're left with Zipex on the AWP, and 30k.
Can end the sentence there. And we're left with Zipex on an AWP.
Yeah, and 30 HP as well. So, let's see. Astralis have loads of money in the bank. They're going to have no issue buying in the next round, so Zipex can have some fun and try and 1v4 with the AWP.
Surely not.
It's got 30 seconds to do it. Taking some pot shots, getting close, but all bark and no bite for the time being, Dan.
Absolutely, 2 bullets left before the reload comes in. It's a pretty long reload with the AWP as well. And he will die. So there you go, that's the conclusion of that nonsense. And now it's going to be CLG with 5 rounds, so giving themselves a real chance here, and a very, very important shot there by Tarek to start what was a chain reaction there of players just going down 1 by 1. And CLG, look at them go, they got 3 AWPs now, so apparently, and we've got 3 AWPs on Astralis as well.
We appear to have 6 AWPs on the map, Dan.
That is amazing.
On Dust 2, this is full Oceanic Counter-Strike we're witnessing right now.
Oh, there's more. There's more AWPs, James.
Ooh, dupreeh just got absolutely wrecked there. Not sure what else to say. Good start. We have an AK being swapped out. Well, swapped in, rather, for an AWP on the T side. And mad aggression not working out. Zonic trying to look away from a flashbang, getting the kill regardless, but Kiabi and Zipex have been lost in the meantime. 4 versus 2 with 3 AWPs, which could actually get awkward for CLG, although they have the bomb in their control for the time being. Device smoking it out on the other side as well, but he'll have to pick a good timing to go and collect it, as I'm sure there'll be lots of aggression through that smoke. Indeed, he has retrieved it, but he's lost his teammate in the time being. So it's Device in a 1 versus 4, which is a bit better than Zipex as far as an AWP is concerned, but less than ideal either way. Well, that's a good start.
And there we go, there's the first one. He's going to be swapping out for another D-Law. And he's got 50 seconds to go. And of course, it being last round, let's get it on. He's waiting there though, James. He's patient. But it's a long way to run to get to one of these bomb sites. And he's slowly going to make his way towards one of them. Likely A, as he's making his way up catwalk now. And we'll see that there is a player there. It's going to be Cutler. He's close with the AWP, and Cesar comes out for Device. Will he be able to make this happen? Cutler shot straight to the face, and that is now going to be the end of the first half, 6-9. And CLG, I mean, they actually make a pretty decent recovery. I was quite worried for them, but we started to see those performances early on from the likes of JDM, and we've got a real match on our hands now.
Yeah, it's a good score. They can work with this score. And again, JDM is showing up for his team now, which is very important going into the second half. 10 kills for him so far. We'll see if he can make more in the second half. So CLG with an opportunity to put in their best performance of the day so far, perhaps. We will find out if they can do that after the break.